Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Hidden Angel Quirk? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The scars, a mystery etched into his skin, had been there for as long as he could remember. The linear scars were well healed, slightly raised, and lighter in color than the surrounding skin, inviting a curious gaze. He was always told they were from surgery when he was born due to a defect that had to be fixed, though he never knew what that defect was. Whenever he brought it up to his mother, she made an excuse or changed the subject. At 5, he was the only one in his class without a quirk. This was misery. Regularly, he came home with blistered skin, his body still bleeding as it didn't have the energy to keep up with the repeated thrashing from people he thought were his friends. But like everything, it could always be worse. His dad was rarely home, and when he was, Izuku could hear his mother's screams as he hid for his life. At 5, it all got worse when he went to the doctor, a friend of his dad's. "You're quirkless." The words ran through his head, the sting feeling like he had just jumped off a 7-story building. That night, his blood stained the hardwood in the living room. It never got better like people said it would. At the age of 12, he was already debating ending it all. It wasn't uncommon for quirkless people to end their lives before the age of 25. It was more common than people would like to admit. And there he was, walking down an alley, debating if he would kill himself tonight. He got bullied by the people he thought were friends, his mom hit him and cut his nails until they bled, and his dad was arrested for conspiring with the greatest villain in Japan's history. His teachers blamed him for everything, even if he wasn't in the room where it happened. He didn't know when it happened, but he couldn't breathe, green goop wrapped around him. "Bummer this meat is quirkless. Just die quickly so you can be a good vessel until I can find something better," the goop said as it covered his mouth. Izuku's lungs burned, and it was as if the very air had been replaced with a dense, icy liquid, filling his chest with stinging, relentless pressure. His throat constricted painfully. The sound of his heartbeat grew louder in the rush of drowning silence. "Don't worry, I'm just hijacking your body. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, then it'll be all over." He saw dots. He kept fighting the urge to close his eyes. Why was he trying to survive? Didn't he want to kill himself? Maybe he was wrong. He thought to himself as his eyes closed. The sound of agonizing coughs filled the air around him. He could feel a light stinging on his cheek as he sat up. He could see. "All Might? Oh my gosh, All Might. Am I dead?" he said, scrambling to grab his notebook. He opened it to a random page and saw that it had already been signed. He thought to himself as he saw All Might ready to leave with the sludge monster in a bottle. "Wait, All Might, can I ask you a question?" he said, still panting, green goo coming out of his lungs. "Well, of course. What is it, boy?" All Might said to the small, frail boy. "Can someone who's quirkless become a hero?" His voice was still raspy. He never talked much anyway, so this was overworking his vocal cords. "No, it's too dangerous for a quirkless person to become a hero. They would put themselves and others in danger." All Might said before leaving, and Midoriya was shocked. He wanted to keep the conversation going but decided against it. His body was too flooded with shock to move anyway. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, the weight of All Might's words crashing over him like a relentless tide. The hero's figure, larger than life, vanished into the distance with the captured villain in tow. The alleyway seemed to stretch endlessly before him, a narrow corridor of shadows that seemed to echo with the loss of hope. His breaths came in ragged gasps, his chest still aching from the last remnants of the goop. He stumbled forward, each step heavy and deliberate, as if the very ground beneath him was conspiring to keep him rooted in place. The towering residential building loomed ahead, its dark windows reflecting the dim streetlights like silent, unfeeling eyes. As he approached the building, he cast a wary glance around, his mind a storm of conflicting thoughts. The scars on his skin felt like they were pulsing with every heartbeat, a cruel reminder of the inadequacies he couldn't escape. The bustling noise of the city seemed distant and surreal, a world he was no longer sure he belonged to. He reached the entrance of the building, its lobby decorated with gaudy, outdated furnishings that seemed to mock his despair. Izuku's hands trembled as he fumbled with the door, finally pushing it open with a creak that seemed to echo in the emptiness. The lobby was deserted, save for a few scattered mailboxes and a flickering light overhead. He glanced around, trying to collect himself. His thoughts were fragmented, like shards of glass strewn across a floor. He couldn't remember why he was here, only that he needed to be anywhere other than that alleyway where his life had nearly ended. The elevator doors slid open with a soft ding, and Izuku stepped inside, pressing the button for the highest floor. As the elevator ascended, the view through the glass walls showed the city sprawling out beneath him, a sea of lights and shadows that seemed to taunt him with its vastness. The elevator came to a halt, and the doors opened with a soft whoosh. Izuku stepped out into a dimly lit hallway and took the stairs the rest of the way up. He passed a door with familiar numbers. He could feel the pain behind it and kept moving. Soon, he could feel the cold air on his skin. 6 stories up, he could see most of Mizudafu as the city lit up and the sun hid over the horizon. As he stepped closer to the edge, taking off his shoes and jacket, he could feel his heart pound. The scars on his back ached and stung as he looked down. The empty alley looked inviting. As he took a step closer, he heard a voice yell at him from a few buildings away. "Don't do it, kid," a man wearing all black with a gray scarf said, jumping across buildings to get to the green-haired boy. Was he really going to go back to the endless cycle? The neglect from his mom? The burns he got at school? The limp he got during the break between classes? No, he wasn't. As the man got closer, he walked off the edge. The fall was quick. As he panicked in the air, he could feel his back ache, and it felt like something had flown out of him. As he fell, he hit the fire escape. The skin from his face flew off, removing his freckles and showing the thin muscle underneath. His arm hit the next level, making a snap. Soon, a loud thud was the last thing he heard. Before he lost consciousness, he could see his arm only held on by the smallest amount of skin. He could feel his head throb, and as his eyes closed, he could see a pile of white and green feathers. Aizawa had a long day filled with the exhausting antics of his irritating class. As he trudged home, the prospect of another evening spent with his husband Hisashi's disastrous cooking was only slightly mollified by the stack of legal papers he needed to sort through details of an abusive mother and their trans kid who had been in and out of the system. He sighed, wondering how much worse things could get. Now, it was the start of his night shift, and he walked through the darkening streets, the weight of the day settling on his shoulders like an oppressive cloak. The city was quiet, the kind of quiet that was both a relief and a warning. It was in these still moments that trouble often brewed unseen. As he made his way through the city, jumping across buildings to get to a report of human trafficking, something caught his eye. A figure by the edge, frail and brittle, making his way closer to the edge. When Aizawa saw this, his body moved faster than he could think. "Don't do it, kid," he said with urgency. He was one building away, but if the kid jumped now, he wouldn't make it in time. As his body got to the building, he extended his scarf, and the kid jumped. As usual, he didn't make it in time. Aizawa's heart raced as he landed on the rooftop, his eyes immediately searching for any sign of the kid. He spotted the boy's shoes by the ledge and a notebook beside them. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up the boots and the notebook, the weight of the situation settling heavily on his shoulders. The notebook's cover was worn, and Izuku Midoriya was scrawled across it. Opening the notebook, Aizawa's eyes scanned the pages filled with detailed observations about heroes and analysis of their quirks, and then, towards the back, he found the suicide notes. Each one was written with meticulous care, expressing despair and a sense of hopelessness that cut deep into Aizawa's heart. With a shaky breath, Aizawa grabbed his phone and dialed the police. His voice was steady but laced with urgency as he gave them the incident details and urged them to immediately send emergency services to the scene. As he waited, Aizawa's mind raced. Why did this kid, who admired heroes so much, feel so lost and alone? He looked around, hoping against hope that the boy had somehow survived the fall. The seconds felt like hours as he stood there, clutching the shoes and the notebook, feeling the world's weight on his shoulders. He could see the concrete turn a crimson color as his eyes darted around before he could see the mangled body below him. He could see his arm far away, his face disfigured. It almost made Izawa puke, but he knew he needed to stay strong. Soon, he got down in the alley and he touched Izuku. He is still warm. He moved his hand to his neck, his hand already covered in blood and serrated flesh. He still has a pulse. Thank God. Soon, he could hear sirens coming, but that wasn't his focus. He was kneeling, his hands on Izuku's neck, keeping it in place and ensuring he could still breathe. He saw Naomasa Tsukachi get out of a black police car as paramedics flooded the scene. Naomasa Tsukachi arrived at the scene with his usual efficiency, his face reflecting the seriousness of the situation. He quickly assessed the area and saw Izawa kneeling beside Izuku, his hands pressed firmly against the boy's neck. Tsukachi approached Izawa, concern evident in his eyes. Izawa, let the medics take over. We need to get him stabilized. Izawa, his hands trembling but determined, shook his head. He's still breathing but just barely. I need to stay with him until they get here. Tsukachi nodded and signaled the medics, who arrived promptly and began their work. They carefully assessed Izuku's condition, stabilizing and preparing him for immediate transport to the hospital. As the medics worked, Tsukachi turned to Izawa. We'll need your statement and any information you have about the boy. Izawa nodded, his eyes still on Izuku. After the medics had taken him away, he began to gather the items he'd found, the boy's shoes and the battered notebook. His hands shook as he opened the notebook, flipping through pages filled with detailed observations about heroes and analyses of their quirks. Towards the back, he found the suicide notes, each one carefully written, expressing deep despair and a sense of hopelessness that cut into Izawa's heart. He read a few lines, the words echoing with the pain and isolation Izuku had felt. His resolve hardened as he looked at the battered notebook and pulled out his emergency foster card. Izawa had long been involved in legal advocacy for children, and he knew how vital it was to ensure that kids in abusive situations were taken care of. Tsukachi approached Izawa, noticing the determination in his eyes. I see you've already started working on ensuring his safety. We'll ensure that the proper authorities are involved and that Izuku gets the care he needs. Izawa nodded, his expression a mix of exhaustion and resolve. I just want to ensure he's safe and has a chance to heal. I hope this helps. He handed Tsukachi the emergency foster care card. I'm taking him in. Tsukachi placed a reassuring hand on Izawa's shoulder. We'll do everything we can to support him. Thank you for your quick thinking and for being there for him. As the ambulance sped away with Izuku, Izawa felt the day's weight pressing heavily upon him. The exhaustion of his long shift mingled with the emotional toll of the night's events. He knew there was much more work ahead: investigations, support, and hope for Izuku's future. But for now, he took a moment to steady himself, knowing he had taken the first steps to help a young life in need. Izawa texted Hisashi, something came up at work. I'll be home late. Hisashi, like usual, responded in record time. Everything all right, Sho? Everything was going to hell. Izawa could barely manage to type out his response. No. Everything's a mess. I'll explain later. Takelo. We'll get through this together. Izawa closed his phone, feeling a slight comfort in Hisashi's words. He knew he could rely on his husband's support, no matter how chaotic things became. At the hospital, Izawa waited in the sterile, cold waiting room. His mind replayed the events over and over, the image of Izuku's broken body haunting him. Tsukachi had stayed with him, providing updates whenever he could, but the waiting was torture. Finally, a doctor approached, her expression serious but not devoid of hope. Mr. Izawa, Izuku Midoriya is stable for now. He's suffered severe injuries, but we're doing everything we can. It's going to be a long recovery. Izawa let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Can I see him? The doctor nodded. He's still unconscious, but you can be with him. Izawa followed her through the maze of corridors until they reached Izuku's room. The boy lay motionless on the bed, hooked up to various machines that beeped and whirred softly. Izawa pulled up a chair and sat beside him, taking one of Izuku's hands. He had questions. Why? He's pretty sure that when he first saw the kids, he didn't have wings, but now he stopped his thoughts. These wouldn't get him anywhere. "You're safe now, kid," Aizawa murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'll make sure of it." Hours passed, and Aizawa didn't leave Izuku's side. He called Hizashi, updating him on the situation and receiving more encouragement. Finally, when exhaustion threatened to overtake him, he allowed himself a brief rest, his head resting on the edge of Izuku's bed. The following day, Aizawa woke to the sound of Hizashi's voice. "Sho? Hey, wake up." Aizawa blinked, groggy, and looked up to see his husband standing in the doorway, a concerned but gentle smile on his face. Hizashi walked over and placed a hand on Aizawa's shoulder. "You did good, Sho. Now, let's make sure he's taken care of." Aizawa nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude for Hizashi's unwavering support. They would help Izuku heal and ensure he never felt so alone again. Hours became days, and when Aizawa had the chance to go to the hospital, he did. His students could see that change in his behavior but decided not to pester him. Soon, the week mark hit, and Aizawa got a call in the middle of teaching from the hospital that he had woken up. Aizawa could hear a bird screeching over the phone. Aizawa's heart skipped a beat. He excused himself from the classroom, telling the students he had an urgent matter, and rushed to the hospital. The drive felt interminable, every second stretching out as he navigated through traffic. When he finally arrived, he practically sprinted to Izuku's room, the sound of the bird's screech echoing in his mind. When he got there, he carefully opened the door, ensuring not to scare the poor boy. "Hey, kid," he said, entering the room. "How are you feeling?" The picture of Izuku's mangled body was still in his mind, but he decided to ignore it. The boy looked at him, his pupils dilating into lines. "Pro-hero Eraserhead? What are you? How am I alive? Why are you here? You had a fall. But you're safe now. You're in the hospital, your mom can't hurt you now." Izuku's eyes filled with tears, beating into the sides of his cheeks. I didn't want to. I just wanted it to stop." As Aizawa looked at Izuku's documents, he said, "You're not in trouble, okay? We will get you help." He watched Izuku sigh in relief before his eyes looked at his wings. The boy's wings were delicate yet powerful, feathers shimmering with an iridescent glow in the sterile hospital room. They had emerged during the fall, a quirk that had manifested in desperation. "Midoriya," Aizawa began gently, "when did you notice your wings?" Izuku looked down, his expression a mix of confusion and awe. I didn't know I had them. My mom always told me I was quirkless. They only appeared when I was falling." Aizawa nodded, understanding the gravity of the revelation. Sometimes, quirks can manifest under extreme stress or danger. It's called an awakening. Your wings saved you. Izuku's eyes widened, and he flexed his wings slightly, still getting used to their presence. "I never thought I had a quirk. All this time I believed I was just ordinary." Izuku puts his face into one hand. "All this time, I was told I was an abomination, a useless person who shouldn't have lived." Tears fall from his face. "And it could have been avoided? Everything I went through." Aizawa could see the frail boy start to panic, and he put his hand on the boy's shoulder where an arm used to be, trying to offer comfort as the boy's emotions surged. "It's not your fault, Midori. What you've been through is unimaginable, and it wasn't something you deserved. You're not alone now, and things will get better." Izuku's tears flowed freely, his body shaking as he struggled with the depth of his emotions. "I just wanted to be like the heroes I read about. I thought if I could be strong like them, maybe my life would be different." Aizawa nodded, his gaze softening. "You've already shown incredible strength by holding on and surviving. And now you have the chance to rebuild and find the support you need. Heroes come in many forms, and you don't have to face this alone." Izuku looked up, his eyes still wet but showing a glimmer of hope. "Do you really think? Can I still be a hero?" The sun was shining through the hospital. It's been over a week since the accident, and Izuku is finally getting out of the hospital. His wings were a marvel of nature. Covered in soft, downy feathers, they bore a delicate mottled pattern of brown and white with a green undertone. The primary feathers were beginning to form, showing faint hints of the mighty, broad wings that would one day carry him over the cities of Japan. As he stood up from his bed, he stretched his wings. They almost seemed fragile, the bones visible beneath the thin layer of feathers and skin, the feathers uneven, some longer than others, giving them a slightly raggedy appearance. Izuku could hear Mr. Aizawa talking to Detective Tsukachi in the hallway. When they walked into the room, Aizawa looked terrible. As the world's end hit, he heard the words he never wanted to hear. "Your mom is ready to pick you up." His wings puffed up. No, he thought the endless cycle was finally over. He could feel the despair wash over him again. He froze right there and could see his mother's fake tears as she walked into the room. "It's my Izuku," she said. "I was so worried for you. You didn't come. I was worried you left like your father." She grabbed his arm, and he flinched at her harsh grasp. "Let go home so you can stop bothering these heroes." Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the interaction. He stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Mrs. Midoriya, I believe it's important for Izuku to have a stable and supportive environment, especially now." Inko Midoriya's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Of course, and I can provide that. I'm his mother after all." Izuku felt his heart sink. He didn't want to return to the life he had known, the constant belittlement and harsh words. He looked at Aizawa, silently pleading for help. Aizawa's expression softened as he met Izuku's gaze. "Mrs. Midoriya, there are still some legal matters to discuss regarding Izuku's welfare and the best environment for his recovery. Detective Tsukachi and I will need to speak with you further." Inko's grip tightened momentarily before she reluctantly released Izuku's arm. "Fine. But I'm taking my son home today." Detective Tsukachi stepped forward. "Mrs. Midoriya, this won't take long. We must ensure all protocols are followed for Izuku's safety and well-being." Inko huffed but nodded and followed Tsukachi out of the room. As they left, Aizawa stayed by Izuku's side. "Stay strong, Midoriya. We're doing everything we can to make sure you're safe." Izuku nodded, trying to hold back his tears. "Thank you, Mr. Aizawa." Aizawa gave him a reassuring nod before stepping out to join the others. Izuku sat back down on the bed, his wings drooping slightly. He could only hope that whatever Aizawa and Tsukachi were planning would work. He couldn't bear the thought of returning to his old life after everything he had been through and the slight taste of hope he had been given. After what felt like an eternity, Inko returned, her expression more controlled. "Let's go, Izuku," she said tersely. Izuku left the hospital behind his mother, his heart heavy. He glanced back one last time, seeing Aizawa watching him with concern and determination. Izuku knew he had to be brave, but feeling anything other than fear and dread was hard as he climbed into the car with his mother. The drive home was silent, the tension in the air palpable. When they finally arrived, Izuku stepped out, his wings folded tightly against his back. The familiar surroundings of his home felt suffocating rather than comforting. Once inside, Inko's facade of concern vanished. "You've caused enough trouble, Izuku," she said coldly. "You're going to stay here and not make any more fuss. Do you understand?" Izuku nodded, his voice barely a whisper. "Yes, Mom." "Come here, don't talk back," she said. He could tell that she would have gotten mad at him no matter what he said. He moved closer to her. As her fist connected with his jaw, there was a sickening crunch, and his head snapped to the side with the force of the blow. His vision blurred for a moment, stars dancing in front of his eyes as the pain radiated from the point of impact down his neck and into his shoulders. He staggered back, his knees buckling as the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. The world seemed to tilt, and a low ringing filled his ears, drowning out everything around him. "And don't think that abomination of a quirk will save you. In any way, you are a failure, which is why your father took his anger out on me." Izuku crumpled to the floor, tears mixing with the blood on his face. He felt utterly broken, his hopes slipping through each word his mother spewed, but time waited for no one. He could feel his mother's harsh grasp on his wings. He let out a loud chirp in pain. "Let's get rid of these, then you never have to leave Mommy again," she said, dragging him into the kitchen and grabbing a pair of scissors. "But for now, let's just make sure you can't fly." Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as he struggled against his mother's grip. "No. Please, Mom, don't," he pleaded, but his words fell on deaf ears. Inko's face twisted with a cruel determination, and she forced him into a chair, pinning his wings down with one hand while brandishing the scissors with the other. He could feel the sharp pain of each cut before feeling a painful bend. Then a snap filled the apartment, and Izuku screamed in agony, his vision going white from the pain. His wings hung limply at his sides, broken and mutilated. Inko stepped back, a look of twisted satisfaction on her face. "There," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "Now you're not going anywhere." Izuku could barely breathe, the pain overwhelming his senses. He felt his hope shatter along with his wings. As he lay there, broken and bleeding, he could only think of one thing. He had to survive. He had to hold on, no matter how impossible it seemed. Izuku's mind raced, desperate for a way out. He thought of Aizawa and Tsukachi, the promise of safety, the life he could have. As the scissors closed in on his left wing, he summoned every ounce of strength he had left. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, Izuku wrenched his arm free and knocked the scissors from his mother's hand. They clattered to the floor, and Inko's eyes widened in shock and rage. "How dare you!" she screamed, but Izuku was already moving. He scrambled off the chair and bolted for the door, his wings aching with every movement. He could hear his mother's furious footsteps behind him, but he didn't stop. Bursting out of the house, Izuku ran into the night, the cool air stinging his lungs. He didn't know where he was going but knew he had to escape. Away from the pain, the fear, the hopelessness. He ran until his legs gave out, not paying attention to what or who was in front of him, leaving a blood trail behind him. Soon he hit something soft. Izuku's breath came in ragged gasps as he stared at the man standing over him. The red feathers glinted in the moonlight, and the hero's eyes, sharp and discerning, narrowed as he saw the injured boy. "Hey, kid," Hawks said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "What happened to you?" Izuku tried to speak, but his voice failed him. The pain from his wings and the exhaustion from running had sapped his strength. All he could do was look up at Hawks with fear and desperation. Suddenly, Izuku's vision blurred, and the world spun around him. He swayed on his feet, then collapsed, his head hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Hawks' eyes widened in shock as he saw the boy's wings, so similar yet different from his own. "What the F-?" Hawks muttered, crouching down beside Izuku. He carefully turned the boy over, checking for any signs of further injury. The sight of the broken and mutilated wings stirred something deep within. Hawks quickly scooped Izuku into his arms, his wings spreading wide. He took off into the night, the cool air rushing past them. He flew to his apartment. He knew he didn't want the small boy to meet the HPSC. He stared at the boy, not knowing what to do. Hawks was confused about how he got here. He was busy with villains and SXL assault cases. It was a busy day, and now there's a kid with a bandaged face, a messed up arm, and wings? Wait, what? "What the F-?" he said, looking over the frail boy's body. He could see the trail of blood and decided he shouldn't keep the kid here. He picked up the child. Was he around 9? Hawks stretched out his wings, revealing an impressive wingspan. Each feather was perfectly aligned, with primary feathers tapering at fine points and secondary feathers fanned out in a magnificent display. With a forceful push-up, his wings beat down in a powerful slide, propelling him upward. Hawks stared at the unconscious boy in his arms, his mind racing. "What have I gotten myself into?" he muttered under his breath. The blood trailing from Izuku's wings painted a gruesome picture, one that tugged at Hawks' usually well-hidden sense of empathy. He landed softly on the balcony of his apartment, his wings folding behind him. Carefully, he carried Izuku inside, laying him on the couch. The kid was a mess, with bandages covering his face and a broken arm. But it was the wings that caught Hawks' attention. They were unlike anything he'd seen before, so like his own, yet uniquely their own. "What kind of life have you been living, kid?" Hawks asked softly, more to himself than to Izuku. He moved quickly, gathering a first aid kit and some water. As he cleaned the wounds, he couldn't help but notice the peculiar facial expressions on the boy's face, even in his unconscious state, an odd mix of pain and determination. Hawks sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Guess I'm playing nurse now," he said with a wry smile. He wasn't exactly equipped for this kind of care, but he couldn't just leave the kid. There was something about him, a resilience that reminded Hawks of his own troubled past. As he worked, Hawks couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The Hero Public Safety Commission would have questions, and he wasn't ready to answer them. "Not yet. Gotta keep you hidden for now, kid," he murmured. "Don't worry, I'll figure something out." Izuku stirred, a soft groan escaping his lips. His eyes fluttered open, meeting Hawks' gaze. For a moment, they just stared at each other, the room filled with an unspoken understanding. Hawks blinked, momentarily taken aback by the clarity in the boy's green eyes. They were filled with an exhaustion that seemed to transcend his young age. For a heartbeat, the world outside ceased to exist, just the two of them in the dimly lit room, connected by a shared silence. Izuku shifted slightly on the couch, wincing as pain shot through his arm. Hawks moved closer, trying to gauge the boy's condition more closely. "Easy there," Hawks said softly, trying to offer some reassurance. "You're safe here, okay? Just take it slow." Izuku tried to speak, but his voice came out as a strained whisper. "Wings. Help." Hawks was caught off guard by the request. "You want me to help with your wings?" he asked, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the battered appendages. It was clear that Izuku's wings were as injured as the rest of him, with feathers matted in blood and dirt. "Yeah," Izuku replied, his eyes closing again as if the effort was too much. They hurt." Hawks nodded, trying to mask his own uncertainty. He knew the importance of wings to someone like him, but he'd never had to tend to someone else's, let alone someone with such a unique and damaged set. He grabbed a pair of tweezers and some antiseptic from the first aid kit, his hands steady despite the strange circumstances. As he worked on the injured wings, he was struck by how delicate they seemed, in stark contrast to the boy's fierce spirit. Each feather he touched reminded him of the pain Izuku had endured, and Hawks felt a pang of empathy he didn't expect. It reminded him of his own early days before he became a hero, before he learned to hide his own scars behind a confident smile. "All right, kid," Hawks said, his voice softer now. "This might hurt a bit, but we've got to get you cleaned up." Izuku nodded weakly, his trust in Hawks evident despite the pain. As Hawks continued to tend to him, he found himself talking, more to fill the silence than anything else. "You know, when I was your age, I didn't even think heroes were real," Hawks said with a chuckle. "Thought they were just some made-up characters on TV. Funny how things turn out, huh?" Izuku managed a small smile, his eyes closing as exhaustion took over once more. Hawks watched him momentarily, his mind racing with plans and possibilities. He knew he had to reach out to someone he trusted. He picked up his phone and sent a quick message to Aizawa, explaining the situation and asking for advice. He didn't want to involve too many people, but he knew he couldn't handle this alone. While waiting for a response, Hawks turned his attention back to Izuku. "You hungry, kid? I can make us something to eat." Izuku looked at him. "Am I able to?" Hawks looked at him again, shock painted on his face. No wonder the boy is so skinny, he thought to himself while grabbing his phone. "Does fried chicken sound good? I can't cook." Izuku's eyes widened a bit, and he nodded slowly. "Yeah, that sounds good." Hawks smiled, relieved to see a bit of light return to the boy's eyes. "All right then, fried chicken it is. Let's get you something to eat and then we can figure out the rest." He dialed the nearest takeout place, making a mental note to stock his kitchen better for the future. As he placed the order, Hawks glanced back at Izuku, who had settled back onto the couch, looking slightly more at ease. Hawks knew they had a long road ahead, but for now, the biggest thing was making sure the frail boy ate something. While waiting for the food to arrive, Hawks decided to check Izuku's vitals again, ensuring the boy's pulse was steady and his breathing was even. The sense of responsibility weighed heavily on him. This kid had been through hell, and it was now up to him to provide some semblance of safety and care. "You're going to be okay, kid," Hawks muttered, more to reassure himself than Izuku, who seemed to be drifting in and out of consciousness. Izuku's wings, despite their battered state, were fascinating. The potential strength in them, hidden beneath layers of grime and injury. He continued to carefully clean and bandage them, making sure to be as gentle as possible. The process was slow, and by the time he was done, Hawk's hands were trembling from the effort. There was a knock at the door, breaking the silence. Hawks quickly made his way to answer it, accepting the bag of food from the DLVY person with a grateful nod. He brought the food back to the living room, the aroma filling the air. "All right, food's here," Hawks said, placing the bag on the coffee table. He unpacked the containers, making sure to keep the portions small enough for Izuku's fragile state. He handed a piece of chicken to the boy, who took it with trembling hands. Izuku took a tentative bite, his eyes lighting up at the taste. It was clear he hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Hawks watched him eat, a mix of relief and sadness washing over him. As they ate, Hawks' phone buzzed with a message. It was from Aizawa, and Hawks quickly scanned the text. "Got your message. I'm on my way. Don't do anything stupid." Typical Aizawa, blunt and to the point. Hawks sighed in relief. He knew he could count on Aizawa to help him navigate this situation. He glanced at Izuku, who was still nibbling on his chicken, looking more alive with each bite. "Help is on the way, kid," Hawks said with a reassuring smile. "A friend of mine is coming over. He's a bit rough around the edges, but he's a good guy. He'll know what to do." Izuku nodded, looking slightly more at ease. Hawks could see the exhaustion still etched in his features, but there was also a glimmer of hope. They spent the next hour in relative silence, the occasional sound of chewing and the soft rustle of wings the only interruptions. Hawks kept an eye on Izuku, making sure he was comfortable and as pain-free as possible. The smell of fried chicken filled the apartment, adding a sense of normalcy to the otherwise tense atmosphere. Hawks kept a close eye on Izuku, who nibbled slowly, savoring each bite. It was clear that the boy hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, and seeing him eat brought a sense of relief to Hawks. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Hawks' phone buzzed with a message from Aizawa. "I'm here." Hawks walked over to the door and opened it, revealing Aizawa standing there, looking as serious as ever. He stepped inside, his eyes immediately locking onto Izuku. The boy's eyes widened, and he instinctively shrank back into the couch, his wings folding tightly around him. "Hey, it's okay," Hawks said gently, sensing Izuku's fear. "This is my friend Aizawa. He's here to help." Aizawa approached slowly, his gaze softening as he took in the sight of Izuku. "Midoriya, I'm glad to see you're safe," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. Izuku's eyes darted between the two heroes, his body tense with uncertainty. The memories of his mother's harsh grip and the terrifying encounter at the hospital were still fresh in his mind. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Izuku, we just want to help you," Aizawa said, sitting down on a chair across from the boy. "I know you've been through a lot, and I'm sorry for what happened at the hospital. But you can trust us. We want to make sure you're safe and cared for." Izuku hesitated, the fear and doubt clear in his eyes. What if she finds me again?" Aizawa's expression grew more determined. "We won't let that happen. We'll protect you, Izuku. You're not alone in this." Hawks nodded in agreement, moving to sit beside Aizawa. "We're here for you, kid. And we'll figure out how to keep you safe from now on." The room was silent for a moment, the weight of the situation hanging heavily in the air. Finally, Izuku took a deep breath, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Okay," he said softly. "I'll trust you." Aizawa's stern features softened even more, and he gave Izuku a reassuring nod. "Thank you. Now, let's get you cleaned up properly and make sure you're comfortable." With Hawk's help, Aizawa gently assisted Izuku, checking his injuries and making sure the boy was as comfortable as possible. They worked together in silence, the unspoken bond of trust growing stronger with each passing moment. As they finished, Hawk's phone buzzed again. It was a message from Detective Tsukachi, confirming that arrangements were being made to ensure Izuku's safety. "Good news, kid," Hawk said, showing the message to Izuku. "It's your choice if you want to stay with Aizawa or me." Izuku didn't know who he wanted to stay with, his memories kept returning to how Aizawa let his mom take him back. Aizawa noticed the conflict in Izuku's eyes and stepped closer, lowering himself to the boy's eye level. Izuku, I know I made a mistake letting your mother take you back. I'm truly sorry for that, and I promise it won't happen again. You don't have to decide right now. Just know that whichever one of us you choose, we'll make sure you're safe. Hawks nodded in agreement. Yeah, good. The important thing is that you're somewhere safe and comfortable. Take your time to think it over. Izuku glanced between the two heroes, feeling overwhelmed by the choice. He had a deep-seated fear of returning to his mother, and the trust he had started to build with Aizawa had been shaken. But he could see the sincerity in Aizawa's eyes and the determination in Hawk's. Can I stay with both of you? Izuku asked hesitantly. Aizawa and Hawks glanced at each other, nodding in unison. Of course, Aizawa replied. We can arrange something that works for you. We'll make sure you're always with someone you trust. Izuku nodded, feeling a bit of the weight lift off his shoulders. Thank you. With the decision made, Aizawa and Hawks began planning the logistics. Aizawa would take the first few days, and Hawks would take over after, ensuring Izuku had constant support. All right, kid, Hawks said with a smile. Let's get you settled in. We can work out the details later. Aizawa helped Izuku gather his things, ensuring the boy was comfortable with the arrangements. The day passed quickly, with Aizawa showing Izuku around his apartment, making it clear that he was welcome and safe. As Izuku started to get comfortable, he heard someone walk through the front door. Is the little listener here? He heard the voice say to Aizawa. He looked up from the couch and could see pro hero Present Mike. He got up from the couch, startled but curious. Yo, Shoyuta. You called and here I am. Present Mike announced, his usual loud and energetic demeanor filling the room. Aizawa rolled his eyes but couldn't help a small smile. Mike, keep it down. We have a guest who needs rest. Present Mike's eyes landed on Izuku, and his expression softened immediately. Hey there, little listener. You must be Izuku. I'm Present Mike, a friend of Aizawa. Don't worry, you're in good hands. Izuku nodded shyly, still processing the presence of another hero in the room. He hadn't expected to meet so many of them, especially not ones who seemed to genuinely care about his well-being. Mike stepped closer, lowering his voice. I brought some supplies and clothes. Thought the kid might need something more comfortable. Aizawa nodded appreciatively. Thanks, Mike. We could use all the help we can get. Mike handed a bag to Aizawa, who then turned to Izuku. Let's get you changed into something clean, all right? Izuku hesitated for a moment but then nodded. He took the bag from Aizawa and slowly made his way to the bathroom, still wary but beginning to trust the heroes around him. As Izuku changed, Aizawa and Mike had a quiet conversation. He's been through a lot, Aizawa said, glancing towards the bathroom door. We need to be careful and make sure he feels safe. Mike nodded. I get it. Poor kid looks like he's been through hell and back. Anything I can do to help, just let me know. Aizawa sighed. We need to keep this low profile. The Hero Public Safety Commission can't get wind of this until we have a solid plan. Hawks is already involved and will need his help too. Present Mike nodded, his usual exuberance tempered by the seriousness of the situation. Got it? I'll keep things quiet. Let's just make sure the kid knows he's safe now. When Izuku emerged from the bathroom, he was wearing a clean set of clothes that fit him much better. He looked at Aizawa and Mike, a small but genuine smile forming on his lips. Feel better? Aizawa asked, his tone gentle. Izuku nodded. Yes, thank you. Present Mike grinned. All right, now that you're all cleaned up, how about we get you something else to eat? We've got more food on the way and I'm sure you could use it. Izuku's eyes lit up at the mention of more food. He hadn't realized how hungry he was until he started eating the fried chicken. Yes, please, he said softly. As they waited for the next meal to arrive, the atmosphere in the apartment started to lighten. Present Mike kept the conversation going, sharing funny stories and jokes that had Izuku giggling quietly. Even Aizawa couldn't help but chuckle at some of Mike's antics. When the food finally arrived, they all sat around the coffee table, sharing a meal and a sense of camaraderie. Izuku felt a warmth spreading through him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He was beginning to understand that he was truly safe here, surrounded by people who cared. As the evening wore on, Izuku started to feel the weight of exhaustion settling in. Aizawa noticed and gently suggested, "Why don't you get some rest, Izuku? You've had a long day." Izuku nodded, barely able to keep his eyes open. Aizawa showed him to the guest room, making sure he was comfortable and had everything he needed. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to call for me, okay?" "Okay," Izuku whispered, already half asleep. Aizawa watched for a moment as Izuku drifted off, then quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. He joined Hawks and Present Mike in the living room, the three heroes sitting in a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. "We need to make sure he stays safe," Hawks finally said, breaking the silence. "Whatever it takes." Aizawa nodded in agreement. "We will. We'll keep him safe no matter what." Present Mike added, "And we'll help him heal too. He deserves a chance to be happy and live a normal life." As the night grew darker, the three heroes remained vigilant, united in their determination to protect the boy who had already endured so much. They knew the road ahead would be challenging, but they were ready to face it together, for Izuku's sake. In the safety of Aizawa and Present Mike's home, Izuku slept peacefully, surrounded by the warmth and protection he had longed for. For the first time in a long time, he felt a glimmer of hope for the future. Izuku woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside his window. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and took in his surroundings. The guest room was small but cozy, with a soft bed, a wooden dresser, and a few framed photographs on the walls. It felt welcoming, unlike any place he had been in for a long time. He could hear the faint sounds of Aizawa and Hizashi talking in the kitchen. The smell of breakfast wafted through the air, making his stomach rumble. Hesitantly, Izuku got out of bed and went to the kitchen. He could see cats roaming the halls. "Good morning, little listener." Hizashi greeted him cheerfully. "Hope you slept well." Aizawa gave him a nod. "Morning, kid. Hungry?" Izuku nodded shyly, feeling a warmth he hadn't felt in years. "Yes, thank you." The atmosphere was light and filled with casual conversation as they sat down to eat. Izuku found himself relaxing, the tension in his shoulders easing as he realized he was safe. "Hey, little listener," Hizashi said. "Would you like to go shopping today?" Izuku's eyes lit up. "Really?" Hizashi grinned. "Of course. We need to get you some new clothes and a few things to make you feel more at home. How does that sound?" Izuku's face brightened with excitement. "That sounds great. Thank you." After breakfast, they prepared to head out. Aizawa handed Izuku a comfortable hoodie and some sneakers. "Wear this, kid. It'll be a bit chilly outside." Izuku nodded, quickly changing into the clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt self-conscious about his wings. Sensing his hesitation, Hizashi gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about your wings, Izuku. We'll take it slow and make sure you're comfortable," Hizashi said gently. They left the apartment and made their way to a nearby shopping district. The bustling streets and vibrant storefronts starkly contrasted Izuku's isolation. He stayed close to Aizawa and Hizashi, feeling excited and nervous. As they entered a clothing store, Hizashi guided Izuku to the racks. "Pick out whatever you like, little listener. This is your chance to express yourself." Izuku hesitated at first but soon began to browse through the clothes. He picked out a few shirts, pants, and jackets. Aizawa and Hizashi helped him find the correct sizes, offering suggestions and ensuring he felt at ease. While Izuku was trying on clothes, Aizawa received a message from Hawks, who had been monitoring the situation. "How's the kid doing?" the message read. Aizawa quickly typed a reply. "He's adjusting. We're out shopping, trying to give him a sense of normalcy." Hawks responded with a thumbs-up emoji and a reminder to stay vigilant. Back in the store, Izuku emerged from the fitting room wearing a new outfit. He looked at Aizawa and Hizashi, seeking their approval. "You look great, Izuku." Hizashi exclaimed. "That color suits you." Aizawa nodded in agreement. "It does. How do you feel?" Izuku smiled shyly. "I feel good. Thank you." After purchasing the clothes, they headed to a nearby park to take a break. They found a quiet spot under a tree, and Hisashi pulled out a small picnic basket he had packed. As they sat together, enjoying the fresh air and snacks, Izuku felt content. He watched as a group of children played nearby, their laughter filling the air. For a moment, he allowed himself to imagine what it would be like to have an everyday life. Aizawa noticed the thoughtful expression on Izuku's face. "What's on your mind, kid?" Izuku glanced at him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I never thought I'd get to experience something like this. Being outside, feeling safe. It's all new to me." Hisashi reached out and gently squeezed Izuku's shoulder. "You deserve to feel safe and happy, Izuku. We're here to make sure you get that chance." A small, curious cat wandered over to them as they continued to enjoy the peaceful afternoon. It meowed softly, immediately catching Aizawa's attention. The cat was a beautiful tabby with striking green eyes and a playful demeanor. "Well, hello there," Aizawa said, his voice softening as he reached out to pet the cat. The cat responded enthusiastically, nuzzling against his hand before jumping into his lap. Aizawa's usually stoic expression melted into one of genuine affection. Izuku watched with wide eyes, amazed at how gentle and affectionate Aizawa could be with the cat. Hisashi chuckled at the sight. Aizawa loves cats. They have a way of bringing out his softer side. Aizawa scratched behind the cat's ears, eliciting a contented purr. "They're good company," he said, glancing up at Izuku. "Animals have a way of sensing when someone needs comfort." Izuku reached out tentatively, and the cat sniffed his hand before rubbing its head against his fingers. Izuku's face lit up with delight. "She's so friendly." "It looks like she likes you too," Hisashi grinned. "Maybe she'll visit us more often now." The cat stayed with them for the rest of the afternoon, moving between Aizawa, Hisashi, and Izuku, enjoying their attention and affection. It was a simple yet profound experience for Izuku, who longed for such normalcy and warm moments. As the sun set, they packed up the picnic and returned home. To their surprise, the cat followed them to the apartment. When they reached the front door, the cat sat there, looking up at them expectantly. Hisashi laughed. "Looks like we've got a new roommate. What do you think, Shoyuta?" Aizawa glanced at the cat and then at Izuku, who looked at him hopefully. "I think we should keep her. She seems to have chosen us." Izuku beamed. "Can we keep her?" Hisashi nodded. "Absolutely. But we need to give her a name." Aizawa smirked, scratching the cat under the chin. "How about BSRD?" Izuku and Hisashi both looked at him in surprise. "BSRD?" Izuku echoed. Aizawa shrugged. "She's got a bit of attitude following us home like this. I think it suits her." Hisashi laughed. "Well, BSRD it is then. Welcome to the family, BSRD." The cat meowed in agreement and pranced into the apartment as they opened the door. When they arrived back at the apartment, Izuku felt content the day had been perfect, filled with kindness and simple joys. He was starting to believe that he had found a place where he belonged. That evening, after dinner, they gathered in the living room again. Hisashi brought out a board game, and they spent the next few hours playing and laughing together, BSTRD curling up on Izuku's lap. Izuku genuinely enjoyed the simple pleasure of spending time with people who cared about him. When it was time for bed, Izuku felt a sense of peace. He knew there were challenges ahead, but he felt hopeful about the future for the first time in a long while. As he lay in bed, he curled up at his feet. He thought about the events of the day and the kindness he had been shown. He made a silent promise to himself to be strong and to make the most of this second chance. That night, however, the peace was shattered. Izuku woke up in a cold sweat, heart pounding in his chest. He had dreamt of his mother's harsh grip, the kids at school, the blood, the bathroom incident, and the pain he had endured. The room felt suffocating, and he struggled to catch his breath. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Aizawa appeared, followed closely by Hisashi. "Izuku, are you okay?" Aizawa asked, his voice calm but filled with concern. Izuku couldn't find his voice, tears streaming down his face. Hisashi sat beside him, gently pulling him into a comforting embrace. "It's okay, little listener. You're safe now. No one will hurt you here." Aizawa knelt in front of him, offering a reassuring nod. We're here for you, Izuku. You don't have to face this alone. Izuku liked his pause and walked over to the boy, moving onto his lap and starting to purr. What is it doing? Why is she vibrating? Izuku said, panicking. Hisashi chuckled softly, rubbing Izuku's back. That's called purring, Izuku. It means she's happy and content. She's trying to comfort you. Izuku stared at Bihi. The cat curled up on his lap, her purring resonating through his body. The warmth and gentle vibrations started to soothe him, easing the remnants of his nightmare. He tentatively stroked her fur, and Bihi responded by nuzzling into his touch. See? Even BSRD knows you're safe here, Aizawa said, his voice gentle. We all care about you. Izuku, we're here to help you through this. Izuku nodded, his breathing starting to calm as the comfort of his new family surrounded him. Thank you, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Hisashi smiled, continuing to rub Izuku's back. You don't have to thank us, little listener. We're happy you're here with us. Slowly, the tension in Izuku's body began to ease. Aizawa and Hisashi stayed with him until he felt calm. Enough to lie back down. Bihi remained curled on his lap, her purring acting as a gentle lullaby. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and Izuku drifted back to sleep, feeling safer than he had in a long time. The following day, Izuku woke up to the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains. Bihi was still on his lap, her eyes half closed but alert. He gently shifted her off, and she stretched before hopping off the bed. Izuku went to the kitchen, where Aizawa and Hisashi were already up, sipping coffee and preparing breakfast. They looked up as he entered, giving him reassuring smiles. Morning, Izuku, Aizawa greeted. How are you feeling today? Izuku took a moment to consider the question. Better, he said finally. Thank you for last night. Hisashi waved it off with a smile. No need to thank us. We're just glad we could help. How about some pancakes for breakfast? Izuku's eyes lit up at the mention of pancakes. Yes, please. The atmosphere was light and filled with casual conversation as they sat down to eat. Izuku relaxed again, the previous night's events fading into the background. He was starting to understand that he didn't have to face his fears alone anymore. After breakfast, Aizawa and Hisashi decided to take Izuku on a city tour. They wanted him to feel more comfortable with his new surroundings and show him that there was a world beyond the pain he had known. They visited vital landmarks, enjoyed lunch at a cozy cafe, and even stopped by a hero merchandise store. While browsing, Izuku found a plush Eraserhead toy. His eyes lit up and he hugged the toy close. Hisashi noticed and smiled. You like that one, huh? Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Eraserhead is my favorite. He's so cool and strong. Aizawa, who had been quietly watching, felt a warm pride swell in his chest. Good choice, kid, he said, ruffling Izuku's hair. The day was filled with laughter and new experiences, and by the time they returned home, Izuku felt a deep sense of gratitude and belonging. That evening, as they relaxed in the living room, Hisashi turned to Izuku. How about we start thinking about school? It might be a bit soon, but you must continue your education. Izuku hesitated. The thought of going back to school brought a mix of anxiety and hope. Do you think I'll be safe there? Aizawa placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. We'll find a school where you feel safe and supported. We won't let anything happen to you. Izuku nodded, feeling reassured by their words. I'll try. Hisashi smiled. That's the spirit, little listener. We'll start looking into options tomorrow. For now, let's enjoy the evening. As they watched a movie together, BSRD curled up beside Izuku, purring contentedly. Izuku felt a warmth in his heart that he hadn't felt in a long time. He knew that with Aizawa, Hisashi, and even BSRD by his side, he could face whatever challenges lay ahead. Izuku woke up early that morning covered in a cold sweat, his heart beating out of his chest. He couldn't remember the dream, but he was panicking more than he had before. He buried his head into his legs, his wings wrapped around him, trying to calm down. The door creaked open, and BSD slipped into the room, jumping onto the bed and nuzzling against Izuku's side. The cat's purring was soothing, and Izuku focused on the rhythmic sound to calm himself. Aizawa and Hisashi appeared in the doorway, their expressions filled with concern. "Izuku, are you all right?" Aizawa asked, his voice calm yet firm. Izuku nodded, though his breathing was still ragged. "I think so. Just a bad dream." Hisashi sat down on the bed, pulling Izuku into a gentle hug. "It's okay, little listener. You're safe here. We're here for you." Aizawa handed Izuku a glass of water. "Drink this and take a few deep breaths. You don't have to go to school today if you're not ready." "That's right, school." Izuku's breath quickened again as he remembered Bakugo and the pain. "I can't." Hisashi tightened his hug, his voice gentle and soothing. "It's okay, Izuku. You're safe here. You don't have to face everything all at once. We can take it one step at a time." Aizawa knelt beside the bed, looking Izuku in the eyes. "We're not going to let anything happen to you. We'll find a way to make school a safe place for you." Izuku took a few sips of water, his breathing slowly steadying. The memories of Bakugo and the bullying still haunted him, but the supportive presence of Aizawa and Hisashi gave him a small measure of comfort. I don't want to be a burden," Izuku whispered, tears welling up in his eyes. Aizawa and Hisashi exchanged a look, but there was no way Izuku was going to school that day. Not with a reaction like this. Aizawa gently squeezed Izuku's shoulder, his voice firm but kind. "Izuku, you are not a burden. Everyone needs help sometimes, and it's okay to lean on others. We're here to support you." Hisashi nodded in agreement, brushing a tear away from Izuku's cheek. "That's right. You're powerful, and asking for help doesn't make you any less so. We'll get through this together." Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the warmth and reassurance from his mentors. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice a bit steadier. "I'll try to take it one step at a time." Aizawa stood up, glancing at Hisashi. "Let's take today to rest. We'll talk to the school about what's happening and figure out a plan to make things better for you." Izuku nodded, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. "Okay, that sounds good." Hisashi smiled, gently ruffling Izuku's hair. "We'll be right here if you need anything. Just take it easy today, all right?" Izuku watched as they left the room, closing the door quietly behind them. He sighed long, feeling BSTRD's purring against his side. He wasn't alone. He had people who cared about him and were willing to help him through his struggles. Outside Izuku's room, Aizawa whispered to Hisashi, "I'm going to text Tsukachi and see what middle school Izuku attended. I will understand why he's so afraid of going to school." Aizawa prepared for his day at UA. He would rather have stayed with Izuku, but his responsibilities as a teacher were essential. He never skipped workdays, but today his mind was partly elsewhere. After his second class, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. During a break, he checked it. Detective Tsukachi, Aldra Junior High. After the school day, Aizawa was shocked when he saw the report Tsukachi had sent. 23 suspensions, 56 detentions. "Jesus, that doesn't seem right," he muttered. The report detailed numerous incidents of bullying, harassment, and violence, many involving Izuku as the victim. The lack of adequate response from the school administration was appalling. Aizawa wanted to punch something and tell Izuku that everything would be all right. He couldn't do anything to fix the past, but he could help him move forward. After finishing marking his class papers, Aizawa walked home. When he arrived, he saw Hisashi and Izuku cuddled on the couch, sleeping the day away. Whatever movie they had been watching was long over. Aizawa moved towards the couch and tapped Hisashi's shoulder, waking him. "Let's talk about something important." Hisashi worked on standing up, carefully grabbing Izuku, whose wings were utterly limp. He walked back into Izuku's bedroom, put him to bed, and closed the door. "What's up?" Aizawa handed Hisashi the report Tsukachi had sent. Hisashi scanned through the pages, his expression growing more severe with each line he read. "This is unacceptable," Hisashi said, his voice barely contained. "We must ensure that nothing like this ever happens to Izuku again. I think we should get him therapy. We don't know the underlying effects of what happened to him," Aizawa said. "But now I understand his reaction from earlier." Hisashi nodded, his expression resolute. "Therapy is a good idea. We need to help him process everything and give him the tools to cope with his trauma." Aizawa ran a hand through his hair, sighing heavily. We should find a therapist who specializes in dealing with trauma in teenagers, someone who can understand his unique situation. I'll start looking for someone tomorrow, Hisashi offered. We'll get recommendations and make sure we find the best fit for Izuku. Thank you, Hisashi, Aizawa said, gratitude evident in his voice. Izuku deserves the best care we can give him. Hisashi placed a reassuring hand on Aizawa's shoulder. We'll get through this together. Izuku is strong, and with our support he can heal. The two men shared a moment of understanding before Aizawa looked towards Izuku's bedroom door. I'm going to check on him. Make sure he's sleeping all right. Hisashi nodded. I'll make us some tea. We could both use something to calm our nerves. Aizawa quietly opened Izuku's door and stepped inside. Izuku was curled under the blankets, his wings twitching slightly as he slept. Yesterday was nestled next to him, the cat's presence a constant source of comfort. Aizawa sat on the edge of the bed, watching Izuku's peaceful face. He vowed to do everything in his power to protect this boy, to ensure he never had to face such horrors again. He gently brushed a strand of hair from Izuku's forehead, feeling a surge of paternal protectiveness. We'll make this right, Izuku, he whispered. You won't have to face any of this alone. As he left the room, Aizawa felt a renewed sense of determination. He joined Hisashi in the kitchen, accepting his friend's cup of tea. They sat in companionable silence, both lost in their thoughts about how best to help the young boy sleeping in the next room. The following day, Aizawa and Hisashi were up early, determined to start taking action. After a quick breakfast, Hisashi began calling to find a suitable therapist, while Aizawa drafted a letter to Aldra Junior High, detailing their failure to protect Izuku and demanding accountability. Izuku woke up to the smell of breakfast and the sounds of his mentors bustling around the kitchen. He felt a sense of warmth and safety he hadn't experienced in a long time. As he walked into the kitchen, Aizawa and Hisashi greeted him with smiles. Morning, Izuku, Hisashi chirped. How are you feeling? Izuku rubbed his eyes and stretched his wings. Better, I think. Thank you for everything. Aizawa nodded. We're always here for you. We have some plans to help you move forward, and we'll discuss them when you're ready. Izuku smiled, feeling a glimmer of hope. I'd like that. Later that day, Aizawa approached Izuku, who was sitting at the kitchen table with a nervous expression. Izuku, I know you've been through a lot, but we found a new school for you. It's a place where we believe you'll be safe and supported. Izuku's eyes widened. A new school? Aizawa nodded. Yes. It's different from Aldra. We've already talked to the staff, who know your situation. They're ready to help you transition smoothly. Izuku took a deep breath, his anxiety evident. What if it's the same as before? Hisashi joined them, placing a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. It won't be. We'll make sure of it. And you won't be alone. We'll be with you every step of the way. Izuku woke up early, his nerves jangling as he prepared for his first day at the new school. Aizawa helped him pick out his clothes and ensured he had everything in his backpack. Remember, you're not alone, Aizawa said as they stood by the front door. You've got us, and you've got your new teachers there to help you. Izuku nodded, trying to muster a smile. I'll do my best. Hisashi handed Izuku his lunch. You've got this, little listener. One step at a time. With that, they left the house and headed to the new school. Izuku felt a mix of fear and hope, but as he walked between Aizawa and Hisashi, he knew he had the support he needed to face this new chapter. With their guidance, he was ready to take the first step towards a brighter future. As they approached the school gates, Izuku could feel his anxiety creeping back. The large building loomed ahead, bringing back memories of Aldra Junior High and the torment he faced there. His wings tightened around his body instinctively. Aizawa noticed the change in Izuku's demeanor and touched his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, Izuku. This place is different. We've already spoken to the principal and your teachers. They know what you've been through and are here to help. Hisashi added with a warm smile, You're not alone in this. We're right here with you. And if there's ever a problem, you come straight to us. No hesitation. They made their way to the principal's office, where Principal Sato, A kind-looking man with a gentle smile greeted them. "Welcome, Midoriya. We're delighted to have you here," he said warmly. "Aizawa and Yamada have told me a lot about you. We will ensure you have the best experience possible here." Izuku nodded, trying to calm his racing heart. "Thank you, sir." Principal Sato led them to Izuku's homeroom, where his new teacher, Ms. Tanaka, awaited. She was a tall woman with kind eyes and a reassuring presence. "Hello, Midoriya. It's wonderful to meet you. We've been preparing for your arrival and are here to support you in any way you need." Izuku felt a wave of relief. "Thank you, Ms. Tanaka." Aizawa and Hisashi exchanged looks, feeling confident they had made the right decision. They gave him a reassuring nod as they left Izuku in Ms. Tanaka's care. "We'll be back to pick you up after school," Aizawa said. "Remember, one step at a time." Izuku watched them leave, feeling a mix of fear and determination. Ms. Tanaka guided him to his seat and introduced him to the class. "Class, this is Izuku Midoriya. He's new here, so let's make him feel welcome." The other students greeted him with friendly smiles and waves, easing some of his anxiety. Izuku found that his new classmates were kind and inclusive throughout the day. They helped him navigate the school, invited him to join their lunch group, and ensured he never felt alone. During a break, one of his classmates, a girl named Mei Hatsum, approached him. "Hey, Midoriya. I heard you like heroes. I'm a big fan too. Who's your favorite?" Izuku's eyes lit up. "I admire Eraserhead." Hatsum smiled. "My favorite is Midnight. She's cool. Maybe we can talk about heroes more later." Natsum looked at him. "Are your quirk wings? Do they work?" Izuku nodded, feeling more at ease with the friendly conversation. "Yes, my quirk gives me wings. They do work, but I'm still getting used to them." Mei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "That's so cool. I'd love to learn more about your quirk. Maybe we can help each other with our quirks." Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of belonging. "I'd like that. Thank you, Mei." The rest of the day went smoothly, with the supportive environment of the new school making a significant difference. Izuku participated in class, engaged with his peers, and even felt excited about learning again. As the school day ended, Aizawa and Hisashi waited for Izuku at the gate. The moment Izuku saw them, a big smile spread across his face. He ran over to them, his wings fluttering slightly with excitement. "How was your day, Izuku?" Hisashi asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. Izuku beamed. "It was perfect. Everyone was so nice, and I even made a new friend. Her name is Mei Hatsum, and she likes heroes too." Aizawa nodded, a proud smile tugging at his lips. "That's great to hear. We're proud of you for taking this step." As they walked home together, Izuku shared more about his day, feeling the weight of his previous school experiences lift off his shoulders. The supportive presence of Aizawa and Hisashi made all the difference, and he felt more hopeful about his future. When they got home, Biesterdy greeted them at the door, weaving between their legs and purring loudly. Izuku bent down to pet her, feeling the soothing vibration of her purring. "Hey, Biesterdy. I had a great day at school," Izuku said softly, the cat's presence adding to his sense of comfort. Hisashi smiled. "Why don't we celebrate with your favorite dinner? How does that sound?" Izuku's eyes lit up. "That sounds amazing." The evening was filled with laughter and warmth as they cooked and enjoyed a delicious meal together. Izuku felt deeply grateful for his new family and the second chance he had been given. Later that night, as Izuku was getting ready for bed, Aizawa and Hisashi sat with him to discuss their plans to support him further. "We spoke to a therapist today, someone who specializes in working with teenagers who have experienced trauma," Aizawa explained. "We think it would be good for you to talk to them. They can help you process everything you've been through and give you tools to manage your anxiety." Izuku nodded, appreciating their thoughtfulness. "I think that would be good. I want to get better and not be afraid all the time." Hisashi squeezed Izuku's hand. "We're here for you every step of the way. You don't have to face anything alone." Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you. I'll try my best." Aizawa smiled. "That's all we ask. One step at a time, remember?" Izuku woke up early that morning, the first rays of dawn creeping through the curtains. His heart raced with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Today was the day that Hawks, the pro-hero with wings as impressive as his own, would visit. Aizawa had mentioned the possibility of finally removing the bandages from Izuku's wings, and the thought filled him with both anticipation and a touch of fear. Would his wings be okay? Could they truly allow him to fly? These questions swirled in Izuku's mind as he dressed, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled on his shirt. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, noticing how much healthier he looked now than when he first arrived at Aizawa and Hisashi's home. He had gained some weight, his cheeks had a bit more color, and his eyes, though still wary, held a glimmer of hope. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Izuku went to the kitchen. Aizawa and Hisashi were already up, sipping their morning coffee. Their tabby cat, was lazily sprawled on the kitchen counter, purring contentedly. The scene was so peaceful, so ordinary, that it helped ease some of the tension in Izuku's chest. "Morning, Izuku," Aizawa greeted, his voice low and warm, his eyes softening with kindness as he looked up from his mug. "Morning," Izuku replied, managing a small smile. "Are Hawks still coming today?" Hisashi nodded enthusiastically, his usual upbeat energy evident even in the early hours. "He should be here in about an hour. How are you feeling, little listener?" Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. "I'm a bit nervous but also excited. I hope my wings are okay." Aizawa noticed the anxiety in Izuku's voice and walked over, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You're in good hands, Izuku. Hawks is one of the best. He knows exactly what he's doing and will be here with you the entire time." Izuku nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. "Thank you." They sat down for breakfast, the atmosphere filled with a comforting normalcy. Hisashi talked about the day's plans, trying to distract Izuku from his worries. It worked to some extent. By the time they were done eating, Izuku felt more grounded. Just as they were clearing the table, the doorbell rang. Aizawa went to answer it, and moments later, he returned with Hawks following behind. The winged hero flashed a bright smile, his eyes twinkling with warmth and a hint of mischief. "Hey kid, how are you feeling?" Hawks asked, his tone cheerful and reassuring as if they were old friends. Izuku stood up, feeling shy but grateful for Hawks' presence. "I'm okay. A bit nervous about taking the bandages off." Hawks nodded understandingly. "That's perfectly normal. But don't worry, we'll take it slow and make sure everything's all right." They moved to the living room, where Hawks set up a small table with medical supplies. Aizawa and Hisashi stayed close, offering their silent support. Sensing the importance of the moment, settled quietly on the couch, her green eyes watching intently. "All right, Izuku, let's take a look at those wings," Hawks said gently, his voice calm and soothing. Izuku sat down, feeling the cool touch of the couch beneath him. He took a deep breath and extended his wings as best as possible, wincing slightly at the movement. It had been a long time since he had moved them like this, and the muscles felt stiff and unused. Hawks worked with practiced ease, carefully removing the bandages layer by layer. He took his time, making sure not to cause Izuku any discomfort. As the last bandage fell away, Izuku's wings were revealed. Though still tender and needing grooming, they looked strong and healthy, the emerald green feathers catching the light and shimmering softly. "Wow," Hisashi breathed, admiration clear in his voice as he took in the sight. "Your wings look amazing, Izuku." Aizawa nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with pride. "You've come a long way, kid." Hawks smiled, inspecting the wings closely, his expert eyes checking for any signs of damage or lingering weakness. "They've healed nicely. You did a great job taking care of them." Izuku tentatively flexed his wings, feeling the air move through the feathers for the first time in ages. A sense of relief washed over him. "Thank you. It feels good to have them free again." Hawks took a step back, giving Izuku some space to stretch out and get used to the sensation of having his wings unbound. "How do they feel? Any pain or discomfort?" Izuku shook his head. "Just a little sore, but nothing too bad." Hawks nodded, his expression thoughtful. "That's good to hear. Now, Izuku, I have a question for you. How would you feel about starting to learn how to fly?" Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and excitement. Really? You think I can do it? Hawks grinned, his enthusiasm infectious. Absolutely. Your wings are strong, and with some training, you'll be soaring through the skies in no time. What do you say? Izuku felt excitement and determination, and flying gave him a new sense of purpose. I'd love to. Thank you, Hawks. Hawks clapped his hands together, his smile widening. Fantastic. We'll start with basic exercises to strengthen your wings and control. We'll take it step by step, okay? Izuku nodded eagerly. Okay. I'm ready. Aizawa and Hisashi exchanged proud smiles, watching as Izuku took another significant step forward in his journey. With Hawk's guidance and unwavering support, they knew Izuku was on his way to discovering his full potential. As they began the first lesson, the living room filled with the sound of encouragement and laughter. Hawks guided Izuku through stretches and light exercises, focusing on the muscles that would help him control his wings. The key to flying isn't just strength, it's also about balance and control, he explained. We'll start with the basics to get you comfortable. Izuku listened intently, following Hawk's instructions with determination. He stretched his wings, flapped them gently, and practiced holding steady. Each movement was deliberate, and Hawks corrected his form and offered tips. The winged hero's smile and constant encouragement made the process less daunting. Aizawa and Hisashi watched from the sidelines, their hearts swelling with pride. They knew this was a crucial moment for Izuku, not just in terms of his quirk but also in rebuilding his confidence and sense of self-worth. You're doing great, Izuku, Aizawa said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Yeah, little listener. Keep it up. Hisashi added, his enthusiasm infectious. Izuku felt a warmth spread through him at their words. He was grateful for their support and the opportunities they were providing him. As he continued to practice, he felt a growing sense of confidence. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he could spread his wings and fly. After an hour of practice, Hawks called for a break. They gathered around the kitchen table, sipping drinks and discussing Izuku's progress. You're a natural, Izuku, Hawks grinned, his tone filled with genuine admiration. With more practice, you'll be ready to take to the skies. Izuku beamed, feeling a sense of accomplishment that he hadn't felt in a long time. Thank you, Hawks. I can't wait to learn more. Hawks leaned forward, his expression serious but encouraging. Learning to fly is a big step, and setting some goals is important. What do you hope to achieve with your flying, Izuku? Izuku thought for a moment, his eyes reflecting his determination. I want to be able to use my quirk to help others, just like you and the other heroes. I want to prove to myself that I can do it. Hawks nodded approvingly, recognizing the resolve in Izuku's voice. Those are great goals. And with your determination, I have no doubt you'll achieve them. Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, gently squeezing it. We'll support you every step of the way. You're not alone in this. Hisashi smiled warmly, his eyes shining with pride. You've got this, little listener. We're all here to help you reach your goals. Izuku felt a swell of gratitude and hope, his heart full as he looked around at the people who had become his family. With their support and Hawk's guidance, he knew he could overcome any obstacle and achieve his dreams. After their break, Hawks stood up and stretched his wings, the movement fluid and practiced, reminding Izuku just how much he aspired to master his abilities. Ready for the next step, Izuku? Izuku nodded eagerly, feeling more confident after the initial exercises. Yes, I'm ready. Hawks grinned. Great. Now, let's take this outside. The next part of your training will require a bit more space. They all moved to the balcony, which overlooked the city. The morning air was crisp, and the sky was a clear blue, perfect flying weather. Hawks stepped to the edge of the balcony and turned to face Izuku. Before we get you airborne, I want you to feel the wind under your wings. Stretch them out and let the breeze move through the feathers. Get a sense of how the wind interacts with your wings. Izuku followed Hawk's instructions, spreading his wings fully for the first time outside the safety of the apartment. He closed his eyes and focused on the sensation of the wind. It was gentle but persistent, tugging at his feathers and giving him a small taste of what it might feel like to be in the air. Good, Hawks said, watching him closely. Now, try flapping your wings slowly. Feel how the wind changes with each movement. Izuku began to flap his wings carefully, then with more confidence as he got used to the feeling. The wind beneath his wings felt natural, and for a moment he imagined himself lifting off the ground. Hawks continued to guide him, offering tips on adjusting his wing movements to catch the wind better. Flying is all about understanding how your wings work with the wind. It's like a dance, and the more you practice, the more in sync you'll become. After a few minutes of practice, Hawks nodded approvingly. Alright, let's try a small hover. Don't worry about going too high, just a few inches off the ground. Izuku's heart raced with excitement and nerves. He took a deep breath, focusing on Hawks' words and the feeling of the wind beneath his wings. He began to flap harder, slowly increasing the intensity. The wind caught under his wings, and he felt his feet start to lift off the balcony. He wobbled momentarily, but Hawks was beside him, offering support and ensuring he didn't panic. You've got this, Izuku. Steady now, Hawks encouraged, his voice steady and confident. Izuku adjusted his wings, finding a rhythm that worked, and soon he was hovering a few inches off the ground. The sensation was incredible. He was flying. It wasn't much, but it was his first taste of actual flight, and it was more exhilarating than he could have ever imagined. Aizawa and Hisashi, who had been watching closely, couldn't contain their excitement. You're doing it, Izuku. Hisashi cheered, his voice filled with pride and joy. Aizawa's expression softened with pride as well. Keep going, Izuku. You're doing great. Izuku maintained the hover for a few more seconds before gently lowering himself to the balcony. When his feet touched the ground, he looked up at Hawks with wide, exhilarated eyes. I did it. Hawks grinned, clapping him on the back. You sure did, kid. And that's just the beginning. You'll fly like a pro in no time with more practice. Izuku's heart swelled with pride and joy. He had taken his first natural step toward mastering his quirk, which felt amazing. Thank you, Hawks. I can't wait to keep learning. Hawks nodded, his eyes filled with warmth and encouragement. I'm proud of you, Izuku. You've got the heart of a true hero, and with your wings, there's no limit to how high you can soar. They spent the rest of the morning practicing more advanced hovering techniques and light gliding. Hawks taught Izuku how to control his descent and land softly, skills that would be crucial as he began to fly more confidently. The exercises were challenging, but Izuku tackled each with determination, driven by the desire to improve and the knowledge that he was finally progressing toward his dream. By the time they wrapped up the lesson, Izuku was exhausted but elated. His wings felt sore from the effort, but it was a good kind of soreness, a reminder of how much he had accomplished. He had pushed himself beyond what he thought was possible and was eager to keep going. As they returned to the living room, Hawks turned to Izuku with a serious yet encouraging expression. Flying isn't just about the physical, Izuku. It's about believing in yourself, trusting your instincts, and knowing you can overcome any fear. You've shown that today. Izuku nodded, absorbing Hawks' words. I'll keep practicing. I want to be the best I can be. Aizawa and Hisashi exchanged proud smiles, knowing that Izuku had made tremendous progress, not just with his quirk but in his journey of healing and self-discovery. They had seen him grow stronger, more confident, and more determined, and they were optimistic that he would continue to thrive. As the day wound down, Hawks prepared to leave, but not before giving Izuku one last piece of advice. Remember, flying is freedom. It's your chance to break free from whatever's holding you back. Embrace it, and never forget how far you've come. Izuku watched Hawks spread his wings and take off into the sky, feeling inspired and motivated. He knew that with continued practice and the support of his mentors, he could achieve anything. The sky was no longer a distant dream but within his reach. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the city, Izuku stood on the balcony, his wings unfurled and ready. He felt the wind against his feathers and closed his eyes, imagining the day he would soar high above the clouds, free and unafraid. With Aizawa, Hisashi, and Hawks by his side, he knew that day wasn't far off. For the first time in a long time, Izuku felt hopeful and excited about the future. He was ready to spread his wings and fly one step closer to becoming the hero he always dreamed of being. As the stars twinkled in the evening sky, Izuku knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, he would face them head-on with courage, determination, and the unwavering support of those who believed in him. The months have passed. It doesn't feel like he has been with Shota and Hisashi for 5 months already. For most kids, today was a day of celebration, of cake and presents and being surrounded by friends and family. But for Izuku, birthdays had always been a dark mark on the calendar. His mom was consistently hitting him more. He could still remember the sting of her hand, the coldness in her eyes, and the way her voice would twist into something venomous. As if the very fact of his existence was something she needed to punish. So now, as the morning sun filtered through his bedroom window, Izuku felt a familiar anxiety tightening in his chest. His mind knew that he was safe here, that Shota and Hisashi would never hurt him, but his body couldn't shake the instinctual fear that came with this day. Izuku sat quietly in his room, his wings wrapped around him like a protective shield, trying to focus on the sounds of the apartment, the soft hum of the coffee machine, the distant murmur of voices, BSDRDs purring beside him. But the memories were more complicated to push away than usual. A knock on his door pulled him from his thoughts. "Izuku? Are you awake?" Hisashi asked him, his voice always cheerful. Izuku hesitated before answering, his voice small. "Why yeah, I'm awake." The door creaked open, and Hisashi peeked in with a warm smile. "Morning, little listener. How are you feeling today?" Izuku forced himself to sit up, the knot in his chest tightening. "I'm okay." Hisashi's smile softened as he entered the room, sitting on the edge of the bed. "It's okay if you're not, you know. Shota and I are here for you, no matter what." Shota entered the room, joining the two, his usual calm demeanor softened by concern. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears, the weight of his emotions threatening to overwhelm him. "It's just, my birthday was never a good day. It was always worse." Shota's expression tightened with anger and sadness. He had known, of course, about the abuse Izuku had suffered, but hearing it directly from him never got easier. "I'm so sorry you had to go through that," he said softly. "But you're not there anymore, Izuku. You're here with us, and we will make sure this birthday is different." Izuku wiped his eyes, holding back the tears. "I don't know if I can ever see it as a good day." "You don't have to," Shota said gently. "But it doesn't have to be a bad day anymore. We won't force anything on you, but Hisashi and I want to spend the day with you. Just the 3 of us, doing whatever you want. No pressure, no expectations, just a day for you to feel safe and cared for." Izuku looked up at Shota and Hisashi, their eyes filled with warmth and concern. It was so different from the coldness and anger he had grown up with. He wanted to believe them, to trust that today could be different, but the fear and the memories were still so intense. "I don't know what I want to do," Izuku admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. The thought of deciding how to spend the day seemed overwhelming, as if he didn't deserve a say in something like that. Hisashi gently took Izuku's hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "That's okay, little listener. You don't have to decide right now. How about we start with something simple? We can have breakfast together, and if you feel like doing something after that, we'll go from there. No rush, no pressure." Izuku hesitated but then nodded. Breakfast sounded manageable, and he felt better knowing he wouldn't be alone. "That sounds nice." Hisashi's smile widened, and he gave Izuku's hand another gentle squeeze before standing up. "Great. I'll get everything ready. Shota's making pancakes, your favorite." Izuku blinked in surprise. "You remembered?" "Of course," Shota said, his tone soft. "We pay attention, Izuku. We care about what makes you happy." The sincerity in Shota's voice brought a fresh wave of emotion to Izuku's chest, but this time, it wasn't fear or anxiety, it was something warmer that made him feel safe. He nodded again, this time with a bit more certainty. "Thank you." Shota nodded, his expression calm but reassuring. "Take your time getting ready. We'll be in the kitchen when you can join us." With that, Shota and Hisashi left the room, closing the door behind them. Izuku sat there for a moment, letting their words sink in. He was still nervous, still afraid of what the day might bring, but he also felt a tiny spark of hope. Today could be different. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to let that tiny spark of hope grow within him. The idea that today could be different and that it didn't have to be filled with fear and pain was something he wanted to believe in. He glanced around his room at the little touches that Shota and Hisashi had added over the past few months: a new set of shelves where he could keep his books and collectibles, a soft blanket Hisashi had brought home one day because he thought the color would look lovely in Izuku's room, and a framed picture of the three of them together at the park. All these things were reminders that his life had changed, that he was no longer alone or unwanted. He dressed, choosing a comfortable sweater and jeans that Hisashi had helped him pick out during one of their many shopping trips. As he buttoned up the shirt, he caught sight of himself in the mirror. He looked different. There was still much work to be done, still so much fear and uncertainty to overcome, but he was starting to see the small changes in himself. He looked healthier, his face not as gaunt as before, and his eyes, though still carrying the weight of his past, now had a hint of light in them, a light that reflected the care and kindness he had received from Shota and Hisashi. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, smoothing down the few stubborn strands that always seemed to stick up, and then turned to leave his room. He, sensing his movement, hopped down from the bed and trotted beside him as he made his way to the kitchen. When he entered, he was still getting used to the sight that greeted him: Shota and Hisashi bustling around the kitchen, the smell of pancakes filling the air, and the table set with care. There were even a few small flowers in a vase on the table, a touch that Izuku knew was all Hisashi. "Good mornin'," Hisashi said when he saw Izuku. "Breakfast is almost ready." "Morning," Izuku replied, managing a small smile. The knot in his chest loosened a bit more as he sat at the table. Bee immediately hopped down from her chair and rubbed against his legs, purring contentedly. Shota brought over a stack of pancakes and placed them in front of Izuku, along with a small bowl of strawberries. "Eat as much as you want. There's plenty more where that came from." Izuku looked down at the pancakes, neatly stacked and topped with a handful of strawberries, just like he liked them. He hesitated momentarily, then picked up his fork and took a bite. The strawberry sweetness mixed with the pancake's warmth, and he felt a rush of emotion. This was what a birthday could be: simple, comforting, filled with small acts of kindness that made him feel cared for. As they ate, Izuku could hear them talking about their classes for next year's semester. It always bore him. They didn't mention his birthday again, and Izuku was grateful. They gave him the space he needed, allowing him to be present without the weight of expectations. It made him feel more secure and willing to trust that today could be different. After breakfast, Hisashi stretched and leaned back in his chair. "So, Izuku, we were thinking, how would you feel about walking in the park today? It's a beautiful day outside, and we could bring BSRD along. She loves the park." Izuku hesitated, the idea of going outside appealing and intimidating. The park was filled with happy families and children playing things that had always made him feel like an outsider. But now, with Shota and Hisashi, maybe it would be different. Perhaps he could start making new memories that weren't filled with pain. "That sounds nice," Izuku said quietly, surprising himself with how much he meant it. "I think I'd like to go." Hisashi beamed, clearly pleased with his response. "Great. We'll pack a little picnic and spend the day relaxing and enjoying the sunshine. How does that sound?" Izuku nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "That sounds nice." Shota gave him an approving nod. "We'll get everything ready. You can help us pack, or if you'd rather, you can relax until we're ready to go." "I'll help," Izuku said, wanting to participate in the preparations. It felt good to contribute, to be involved in something as simple as getting ready for a day out. It made him feel like he was indeed part of this family, not just an outsider looking in. Together, they packed a picnic basket with sandwiches, fruit, and snacks. Hisashi included some of Izuku's favorite treats, while Shota added a thermos of tea and a small juice bottle. They also packed a blanket to sit on and BSTRD's favorite toy, knowing the cat would want something to chase around. Shota picked BSTRD up and put on his HRZs. Then they set out for the park. The walk was peaceful, with the sun shining down on them and a gentle breeze rustling through the trees. BSTRD trotted beside them, occasionally darting off to investigate something before hurrying back to Izuku's side. The park was just as beautiful as Hisashi had described, with flowers in full bloom and families enjoying the day's warmth. They found a quiet spot near a small pond, where the water was clear and still, reflecting the sky above. It was the perfect place to relax, away from the noise and bustle of the city. Hisashi spread the blanket, and they all sat down. Bihi immediately curled up beside Izuku, her green eyes half closed in contentment. They spent the next few hours in quiet companionship, talking and laughing as they enjoyed the peaceful surroundings. Shota and Hisashi didn't push Izuku to do anything he wasn't comfortable with. They let him set the pace, ensuring he felt safe and at ease. As the afternoon wore on, Shota reached into the picnic basket and pulled out a small box and an envelope. He handed the envelope to Izuku first, his expression serious but kind. "We have something for you, Izuku. Something we've been thinking about for a while." Izuku looked at the envelope, his heart racing as he took it from Shota. He opened it slowly, his hands trembling slightly as he slid out the papers inside. When he saw what they were, his breath caught in his throat. "Adoption papers?" Izuku whispered, his eyes wide as he looked up at Shota and Hisashi. Do you want to adopt me?" Hisashi's smile was soft, his eyes shining with emotion. "We do, Izuku. We've talked about it a lot, and we both want this more than anything. We want you to be a part of our family, officially." Shota nodded, his voice calm but filled with emotion. "You've been with us for 5 months now, and in that time, you've become like a son to us. We want to make it official, but only if that's what you want. There's no pressure. You can take all the time you need to decide." Izuku stared at the papers in his hands, his mind racing. This was something he had never even dared to hope for, having a real family, one where he felt safe and loved. The idea of being adopted, of officially becoming part of Shota and Hisashi's family, was overwhelming in the best possible way. But at the same time, the weight of his past, the scars left by his mother's abuse, made him hesitate. Could he really let himself believe that he deserved this kind of happiness? He looked up at Shota and Hisashi, their expressions filled with nothing but warmth and sincerity. They were offering him a home, a family, something he had always longed for but never thought he would have. And in that moment, despite the fear and doubt that still lingered in his heart, he felt a spark of hope that maybe, just maybe, he could have the life he had always dreamed of. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he wiped them away quickly, trying to find the words to express what he was feeling. "I don't know what to say," he whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. Hisashi reached out and gently placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You don't have to say anything right now, little listener. We just wanted you to know that this is something we want, and we're here for you no matter what you decide." Shota nodded, his gaze steady and reassuring. "There's no rush, Izuku. Take all the time you need to think about it. We'll be right here, supporting you every step of the way." Izuku clutched the adoption papers to his chest, feeling the weight of their words sink in. He had spent so much of his life feeling unwanted and unloved, and now, for the first time, he was being offered a chance at something better. It was almost too much to take in, but as he looked at Shota and Hisashi, he knew that he wanted this more than anything. He wanted to be a part of their family. After a few moments of silence, Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. "I want this too," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I want to be a part of your family." Hisashi's eyes filled with tears as he embraced Izuku tightly. "Oh, Izuku, we're so happy to hear that. You have no idea how much this means to us." Shota touched Izuku's back, his expression softening with relief and joy. "You're already a part of our family, Izuku. This makes it official. Do you want to be an Aizawa or a Yamada?" Hisashi asked the boy. Izuku's voice was quiet, but the weight of his decision hung in the air. The simple act of choosing a name, of claiming his place in this new family, was more profound than he had ever imagined. "Aizawa," he repeated as if trying to solidify the word in his mind and heart. It felt right, like a piece of him was finally falling into place. Shota smiled softly, pride and emotion evident in his usually stoic eyes. "Then Aizawa it is. Welcome to the family, Izuku." Hisashi wiped a tear from his eye, his usual exuberance tempered by his deep affection for the boy sitting between them. "You're officially one of us now," he said, his voice filled with warmth. "And that means you're stuck with us forever, little listener." "We should head home, it's getting late," Shota said. Izuku's heart fluttered as they packed up the picnic remnants and made their way back home. The idea of finally being part of a family, of having people who genuinely cared for him, was still sinking in. The warmth of Shota and Hisashi's affection wrapped around him like a blanket, chasing away the lingering shadows of his past. Deku trotted happily at his side, oblivious to the life-changing moment that had just occurred. Izuku stood in the doorway, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The sight of Hawks in their apartment, the birthday cake with the 13 candle, and the warmth radiating from Shota and Hisashi made it almost too much to process. He could only stare for a moment, feeling the rush of emotions inside him: gratitude, joy, and a touch of wonder at how his life had changed so drastically in just a few short months. Hawks grinned as he approached Izuku, his wings ruffling slightly, making them seem even more impressive. "I wouldn't miss this for the world, kid," Hawks said, his voice full of genuine affection. "Shota and Hisashi told me today was a big day, so I thought I'd drop by to celebrate with you." Hisashi clapped his hands together, his energy infectious. "Let's get this party started, shall we? We've got cake, and Hawks brought something special too." Hawks passed him a small box. "Happy birthday, eyes." Izuku unwrapped it. His eyes widened. It was a small phone. Izuku stared at the phone in his hands, his emotions swirling as he processed what Hawks had just said. It was more than just a gift. It was a symbol of belonging, of having someone who cared about him enough to stay connected. For someone who had spent so much of his life feeling isolated and unwanted, the gesture touched him deeply. "Thank you," Izuku whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He looked up at Hawks, Shota, and Hisashi, the three people who had done so much to make him feel safe and loved. "Thank you so much." Hawks grinned, ruffling Izuku's hair playfully. "No need to thank me, kid. Just make sure you use it, okay? Call me anytime you want to talk or if you need anything. We're family now." Izuku nodded, clutching the phone tightly. "I will. I promise." Hisashi, ever the exuberant one, beamed with pride and excitement. "Now that's settled, let's cut the cake. We can't let those candles burn out, can we?" They all gathered around the table, and Izuku was ushered to the center. Shota handed him a knife, his expression softening with a rare, gentle smile. "You're the birthday boy, Izuku. The first slice is yours." Izuku took the knife, his hands steady despite the rush of emotions he felt. He carefully cut into the cake, the sweet aroma filling the room as he pulled away the first slice. Hisashi immediately cheered, clapping his hands in delight. "Well done, little listener. Now let's dig in." As they each took a piece of cake, the room filled with laughter and the sound of light-hearted conversation. Hawks told stories of his recent hero work, making them all laugh with his exaggerated tales. Hisashi and Shota shared their own experiences, talking about the students at UA High and some of the more amusing moments from their classes. Izuku listened, a soft smile on his face as he savored the cake. It was delicious, sweet but not overly so, and the frosting had just the right amount of creaminess. But more than the taste, it was the atmosphere that made it special. For the first time in his life, he was celebrating his birthday surrounded by people who genuinely cared about him. There was no fear, no pain, just warmth and love. After the cake, they moved to the living room, where Hawks stretched out his wings and made himself comfortable on the couch. Hisashi put on some music, the upbeat tunes filling the room as they settled in for the evening. "So, Izuku," Hawks said, leaning forward with a grin. "Now that you've got your wings healed and you're officially part of the Aizawa family, what's next? Any big plans?" Izuku thought for a moment, the excitement and hope from earlier in the day still buzzing in his chest. "I want to keep training," he said, his voice gaining strength with each word. "I want to get stronger and learn how to use my wings to help people. I want to be a hero, like you." Hawk's grin widened, his eyes shining with pride. "That's a great goal, kid. With Shota and Hisashi here to guide you, and with your determination, I have no doubt you'll get there." Shota nodded, his expression serious but full of quiet support. "You've already come so far, Izuku. We'll help you every step of the way." Hisashi, ever the cheerleader, pumped his fist in the air. "That's the spirit, little listener. You've got all the potential in the world, and with us by your side, there's nothing you can't do." Izuku felt his heart swell with gratitude. "Thank you," he said again, his voice soft but filled with emotion. "For everything." As the evening wore on, they continued talking and laughing, the atmosphere light and full of joy. Eventually, though, the day's excitement began to catch up with Izuku. His eyelids grew heavy, and he found himself leaning against Shota, the warmth of the room and the comforting presence of his new family lulling him into a peaceful drowsiness. Shota noticed, gently ruffling Izuku's hair. "Looks like it's time for someone to get some sleep." Hisashi chuckled, his eyes soft with affection as he looked at Izuku. "It's been a big day after all." Izuku nodded, too tired to argue. He was content, more than content, as Shota helped him to his feet and guided him to his bedroom. Bisu followed, her tail swishing lazily as she padded alongside them. Once in his room, Izuku changed into his pajamas and slipped under the covers, the events of the day playing through his mind. Shota and Hisashi stood by the door, watching him with warm, proud expressions. "Good night, Izuku," Shota said, his voice low and soothing. "Sleep well." Hisashi smiled, giving a small wave. "Sweet dreams, little listener. We'll see you in the morning." Izuku smiled, "Good night, Shota and Yami." As they left the room, Biki jumped onto the bed, curling beside Izuku with a contented purr. Izuku reached out to slide his fur, his thoughts drifting as he closed his eyes. Today had been more than he could have ever hoped for. For so long, his birthday had been a day of pain and fear, but now it was something beautiful, something he could cherish. He had a family who loved him, who supported him, and who believed in him. And for the first time in his life, he believed in himself too. As sleep began to take him, Izuku whispered to himself the words that had been echoing in his heart all day. "I'm home." Izuku woke up to the soft rays of morning sunlight filtering through his curtains. The gentle warmth on his face stirred him from sleep, and he blinked his eyes open, stretching lazily. It was a Saturday, usually reserved for rest, though Izuku had never quite gotten used to the idea. Weekends had always been lonely, filled with dread during his time with his mother. But now, things were different. He sat up in bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and glanced around his room. The sight of the soft blanket Hisashi had given him, the new bookshelves filled with things he cherished, and the framed photo of him with Shota and Hisashi brought comfort. He felt a warm glow of contentment as he realized again that this place was his home. After peaceful reflection, Izuku got out of bed and dressed in a comfortable t-shirt and jeans. As he headed towards the kitchen, he noticed something unusual. The apartment was quieter than usual. Typically, he could hear Shota's quiet footsteps or Hisashi's energetic humming echoing through the halls, but today, there was only silence. Izuku's curiosity was piqued as he walked into the kitchen, expecting to see both of his adoptive fathers. Instead, only Hisashi sat at the table with a cup of coffee. He looked up as Izuku entered and greeted him with a warm smile. "Morning, little listener," Hisashi said, his usual cheerfulness evident in his tone, though there was a slight hint of something more in his eyes. Excitement, maybe? Or was it nerves? "Morning," Izuku replied, returning the smile. He looked around, his confusion growing. "Where's Shota? I don't hear him anywhere." Hisashi motioned for Izuku to come over and sit down. "Shota had to step out early this morning. There's something important we need to talk about." Izuku felt a flutter of nervousness in his chest as he approached the table and sat down. Biasu jumped into his lap, immediately nuzzling against him, sensing his unease. He stroked her fur absently, his eyes on Hisashi, waiting for him to explain. Hisashi took a deep breath, his expression gentle and reassuring. "Aizawa had to step out for a bit, but he'll be back soon. In the meantime, there's something important we need to talk about, something that might surprise you." Izuku blinked, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Hisashi smiled softly, reaching across the table to take Izuku's hand. "Izuku, we care about you very much, right? You've become such an important part of our lives, and we're so proud of your progress. Izuku nodded, feeling a warmth in his chest at Hisashi's words. I know, and I feel the same way. You and Aizawa have done so much for me. Hisashi nodded, his smile widening. Yes. You know how much Shota and I love having you as part of our family, right? We've been thinking a lot about our family and what it means to us, and we've decided to make it a little bigger. Izuku's eyes widened, his mind racing as he tried to piece together what Hisashi said. Bigger? You mean? Hisashi squeezed his hand gently, his eyes shining with excitement. That's right, little listener. Shota and I are adopting another child. You're going to have a brother. The words hung in the air momentarily, and Izuku could hardly believe what he heard. A brother? His thoughts swirled as he tried to comprehend the idea. He had spent so much of his life feeling alone, and now, not only did he have two loving guardians, but he was also about to have a sibling. A brother? Izuku whispered, his voice full of wonder and disbelief. Hisashi nodded, his smile full of warmth and pride. Yes. We've been in the process of adopting him for a little while now. His name is Hitoshi, and we think you two will get along well. Izuku's mind buzzed with a mix of emotions. He had never imagined having a sibling, let alone being part of a family where he felt loved and accepted. The thought of having a brother, someone who might understand him, someone he could share things with, filled him with a strange, overwhelming sense of happiness and fear. What's he like? Izuku asked, his voice trembling slightly as he tried to control his emotions. Hisashi's eyes softened as he spoke. Hitoshi is a little older than you. He's been through some tough times, much like you have, but he's strong and smart. He's got a dry sense of humor, and I think you'll find he's someone you can talk to. Izuku looked up at Hisashi, his eyes wide and bright. I think it's amazing. I've always wanted a brother. Someone I can talk to, someone who understands what it's like to be different. I'm just surprised. Hisashi's smile softened, and he leaned in to give Izuku a reassuring hug. That's completely normal, little listener. It's a big change, but we'll go through it together. And I think you and Hitoshi are going to be great brothers. Izuku hugged Hisashi back, feeling the warmth and love in the embrace. Thank you, Hisashi. I'm really happy. I can't wait to meet him. Hisashi pulled back, his eyes twinkling with pride. That's the spirit, Izuku. We're so proud of you, and we know you'll be an amazing little brother. Izuku felt a swell of emotion in his chest, a mix of happiness, anticipation, and a sense of responsibility. He had always been the one who needed protection and guidance, but now he would have someone to look out for, someone with whom to share his experiences. Do you know when he'll be coming home? Izuku asked, his voice filled with eager curiosity. Hisashi chuckled, ruffling Izuku's hair. It could be as soon as tomorrow, depending on how things go today. Shota will call us when he has more news, so we'll just have to wait and see. Izuku nodded, his mind racing with thoughts about what having a brother would be like. He wondered what Hitoshi was like, his quirk, and how they would get along. But no matter what, Izuku was determined to make Hitoshi feel as welcome and loved as he had felt when he first came to live with Shota and Hisashi. They spent the rest of the day talking about what it would be like to have Hitoshi join their family, with Hisashi sharing stories about his own experiences with siblings growing up. Izuku listened eagerly, absorbing every word as he imagined his life with a brother by his side. As the day went on, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement building within him. This was a new chapter in his life that he never could have imagined just a few months ago. And now, with the prospect of having a brother, his heart felt full of hope and happiness. As they sat down for dinner that evening, Izuku noticed that Shota still hadn't returned. He glanced at Hisashi, who smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Izuku. Shota's probably just ensuring everything is perfect before bringing Hitoshi home. Izuku nodded, trying to be patient, though the anticipation was almost too much to bear. He wanted to meet Hitoshi to see what kind of person his new brother would be and to start building a bond with him. Just as dinner ended, the apartment door opened, and Shota stepped inside. Izuku's heart leapt in his chest as he saw Shota's familiar figure, and he quickly jumped to his feet, his wings fluttering with excitement. Shota! Izuku exclaimed, rushing over to him. Did you bring Hitoshi? Shota smiled softly, his eyes warm with affection as he placed a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. I did, Izuku. He's right outside. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, his heart racing with excitement and nerves. This was the moment he had been waiting for all day, and now that it was here, he could hardly believe it. Shota stepped aside, and Izuku saw a boy standing in the doorway for the first time. He looked older than Izuku, with messy indigo hair and a guarded expression. His face was covered in bandages. His posture was slightly tense as if he wasn't sure what to expect. But something in his eyes reminded Izuku of himself when he first came to live with Shota and Hisashi, a mix of uncertainty and hope. Hitoshi, Shota said gently, his voice calm and reassuring. This is Izuku. He's going to be your little brother. Hi, Hitoshi said quietly, his voice steady but cautious. Hitoshi. Izuku felt a warm smile spread across his face, his earlier nerves melting away. Hi, Hitoshi. I'm Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Hitoshi managed a small smile in return, and for the first time, Izuku saw a glimmer of the person he might become with time and love. He could tell that Hitoshi had been through a lot, just like he had, and that there was much more to him than met the eye. Hisashi clapped his hands together, breaking the tension with his usual enthusiasm. All right, let's get Hitoshi settled in, shall we? We've got a room all ready for you, Hitoshi, and Izuku can show you around the apartment. Hitoshi nodded, and as Shota and Hisashi led him further inside, Izuku stepped beside his new brother. As they walked down the hallway, Izuku felt a sense of connection growing between them, a bond that would only strengthen over time. This was the beginning of something new, something beautiful, and Izuku knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together as a family. When they reached Hitoshi's room, Shota opened the door to reveal a cozy space with a comfortable bed, a desk, and a few shelves. The room was simple but welcoming, with plenty of room for Hitoshi to make it his own. This is your room, Hitoshi, Shota said, his voice soft as he looked at the boy. You can decorate it however you like. Make it feel like home. Hitoshi looked around the room, his eyes taking in every detail. There was still a hint of caution in his expression, but there was also a flicker of something else, gratitude, maybe even a bit of hope. Thank you, Hitoshi said quietly, his voice sincere. Hisashi smiled warmly, placing a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. You're welcome, Hitoshi. We're so happy you're here. Izuku watched as Hitoshi stepped further into the room, his posture relaxing just a bit as he set down the small bag he had brought. Izuku could tell that this was a big moment for Hitoshi, just as it had been for him when he first arrived. He wanted to ensure that Hitoshi felt welcome and safe, just like Shota and Hisashi had done for him. Do you want to see the rest of the apartment? Izuku asked, his voice friendly and eager. Hitoshi looked at him, and for a moment, Izuku wasn't sure what he would say. But then Hitoshi nodded, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I'd like that. Izuku's heart swelled with happiness as he led Hitoshi out of the room and into the hallway. As they walked, he pointed out the different rooms: the living room, the kitchen, and his room. This is my room, Izuku said, opening the door to show Hitoshi the space that had become his sanctuary. If you ever want to talk or hang out, you can always come here. Hitoshi looked around the room, his eyes lingering on the small touches that made it feel like home: the books on the shelves, the soft blanket on the bed, and the framed picture of the three together at the park. Thanks, Hitoshi said, his voice quiet but genuine. I appreciate it. Izuku beamed at Hitoshi's response, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He knew how important it was to feel welcomed and cared for, especially in a new environment, and he wanted to make sure Hitoshi felt that same warmth and safety. As they continued their tour, the tension between the two boys began to ease. Izuku noticed how Hitoshi's posture relaxed slightly as he became more comfortable with his surroundings. It reminded Izuku of his first days in the apartment when everything had felt so new and overwhelming. But now, he had the chance to help someone else through that transition, which filled him with a sense of purpose. After showing Hitoshi the rest of the apartment, they returned to the living room, where Shota and Hisashi were waiting. The atmosphere was warm and welcoming, with BSTRD perched on the arm of the couch, watching the new addition to the family with curious green eyes. Hizashi, always enthusiastic, clapped his hands together and smiled brightly. Well, now that Hitoshi's all settled in, how about we have a little family dinner to celebrate? Hitoshi looked hesitant, but Izuku quickly chimed in, eager to make his new brother feel at ease. That sounds great. We can make whatever you like, Hitoshi. What's your favorite food? Hitoshi glanced at Izuku, then at Shota and Hizashi, who were both looking at him with encouraging smiles. After contemplating, he finally answered, I like soba. Shota's eyes lit up at that, and he nodded approvingly. Good choice. Soba it is. The kitchen quickly became a hub of activity as Shota and Hizashi began preparing dinner, with Izuku and Hitoshi helping where they could. There was a sense of camaraderie in the air, which only came from working together towards a common goal. Preparing a meal was a simple act, but it felt like so much more. It was a bonding experience that helped bridge the gap between two boys who had faced their share of hardships. As the food cooked, the conversation flowed more easily. Hizashi's energy was infectious, and he included Hitoshi in every joke and story. Ever the observer, Shota watched the interactions closely, pleased to see how well the two boys were getting along. They gathered around the dining table when the meal was finally ready. The soba was delicious, and the atmosphere was light and filled with laughter. Hitoshi seemed to be slowly coming out of his shell, responding to Hizashi's jokes with a small smile and even offering a few comments of his own. After dinner, they moved to the living room and settled in for a movie. BSRD, who had been watching them with her usual curiosity, finally decided it was safe to approach the new family member. She jumped onto the couch and curled up beside Hitoshi, purring contentedly. Hitoshi hesitated for a moment, then reached out to pet her. When BSRD responded by nuzzling into his hand, he smiled a natural, genuine smile that made Izuku's heart swell with happiness. As the movie played, Izuku couldn't help but feel that everything was falling into place. Hitoshi was beginning to open up, and the bond between them was already starting to form. It was still new and fragile, but it was there, and Izuku knew that it would only grow stronger with time and patience. When the movie ended, Shota suggested they all head to bed. It had been a long day, and everyone was feeling the effects of it. As they got up to head to their rooms, Izuku hesitated momentarily, then turned to Hitoshi. If you ever need anything, or just want to talk, I'm here, okay? Izuku offered, his voice sincere. Hitoshi looked at him, and for a moment, Izuku wasn't sure what he would say. But then, Hitoshi gave a slight nod. Thanks, Izuku. I appreciate that. With that, they all headed to their rooms. As Izuku settled into bed, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. He now had a brother, someone to share his life with, care for, and protect. It was a new chapter in his life, one filled with promise and hope. And as he drifted off to sleep, Izuku knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together as a family. The first days are always hard. Hitoshi was used to moving from house to house, so he had become accustomed to the transient nature of foster care. It was always the same. A new place, new rules, and new people who claimed they cared but never stayed. So, even though Shota and Hizashi seemed different, genuine, even Hitoshi couldn't shake the feeling that this would pass. He spent the first night in his new room, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. The bed was comfortable, far better than the lumpy mattresses he had slept on before, but the unfamiliarity of it all kept him awake. His mind wandered back to when he first met Shota and Hizashi, two men who seemed to care about him in a way he hadn't experienced in a long time. But was it real? Could he trust it? His thoughts drifted to Izuku, the boy who had greeted him with warmth and kindness. Hitoshi wasn't used to that either. Most kids kept their distance from him, wary of his quirk and aloof demeanor. But Izuku was different, and that made Hitoshi feel both hopeful and guarded at the same time. Could this boy truly become the brother he had never had? As the hours passed, Hitoshi found himself lost in memories of past foster homes, places that had never felt like home. Each promised stability and care, but they ended the same way, with Hitoshi packing his bags and moving on to the following temporary stop. He had learned not to get attached or trust too easily because trust was fragile, and when it broke, it hurt. But now, in this new place, with these new people, that old defense mechanism felt harder to maintain. The following day, Hitoshi was up early, dressed, and ready before anyone else. It was a habit he had developed over the years, always be ready and prepared for whatever might come next. He wasn't sure what to do or where to go, so he wandered into the living room. The apartment was quiet, the only sound coming from Biggie, who was purring contentedly on the windowsill. Hitoshi walked over to the window, looking at the city below, wondering what the day would bring. Would this be the day things started to fall apart as they always seem to? Or could this be the beginning of something different? Just then he heard soft footsteps behind him. He turned to see Shota, already dressed in his usual black attire, with a cup of coffee. Shota's presence was calming, and Hitoshi felt slightly less on edge. "Morning, Hitoshi," Shota said, his voice calm and welcoming. "You're up early." "Yeah," Hitoshi replied, his voice a bit unsure. "I couldn't sleep." Shota nodded, understanding. "It takes time to get used to a new place. Don't worry, you'll find your rhythm soon enough." Hitoshi just nodded, not entirely convinced. He had heard similar reassurances before, but they never lasted. Still, something about Shota's demeanor made him want to believe it would be different this time. Maybe it was the steady, unhurried way Shota spoke, or that he didn't push Hitoshi to open up. Whatever it was, it made Hitoshi feel a little more at ease. Shota took a sip of his coffee, studying Hitoshi momentarily before speaking again. "I know it's not easy settling into a new place. But I want you to know this isn't just another temporary stop. Hisashi and we're in this for the long haul. We care about you and want you to feel at home here." Hitoshi looked away, trying to mask the flicker of hope that Shota's words sparked in him. It was hard to trust those words, no matter how much he wanted to. He had learned that hope could be dangerous and lead to disappointment and pain. "I'll try," he said quietly, his voice betraying his uncertainty. Shota didn't push him further. He understood that trust needed to be earned, not demanded. "That's all we ask," he replied simply. "One day at a time." Just then, the sound of more footsteps reached them, and both turned to see Izuku entering the living room, still in his pajamas, with his hair a mess of green curls. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and smiled when he saw Hitoshi. "Good morning, Hitoshi. Did you sleep okay?" Hitoshi forced a small smile. "Morning, Izuku. Yeah, I guess. I'm just not used to it yet." Izuku nodded sympathetically. "I get that. When I first came here, it felt strange too. But Shota and Hisashi are nice, and BSRD helps a lot. You'll get used to it." BSRD, as if on cue, jumped down from the windowsill and sauntered over to Hitoshi, rubbing against his leg with a loud purr. Hitoshi bent down to scratch the cat behind the ears, a small comfort in an otherwise overwhelming situation. "Thanks, Izuku," he said softly, feeling more at ease. The way Izuku spoke about Shota and Hisashi, with such genuine affection, made Hitoshi's heart ache with longing. He wanted to feel that way too, to believe that this place could be different, that these people could be different. But every time he started to let himself think, that old voice in his head would whisper warnings of past betrayals. Hisashi soon joined them, bringing a burst of energy and cheerfulness that filled the room. "Morning, everyone. How about we get some breakfast going? I'm thinking pancakes, what do you say?" Izuku immediately perked up at the mention of pancakes, and even Hitoshi nodded in agreement. "Sure, that sounds good," he said, feeling a bit of his tension ease away. As they all moved to the kitchen, Hitoshi was surprised by how natural it felt. Shota was already pulling out ingredients while Hisashi hummed a tune as he set the table. Izuku chatted animatedly about a show he had been watching, and BSRD wound around their legs, hoping for a stray piece of food. It was also normal. For a moment, Hitoshi almost forgot that this was supposed to be temporary. Breakfast was a warm and lively affair. Hisashi kept the conversation light, asking Hitoshi about his interests, while Shota chimed in with dry humor that made Izuku and Hisashi laugh. Hitoshi relaxed more than he had expected, even catching himself smiling a few times. He wasn't used to this kind of atmosphere where there were no unspoken tensions, no underlying fears. It was just easy. As they ate, Hitoshi found himself opening up just a little. He talked about some of the things he liked: books, video games, and solving puzzles. Hizashi listened genuinely, asking questions that made Hitoshi feel his opinions mattered. Shota added his thoughts, sharing stories from his childhood that made Hitoshi chuckle. After breakfast, Hizashi suggested they spend the day together, doing something fun and relaxing. How about a movie marathon? He proposed, his eyes twinkling with excitement. We could watch some classics or maybe something new? Izuku's eyes lit up at the idea. Yes. Let's watch something fun. What do you think, Hitoshi? But the idea of a movie marathon sounded normal. And it was clear that Izuku and Hizashi were excited about it. Hitoshi couldn't remember the last time he just sat down and watched a movie with others, let alone been invited to join in. The thought warmed him, and he pushed aside his doubts for once. Sure, Hitoshi agreed, his voice more certain than expected. That sounds good. Izuku beamed, and Hizashi clapped his hands together. Awesome. Why don't you and Izuku pick the first movie while I make some popcorn? Hitoshi followed Izuku to the living room, feeling lighter with each step. As they browsed through the stack of DVDs and streaming options, Izuku eagerly pointed out some of his favorites, enthusiastically talking about the characters and storylines. Hitoshi found himself getting drawn in, asking questions and making suggestions. Engaging in something so simple felt good that it didn't carry the weight of expectations or fear. Eventually, they settled on a superhero movie with action, humor, and heart. As the movie started, Hitoshi found himself easing into the couch, BSRD curled up at his side, purring softly. Hizashi brought a bowl of popcorn and set it on the coffee table before settling in on the other side of Izuku. Shota joined them momentarily, his usual calm presence grounding the group. The movie played, and for the first time in a long while, Hitoshi let himself get lost in the story. He laughed at the funny parts, gasped at the exciting moments, and even found himself tearing up during the emotional scenes. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed and comfortable, and Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging, something he hadn't felt in a long time. As the credits rolled, Izuku turned to Hitoshi, his eyes excitedly bright. That was so cool, right? The way the hero saved everyone at the last second, I love that part. Hitoshi nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, it was. I liked how the hero never gave up, even when things looked hopeless. Izuku grinned, clearly pleased with Hitoshi's response. Exactly. That's what makes him a great hero. Hizashi leaned over, grabbing the remote. So, what's next? Another action flick? Maybe something with a bit of mystery? Hitoshi hesitated, glancing at the stack of movies. Maybe something lighter? A comedy? Izuku's face lit up. Oh, I know a good one. It's hilarious, you'll love it. As Izuku rummaged through the DVDs to find the comedy he had in mind, Hitoshi settled back into the couch, feeling a warmth in his chest that he hadn't felt in years. This wasn't what he was used to. There were no hidden agendas, no ulterior motives, just a simple movie marathon with people who wanted to include him. It was different and scared him a little, but it also made him feel something he hadn't felt in a long time: hope. The second movie started, and as the room filled with laughter, Hitoshi relaxed even more. He could see the appeal of spending a day like this: no worries, no pressures, just enjoying each other's company. He caught himself laughing along with the others, and it felt perfect. At one point, Shota leaned over and quietly asked, "You doing okay, Hitoshi?" Hitoshi looked at him, surprised by the question. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, I think I am." Shota gave him a small smile that reached his eyes and conveyed more than words ever could. "Good. If you need anything, just let us know." Hitoshi nodded again, feeling a lump in his throat. He wasn't used to people checking in on him, making sure he was okay. It was a small gesture, but it meant more than he could express. The movie marathon continued through the afternoon, and by the time they were on their third film, Hitoshi was fully immersed in the experience. It was strange to think that only a day ago he had been anxious and uncertain, worried about what this new place would bring. But now, sitting here with Shota, Hizashi, and Izuku, he felt something he hadn't expected to feel so soon. He felt safe. The sun began to set when the last movie ended, casting a warm glow through the windows. Izuku stretched and yawned, looking content and happy. That was fun. We should do this more often. Hisashi nodded in agreement. Definitely. Movie marathons should be a regular thing. Hitoshi glanced around the room, taking in the relaxed faces of his new family. It was still hard to believe that this was his reality, that these people genuinely wanted him here, wanted him to be part of their lives. But as he sat there, surrounded by the remnants of their afternoon together, he realized that maybe, just maybe, this could be the start of something good. Shota gathered the empty bowls and cups, and Hisashi followed suit. Why don't we order some dinner? Shota suggested. We could get takeout from that place around the corner. Izuku's eyes lit up. Ooh, can we get sushi? Hitoshi smiled slightly at Izuku's enthusiasm. Sushi sounds good. Then it's settled, Hisashi said, grabbing the menu from a drawer. Sushi it is. Hitoshi, do you have a favorite? Hitoshi shook his head. I'm not picky. I'll eat whatever. Then we'll get a little bit of everything, Shota decided, dialing the restaurant's number. They tidied the living room together while waiting for the food to arrive. It was a simple task, but Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a sense of normalcy in it, like he was part of something, part of a family. The thought made his chest tighten with emotion, and he quickly busied himself with wiping down the coffee table, trying to keep his feelings in check. The sushi arrived, and they gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere light and easy. Izuku excitedly pointed out his favorite rolls while Hisashi ensured everyone had enough to eat. Hitoshi quietly sampled different kinds, enjoying the fresh, delicate flavors. As they ate, the conversation flowed naturally. Shota and Hisashi shared funny stories from their work, making Izuku and Hitoshi laugh. They asked Hitoshi questions about his interests, never pushing too hard, just showing genuine curiosity about his life. Hitoshi found himself opening up a little more, sharing stories and thoughts he hadn't expected to. It was strange, this feeling of belonging. Hitoshi had always been on the outside, looking in, never fully part of anything. But here, with these people, he felt like he was being drawn into something real, something lasting. And though it scared him, it also filled him with a quiet kind of hope, a hope that maybe things would be different this time. After dinner, they all sat in the living room, sipping tea and talking about the week ahead. Shota mentioned that he and Hisashi had a day off coming up, and they were planning to take Izuku and Hitoshi out for a day in the city. The idea of spending more time together and exploring the city as a family made Hitoshi's heart swell with anticipation. As the evening wore on, Hitoshi felt a sense of contentment he hadn't known he was missing. The day had been simple, nothing extraordinary, but it had been filled with warmth, laughter, and connection. It was a day that had allowed him to start lowering his guard, believing that maybe, just maybe, this was a place where he could let down his walls and, indeed, be himself. When it was time for bed, Hitoshi found himself standing in the doorway of his room, looking around at the space that was starting to feel a little more like his own. The bed no longer felt like a stranger's, the room felt foreign. It was still new, still unfamiliar in some ways, but it was becoming something more, a place where he could begin to plant roots. As he lay down and pulled the covers over himself, Hitoshi thought about the day, Shota's steady presence, Hisashi's infectious energy, and Izuku's genuine warmth. He thought about how they had made him feel welcome and included him without question or hesitation. And for the first time in a long while, Hitoshi allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, he was exactly where he was meant to be. Before he drifted off to sleep, Hitoshi whispered to the quiet room as if testing the words on his lips, "Maybe, this is home." And as the night wrapped around him, warm and comforting, Hitoshi felt the beginning of something new, a fragile but growing trust, a hope that was cautious but real, and a sense of belonging that he had longed for all his life. This was the first step in a journey he was finally ready to take, a trip towards trust, family, and a future he could finally start believing in. It was a Friday morning, and the sun was shining through the curtains of Izuku's room as he woke up. The warm light filtered in, casting a gentle glow over his bed. Izuku stretched, yawning softly as he blinked his eyes open, feeling the soft fabric of his blanket against his skin. Sundays had become one of his favorite days since moving in with Shota and Hisashi. No school, no training, just a day to relax and spend time with his new family. As Izuku sat up from his bed, he stretched out his wings, all his feathers regrown. As he stood up, he got dressed in a comfortable t-shirt and shorts and went to the kitchen. As he walked through the apartment, the smell of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, and he could hear the faint sounds of Hisashi's humming coming from the kitchen. The apartment felt alive with the familiar sounds and smells that had become part of his daily life. When he entered the kitchen, he saw Hisashi standing at the counter, pouring coffee into a mug. Betty was curled up on one of the kitchen chairs, her tail flicking lazily as she watched Hisashi with half-closed eyes. Hisashi looked up and smiled when he saw Izuku. "Morning, little listener." Hisashi greeted him with his usual cheerfulness. "You sleep well?" Izuku nodded, returning the smile. "Morning. Yeah, I slept great." He glanced around the kitchen, noticing that Hitoshi wasn't there. "Where's Hitoshi?" Hisashi set down the coffee mug and gestured towards the hallway. "Still in his room, I think. He's probably still getting used to everything. Why don't you see if he's up? Maybe we can all have breakfast together." Izuku hesitated momentarily, a slight flutter of nerves in his stomach. He wanted to get to know Hitoshi better but wasn't sure how to start. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and headed down the hallway towards Hitoshi's room. When he reached the door, he hesitated again, raising his hand to knock. He could hear faint sounds coming from inside, maybe the sound of movement or the soft creak of a bed. Steeling himself, he knocked lightly on the door. "Hitoshi!" Izuku called softly. "Are you awake?" There was a brief pause, followed by footsteps approaching the door. It creaked slightly, and Hitoshi appeared. His expression guarded but curious. He was dressed in a plain t-shirt and pants, his hair still a bit tousled from sleep. He blinked at Izuku, seemingly surprised to see him. "Yeah, I'm awake," Hitoshi replied, his voice quiet but not unfriendly. "What's up?" Izuku offered him a warm smile, trying to put him at ease. "Hisashi's making breakfast. He thought it'd be nice if we all ate together. If you're up for it?" Hitoshi glanced back into his room momentarily, then at Izuku. The offer was simple, but it carried a weight of sincerity that Hitoshi needed to be used to. He could see the genuine warmth in Izuku's eyes, and for a brief moment, the walls he had built around himself seemed a little less necessary. "Okay," Hitoshi said, nodding slightly. "I'll be out in a minute." "Great. We'll be waiting for you," Izuku replied, his smile widening with relief. He gave Hitoshi a slight nod before returning to the kitchen. Hitoshi took a deep breath as the door clicked shut, running a hand through his messy hair. The kindness in Izuku's eyes had been disarming, and the simple invitation had tugged at something deep within him, something he wasn't quite ready to confront yet. But he couldn't deny the warmth that the offer had stirred in his chest, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly splashed water on his face, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep, and straightened his clothes. As he left his room and walked down the hallway towards the kitchen, he could hear the faint clatter of dishes and the sound of soft chatter. The atmosphere felt inviting, different from the cold, impersonal homes he had been in. When Hitoshi entered the kitchen, he saw Hisashi setting the table while Izuku poured juice into glasses. The smell of pancakes and eggs filled the air, and Bee had moved from her spot on the chair to the windowsill, basking in the morning sunlight. "There he is," Hisashi chirped as he noticed Hitoshi's entrance. "Come on in, grab a seat. Breakfast is almost ready." Hitoshi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took a seat at the table. He glanced at Izuku, who gave him an encouraging smile as he set a glass of orange juice in front of him. "Thanks," Hitoshi mumbled, feeling slightly out of place but trying to push the feeling aside. The warmth in Izuku's smile made it easier to relax, even if just a little. Hisashi brought over a plate of pancakes and set it in the middle of the table, followed by a scrambled egg dish and a crispy bacon plate. The spread was impressive, far more than Hitoshi was used to seeing at breakfast. He could feel his stomach rumbling in anticipation, and the cozy, welcoming atmosphere made him feel more at ease. As they all settled into their seats, Shota appeared in the doorway, his usual calm presence adding to the sense of stability that Hitoshi was slowly beginning to appreciate. "Morning," Shota said, his voice a bit gruff but not unfriendly. He glanced around the table, taking in the scene. "Looks like I'm just in time." "Perfect timing, Shota." Hisashi chimed in, grinning as he handed Shota a cup of coffee. "Dig in, everyone." They started eating, and the conversation was light and easy. Hisashi kept up a steady stream of chatter, asking about everyone's plans for the day and sharing funny anecdotes from his work. Shota mostly listened, adding in a comment here and there, while Izuku eagerly joined in, his excitement for the day evident in his bright eyes. On the other hand, Hitoshi was more reserved but slowly warming to the atmosphere. It differed from anything he had experienced. There was no tension, no undercurrent of judgment or discomfort. Instead, there was a genuine sense of care and inclusion, which Hitoshi had never known. "Do you like the pancakes, Hitoshi?" Izuku asked suddenly, breaking into his thoughts. Hitoshi looked up, surprised by the question. He hadn't expected anyone to notice whether he liked the food. "Yeah," he replied, nodding slightly. "They're really good." Izuku's smile widened. "Hisashi makes the best pancakes. He adds a little vanilla to the batter, making them extra tasty." Hisashi chuckled, clearly pleased with the compliment. "Glad you like, Hitoshi. There's plenty more if you're still hungry." Hitoshi hesitated, then reached for another pancake, feeling more comfortable with each passing moment. The food was good, and the company was even better. He wasn't used to this being included in something so simple yet meaningful. As they continued eating, Shota glanced at Hitoshi, his gaze thoughtful. "How are you settling in, Hitoshi? I know it's only been a short time, but if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to let us know." Hitoshi met Shota's eyes, feeling a flicker of the guardedness that had been his constant companion for so long. But there was no judgment in Shota's expression, only a genuine concern that Hitoshi wasn't sure how to process. "I'm okay," he said, his voice steady but quiet. "It's just different. But in a good way, I think." Shota nodded, his expression softening. "That's good to hear. Take your time. We're here to support you whatever you need." Hisashi jumped in, his voice filled with warmth. "And if you want to talk or hang out, we're always around. You're part of the family now, Hitoshi. We're really glad to have you here." Hitoshi felt a lump forming in his throat at their words. He wasn't used to this kind of acceptance or care. It was overwhelming in the best way, and though he was still cautious, he could feel the walls around his heart beginning to crack just a little. As they finished breakfast, the conversation flowed naturally, a warm current with which Hitoshi found himself slowly being carried. It was a new feeling for him being part of something rather than just an observer on the outside. The easy laughter, the small, thoughtful gestures, and the simple act of sharing a meal contributed to a sense of belonging that he hadn't realized he was missing. After they had eaten their fill, Hisashi leaned back in his chair, a satisfied grin on his face. "That was a good start to the day. What do you guys say about a little trip out? Maybe head to the park or grab some ice cream later?" Izuku's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Ice cream sounds awesome. What do you think, Hitoshi?" Hitoshi hesitated, and going out together made him feel excited and nervous. It was strange to be included in these plans so naturally, without having to ask or force his way in. "Yeah, that sounds good," he said finally, his voice more confident than he. "Great." Hisashi clapped his hands together. "We'll give it a bit, let breakfast settle, and then head out." Shota nodded in agreement. "Sounds like a plan. In the meantime, we can relax." As they cleaned the kitchen, Izuku chatted with Hitoshi about the park they would visit. It was one of Izuku's favorite spots, where he could stretch his wings and feel the wind beneath them. "There's this big tree in the middle of the park," Izuku explained, his eyes sparkling excitedly. "It's perfect for climbing or just sitting under and reading. It's peaceful there." Hitoshi listened, a small smile tugging at his lips. He could hear the genuine enthusiasm in Izuku's voice, and it was infectious. "It sounds nice," he admitted, feeling more at ease with the outing idea. When they were finished with the dishes, Shota suggested they all relax for a bit before heading out. Izuku quickly grabbed a book from the shelf and flopped onto the couch while Hisashi settled in with a crossword puzzle. Hitoshi, unsure of what to do, glanced around the room, taking in the cozy, lived-in atmosphere. "You can sit here if you want," Izuku offered, patting the spot next to him on the couch. "Or if you'd rather do something else, that's cool too." Hitoshi hesitated momentarily, then nodded and sat beside Izuku. At first, he felt a little awkward, unsure how to relax and enjoy the moment, but the comfortable silence that fell over the room soon eased his nerves. As he watched Izuku lose himself in his book, Hitoshi felt more and more at home. This wasn't like the other places he had been, where he always felt like an outsider. Here, with Shota, Hisashi, and Izuku, he felt something new, a sense of security, of being part of a family. After a while, Hisashi glanced at the clock and stretched. "All right, I think it's time we head out. Let's grab our stuff and get going." Izuku hopped up from the couch, his book forgotten. "Let's go, Hitoshi. I can't wait to show you the park." Hitoshi followed Izuku's lead, grabbing his jacket and slipping it on. The anticipation was building, and though a part of him was still cautious, the more significant part was looking forward to this outing, this chance to feel normal, to be part of something special. As they stepped outside, the fresh air hit Hitoshi's face, and he took a deep breath, letting the crispness of the morning calm his nerves. Izuku was already talking excitedly about the different flavors of ice cream they might find, and Hisashi hummed a cheerful tune as they walked. Shota walked alongside Hitoshi, his usual calm demeanor reassuring. "Remember, there's no rush," he said quietly, glancing at Hitoshi. "Take things at your own pace." Hitoshi nodded, appreciating Shota's understanding. Shota's quiet support and Hisashi's infectious energy made the world outside less daunting. And with Izuku's genuine kindness, it felt more like an adventure than something to be feared. The walk to the park wasn't long, but it was enough time for Hitoshi to feel more at ease. The streets were alive with the sounds of the city birds chirping, distant traffic, and the occasional laughter of children playing. It was a beautiful day that made you feel like anything was possible. When they arrived at the park, Izuku led the way, pointing out his favorite spots and sharing little stories about his time there. "And over there," he said, gesturing to a large oak tree, "is the tree I was telling you about. It's huge, right?" Hitoshi nodded, impressed by the sheer size of the tree. "It's nice here," he admitted, feeling more at ease with each step they took. Hisashi smiled, watching the two boys with pride. "Why don't we sit under that big tree and enjoy the day? Maybe we can grab ice cream after." "Sounds perfect," Shota agreed, leading toward the tree. They spread a blanket under the tree, and Izuku immediately plopped down, leaning back against the trunk with a contented sigh. Hitoshi followed suit, feeling the tree's cool shade, providing a perfect contrast to the sun's warmth. It, trailing beside them, found a sunny spot on the blanket and curled up, purring contentedly. As they sat there, the world seemed to slow down, the worries and fears that had plagued Hitoshi for so long fading into the background. There was nothing but the rustle of leaves, the distant chatter of other parkgoers, and the comforting presence of the people who had, in such a short time, become his family. After a while, Hisashi pulled out a small portable speaker and played soft music, creating a peaceful atmosphere that matched the park's tranquility. Shota closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him, while Izuku continued talking about everything they could do together. Hitoshi listened, occasionally adding a comment or two, but he mostly enjoyed the moment, the feeling of being part of something good or real. He still had his doubts, his fears that this was all temporary, but for now, he allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, this could last. As the afternoon wore on, they finally decided it was time for ice cream. They packed the blanket, and Hisashi led the way to a nearby ice cream stand. The selection was vast, with all kinds of flavors and toppings. Izuku immediately gravitated towards a towering mint chocolate chip cone, while Hisashi opted for a rainbow sherbet. Shota, ever the traditionalist, chose vanilla with a sprinkle of nuts. Hitoshi hesitated, unsure of what to get. He had never had much choice in things like this, and the sheer number of options was a little overwhelming. "Take your time, Hitoshi," Shota said, noticing his hesitation. "Pick whatever you like." Hitoshi glanced at the different flavors, finally settling on a simple chocolate cone with a swirl of caramel. It wasn't the most extravagant choice, but it felt right to him. As they sat on a nearby bench, enjoying their ice cream, Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. The simple act of choosing his ice cream, of being included in this day, was something that meant more to him than he could put into words. Hizashi, the optimist, raised his cone in a mock toast. "To new beginnings and family," he declared, his voice filled with joy. Izuku and Shota followed suit, lifting their cones with smiles. Hitoshi hesitated momentarily, then raised his cone, a small but genuine smile spreading across his face. "To the family," Hitoshi echoed, his voice quiet but filled with meaning. As they clinked their cones, the warmth growing in Hitoshi's chest finally bloomed into something more, something that felt like hope. He still had a long way to go and doubts and fears to overcome, but at that moment, surrounded by the people who had welcomed him so fully into their lives, he believed he could trust this new beginning. By the time they made their way home, the sun was beginning to set, and the sky was painted with hues of pink and orange. As they walked through the quiet streets, Hitoshi found himself walking a little closer to the others, the sense of belonging growing with each step. When they finally reached the apartment, Hizashi turned to Hitoshi, his smile as bright as ever. "Today was fun, wasn't it?" Hitoshi nodded, a soft smile playing on his lips. "Yeah, it was." "Well, there's plenty more where that came from," Shota said, unlocking the door and ushering them inside. "This is just the beginning, Hitoshi." As they stepped inside, etched darted ahead, already making her way to her favorite spot on the windowsill. Izuku headed to the living room, eager to continue whatever they had been doing before their outing. Hitoshi lingered for a moment in the entryway, taking in the warmth of the apartment and the sense of safety that permeated every corner. He still had his fears and that voice in the back of his mind telling him that this couldn't last, but for the first time in a long while, he felt like maybe, just maybe, he was home. And that, Hitoshi decided, was a feeling worth holding onto. The sun had just begun to rise when the first hint of trouble appeared. Izuku, still half asleep, shuffled into the kitchen for breakfast. The usual warmth filled the air, Hizashi's cheerful humming, the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee, and the sight of Shota reading the morning paper. It was the kind of morning that had become Izuku's new normal, a far cry from the cold, anxious days of his past. But today, there was an undercurrent of tension that Izuku couldn't quite place. It was subtle, just a slight shift in the atmosphere, but it made his wings tighten with unease. He tried to push the feeling aside, focusing instead on the small pleasures of the morning. etched curled up on her chair, the sound of birds chirping outside, and the soft click of the stove as Hizashi prepared breakfast. As Izuku sat at the table, Shota glanced up from his newspaper, his usual calm demeanor slightly strained. "Morning, Izuku," he said, his voice gentle but distracted. "How'd you sleep?" Izuku smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Pretty good. What about you?" Shota nodded absently. "Same. Just a lot on my mind." Hizashi shot Shota a look that Izuku didn't quite understand, but he knew better than to ask. Whatever was bothering them, they'd tell him when they were ready. For now, he focused on the food Hizashi placed before him, the familiar routine grounding him. But even as they ate, the unease lingered. Shota and Hizashi exchanged glances, their usual light banter replaced with a heavy silence. Izuku's heart began to race, his mind running through 1,000 possibilities. Was it something he did? Had he messed up somehow? It wasn't until later that morning, after breakfast was cleared and the dishes were done, that Shota finally sat Izuku down. Hizashi stood nearby, his usual brightness dimmed, his hands wringing nervously. "Izuku," Shota began, his voice carefully measured. "There's something we need to talk about. Something important." Izuku's stomach dropped. The last time someone had said those words to him, it had been the beginning of the end of everything he knew. He swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. "What is it?" Shota took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a sorrow that made Izuku's chest tighten. "Your biological father, he's filed for custody." Izuku froze, the words hitting him like a punch to the gut. "Custody? But why? I thought he didn't care about me." Hisashi quickly knelt beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Izuku, this doesn't change how much we care about you. We're going to fight this, okay? We will do everything we can to ensure you stay with us. But even as Hisashi spoke, there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, making Izuku's heart sink. But what if he wins? Izuku whispered, his voice trembling. What if he takes me away? Shota's jaw tightened, and he leaned forward, his eyes locked on Izuku's. Then we'll figure it out, Izuku. But no matter what happens, you'll never be alone. You'll always have us, one way or another. Izuku nodded, but the fear gnawed at him, sinking its claws deep into his heart. The thought of returning to his father, a man he barely knew and who had never shown any real interest in him, was almost too much to bear. He had come so far, healed so much, he couldn't return to that uncertainty. The days that followed were a blur of meetings with lawyers, phone calls, and hushed conversations that Izuku wasn't privy to. Shota and Hisashi tried to keep him occupied, but the tension in the air was suffocating. Even Hitoshi noticed, offering Izuku quiet support in his way, though he didn't fully understand what was happening. Then, one afternoon, Shota received a call that changed everything. Izuku was trying to distract himself with a book in his room when he heard the front door open and Shota's low voice speaking to someone. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was enough to make his heart race. Moments later, Shota and Hisashi appeared in his doorway, their expressions grim. Izuku's stomach churned with dread as he sat up, his wings curling around him protectively. "What is it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Hisashi's eyes were filled with tears as he knelt beside Izuku, taking his hands in his. "Izuku, the court has ruled in favor of your father." Izuku's world crumbled. He felt the ground slip away beneath him, his mind reeling with disbelief. But I don't want to go. I can't go." Shota's voice was thick with emotion as he sat beside Izuku, his hand resting on his shoulder. "We know, Izuku. We know. But we don't have a choice. The court's decision is final." Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, his heart breaking again. "But why does he want me now? He never cared before." Hisashi pulled Izuku into a tight embrace, his tears spilling over. "I don't know, little listener. I don't know. But we're going to make sure you're safe, okay? We're going to do everything we can to protect you." Izuku clung to Hisashi, sobbing into his shoulder as the reality of the situation sank in. He was going back to a life of uncertainty and fear. The thought was unbearable. The next few days were filled with a flurry of preparations, packing up Izuku's things and trying to make the most of the time they had left. Shota and Hisashi never left his side, offering comfort and reassurance, but nothing could ease the ache in Izuku's heart. The apartment was filled with heavy silence on the handover day. Izuku stood in the living room, his small suitcase by his side, his wings drooping with despair. Shota and Hisashi were there, their faces etched with sorrow, trying to hold back their tears. When the knock came at the door, Izuku flinched, his heart pounding. Hisashi wrapped an arm around him, squeezing him tightly as Shota went to answer the door. Izuku's father stood on the other side, his expression unreadable. He looked at Izuku with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Izuku," he said, his voice calm, almost cold. "It's time to go." Izuku felt his knees go weak, but Hisashi held him steady, whispering words of encouragement in his ear. "Remember, we're always here for you, no matter what. You can call us anytime, okay?" Shota knelt beside him, his voice firm but gentle. "We're not giving up, Izuku. We're going to keep fighting for you. Stay strong, and know that you're not alone." Izuku nodded, though his tears flowed freely now. He wanted to scream, to beg them not to let him go, but he knew it wouldn't change anything. The decision had been made, and there was nothing more they could do. With a heavy heart, Izuku took a deep breath, picked up his suitcase, and walked towards the door. As he passed Shota and Hisashi, he turned and threw himself into their arms one last time, clinging to them as if his life depended on it. "I don't want to go," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I want to stay with you." Hisashi's voice cracked as he held Izuku close. "We want you to stay too, little listener. But this isn't goodbye. We'll find a way to bring you back." Shota placed a hand on Izuku's head, his touch gentle and reassuring. "You're stronger than you know, Izuku. We believe in you." With one last lingering hug, Izuku finally stepped back, wiping his tears as best he could. He forced himself to walk towards the door, each step feeling like 1,000 pounds. As he reached the threshold, he paused, looking back at Shota and Hisashi one last time. Their faces were filled with love and sorrow, their eyes never leaving him. "I'll miss you," he whispered, his voice trembling. "And we'll miss you, Izuku," Hisashi replied, his voice thick with emotion. "But remember, you're always part of our family." With that, Izuku turned and walked out the door, his heart shattering with every step. His father was waiting for him, his expression stern as he took his hand and led him away. When his father saw no one in sight, he yanked on Izuku's arm. "You think you can get away from me that easily?" Izuku flinched as his father's words sliced through the air, sharp and cold. The warmth and safety he had felt moments ago, surrounded by Shota and Hisashi, was now a distant memory. His wings, which had once been symbols of freedom and hope, trembled slightly as his father's firm grip pulled him along. The contrast between the comforting hands that had just hugged him goodbye and the ironclad grasp now dragging him forward was stark and jarring. "Don't think for a second that I've forgotten what you did," his father hissed, his eyes narrowing. "Running away, causing me so much trouble. Did you think you could leave and everything would be fine?" Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in shallow, uneven gasps. He had feared this and dreaded this moment for so long. He had hoped, against all odds, that maybe his father had changed, that perhaps he wanted him back because he realized he had made a mistake. But the harshness in his voice, the way his nails dug into his skin, told him that nothing had changed. "I didn't mean to," Izuku stammered, his voice barely audible. "Didn't mean to?" His father's voice was sharp, his grip tightening. "You never mean to do anything, Izuku. Always causing problems, always getting in the way. It's time you learn that there are consequences for your actions." Izuku bit his lip, fighting back tears. He had thought he was free, that he had finally escaped the nightmare of his past. But now it was all crashing down around him, and he felt powerless to stop it. As they walked down the street, the buildings around them seemed to blur, and the sounds of the city faded into the background. All Izuku could focus on was the pain in his arm and the coldness in his father's voice. The warmth, love, and safety he had found with Shota and Hisashi felt like a dream slipping away, replaced by a nightmare he thought he had escaped. His father led him to a car parked nearby, roughly shoving him into the passenger seat. As he got in and slammed the door shut, Izuku's mind raced with desperate thoughts. He had to do something and find a way out, but fear had paralyzed him, and all he could do was sit there, trembling as the car pulled away from the curb. The drive was silent, save for the occasional sniffle from Izuku as he tried to keep his emotions in check. His father's face was set in a stern, unyielding expression as he navigated the streets. The city blurred past them, the distance between Izuku and his family growing every second. When they finally reached their destination, an old run-down apartment building that Izuku barely recognized, his father parked the car and turned to him, his eyes cold. "Get out." Izuku did as he was told, his legs shaking as he stepped out of the car. The building loomed before him, gray and uninviting, a far cry from the warmth and safety of Shota and Hisashi's home. He followed his father inside, his heart sinking with every step. The apartment was small and cramped, and the air was heavy and neglected. The walls were bare, the furniture sparse and worn. It felt more like a prison than a home, and Izuku's chest tightened with dread. "Go to your room," his father ordered, pointing to a small door at the end of the hallway. "And don't come out until I say so." Izuku nodded meekly and hurried down the hall, his wings drooping in defeat. He pushed open the door to find a tiny, dimly lit room with a bed and a dresser. The walls were bare and the floor was cold. It differed from the cozy, welcoming space he had grown used to with Shota and Hisashi. As he sat on the bed, tears finally spilled over, and he buried his face in his hands. All his progress and his healing felt like it was being undone, piece by piece. He missed Shota's quiet strength, Hisashi's endless warmth, and Hitoshi's growing friendship. But most of all, he missed the feeling of belonging, of being part of a family that genuinely cared about him. Hours passed in silence, broken only by the occasional sound from the other room. Izuku stayed where he was, afraid to move or think about what might come next. When his father finally came to the door, his expression was brutal and unforgiving. "You'll stay here from now on," he said flatly. "You'll follow my rules and do as I say. You're not going anywhere, Izuku. Understand?" Izuku nodded, his voice caught in his throat. He felt trapped, suffocated by the weight of his words. There was no escape, no way out, only the cold reality of the life he had tried so hard to leave behind. As his father left the room, closing the door behind him, Izuku curled up on the bed, pulling his wings around himself like a shield. He felt small, lost, and utterly alone. But deep down, a tiny ember of hope still flickered, a hope that Shota and Hisashi would find a way to bring him back, that he would somehow escape this nightmare again. Izuku's thoughts drifted back to the past few months, the laughter, the warmth, and the love he had found with Shota, Hisashi, and Hitoshi. He remembered how Shota had guided him with patience and care, teaching him about his quirk and life. He thought of Hisashi's infectious energy and how he made even the darkest days seem slightly brighter. And he thought of Hitoshi, his new brother, who had quickly become a friend and confidant. The memories felt like a lifeline, something to hold on to in the face of this new despair. But even as he clung to those memories, the reality of his situation weighed him down. His father's cold eyes, harsh words, and the bleakness of the apartment all seemed to conspire against him, threatening to snuff out the tiny spark of hope. He had come so far, overcome so much, only to be dragged back into the darkness he thought he had escaped. He wondered what Shota and Hisashi were doing now. Were they still fighting for him? Were they as devastated as he was? The thought of them working tirelessly to bring him back gave him some comfort, but it also filled him with a sense of helplessness. He could do nothing from here, no way to reach out or fight back. He was trapped at the mercy of a man who had never truly loved him. As the hours ticked by, the room grew darker, the shadows creeping across the walls. Izuku's tears had dried up, leaving a dull ache in their wake. He felt empty, like a shell of the person he had become in his time with Shota and Hisashi. The progress he had made and the confidence he had gained seemed to be slipping away, piece by piece. Soon he saw the door of his room crash open, and his father stood in the doorway. Izuku could smell the alcohol as he breathed, and then he noticed the belt in his hand. Fear shot through Izuku like a lightning bolt as he saw the belt in his father's hand. His heart raced, his wings instinctively curling tighter around him as if they could somehow protect him from the looming threat. The sight of his father standing there, eyes cold and breath reeking of alcohol, sent him spiraling back into memories he had fought so hard to bury, memories of nights filled with pain, terror, and the crushing weight of hopelessness. "Did you think you could just leave me and be happy?" His father's voice was low and venomous, each word dripping with malice. He took a slow, deliberate step into the room, the belt dragging behind him like a predator savoring the fear of its prey. "You're nothing without me, Izuku. You've always been nothing." Izuku trembled, his body paralyzed with fear. His mind screamed at him to move, to do something, but he felt frozen in place, his muscles refusing to obey. The warmth, the safety, the love he had found with Shota, Hisashi, and Hitoshi seemed so far away now, like a dream that had slipped through his fingers. His father took another step closer, the belt snapping sharply against the floor, making Izuku flinch. He towered over him, his shadow casting a dark, suffocating presence in the small room. "You think they care about you? They'll forget about you soon enough. But you're stuck with me, Izuku. Forever." Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes as he stared at his father, his mind racing for a way out. He knew what was coming, he had lived through it too many times to count. The pain, the humiliation, the feeling of worthlessness that would follow. He had to do something, anything, to stop it. "I'm sorry," Izuku stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "Please don't." But his plea was cut off by the sharp crack of the belt striking across his wings. The pain was immediate, searing through his body and drawing a choked sob from his throat. His wings recoiled, the feathers bristling in shock and agony. He curled in on himself, trying to make himself as small as possible, to disappear into the bed, into the darkness anywhere but here. You don't get to make demands. His father spat, his voice rising with each word. The belt came down again, each strike driving Izuku deeper into a haze of pain and fear. He couldn't escape it, there was nowhere to run, no one to help him. The room walls seemed to close in on him, trapping him in this nightmare with no end. Izuku lost track of time, the minutes blending into each other in a blur of pain, fear, and the suffocating weight of despair. He could feel the strength leaving his body, the progress he had made, the confidence he had built, all of it slipping away as his father's words and actions tore him down, piece by piece. Finally, his father stopped after what felt like an eternity. He stood over him, breathing heavily, the belt dangling from his hand. "Remember this, Izuku," he hissed. "You're nothing. You'll always be nothing." With that he left the room, slamming the door behind him. The silence was deafening, broken only by Izuku's ragged breathing and the occasional sob that escaped his throat. His body ached, his wings throbbed, and his heart shattered beyond repair. He lay there for what felt like hours, curled up on the bed, too afraid to move, too drained to cry any longer. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions: fear, anger, despair, and a deep, aching loneliness. He thought of Shota and Hisashi, of Hitoshi, and the life he had been forced to leave behind. Would they even recognize him now, after all this? Could he ever return to them, or was he doomed to stay in this hell forever? Slowly, painfully, Izuku got to his feet and went to the window. He pushed it open, the cool night air brushing against his tear-stained face. The alley was empty, save for a few stray cats that scurried away as he leaned out, trying to get a better view. There were no people, no signs of life. His heart sank. But then he noticed a flickering light in the window of a building across the alley. It looked like someone was still awake, maybe on their computer or watching TV. It was a long shot, but it was all he had. Izuku reached into his pocket, searching for anything that he could use to catch the person's attention. His fingers brushed against a small object, and he pulled it out. It was a simple button he had found on the floor of Shota's apartment a few weeks ago. He had kept it as a reminder of the home he had found, but now it might serve another purpose. Taking a deep breath, Izuku closed his eyes and whispered a silent plea for help. Then, with all the strength he could muster, he tossed the button out the window, aiming for the light across the alley. The button sailed through the air, arcing toward the other building. Izuku thought it would fall short for a moment, but then it hit the window with a faint tap, bouncing off the glass. Izuku watched anxiously, his heart pounding in his chest. At first, nothing happened. But then, the light in the window shifted, and a shadow moved behind the curtain. Someone was there. Izuku watched as the shadow behind the curtain slowly moved, revealing a young woman with wide, concerned eyes. She stared at him for a moment, her gaze taking in his tear-streaked face, the trembling wings that wrapped protectively around his small frame, and the desperation that radiated from his very being. Izuku felt his heart pound as he clung to the hope that she would understand his silent plea for help. Imiko, the woman in the window, frowned as she glanced down at the button that had hit her window moments before. Her eyes traveled back up to Izuku, who watched her with fear and anticipation. Something was wrong, and she could feel it deep in her bones. She gave him a reassuring nod, then turned and disappeared from the window. Izuku's heart sank momentarily as she vanished from sight. What if she wasn't coming back? What if she didn't understand? He felt panic rise in his chest, but before it could overwhelm him, she reappeared with a phone pressed to her ear. She glanced back at him, her expression serious, and mouthed something that Izuku couldn't quite make out. But the sight of the phone gave him a sliver of hope. She was calling someone hopefully, someone who could help. Izuku nodded, trying to convey his gratitude and desperation all at once. Imiko stayed by the window, occasionally glancing back at Izuku to check on him as she sputtered into the phone. Izuku couldn't hear what she was saying, but he could see the urgency in her movements, the way she kept glancing in his direction as if to reassure him that help was on the way. But then, just as his hope began to solidify, Izuku heard movement from the other room. His father was stirring. The man who had tormented him, who had dragged him back into this nightmare, was awake. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, and he quickly pulled away from the window, retreating to the corner of the room farthest from the door. He curled up on the floor, wrapping his wings around him as if they could shield him from what was coming. Emiko noticed Izuku disappear from view, and her concern deepened. She quickened her conversation with the police, urging them to hurry. She knew that every second counted. Whatever was happening in that apartment, it was something terrible, something that had driven that boy to reach out for help in the dead of night. Minutes passed, each one feeling like an eternity to Izuku. He listened to the heavy footsteps of his father moving around and heard the muttered curses as the man went about his morning routine, oblivious to what was about to unfold. The tension in the air was suffocating, and Izuku could only hope that the woman across the alley had been able to reach someone in time. And then, the sound he had been dreading, a loud knock at the front door. His father paused, the unexpected noise catching him off guard. Izuku felt his heart leap into his throat. The knock came again, more insistent this time. "Who the hell is that?" his father muttered, annoyance clear as he approached the door. Izuku felt a surge of hope and fear in equal measure. This was his chance to escape, but it could also be the moment that tipped everything into chaos. He held his breath, praying that whoever was at the door could help him. When his father opened the door, Izuku could hear the low, authoritative voices of the police officers as they introduced themselves. His father's tone quickly shifted from irritation to guarded suspicion as they asked if they could come inside to talk. "What's this about?" his father asked, trying to sound casual but failing to hide the edge in his voice. "We received a call from a concerned citizen," one of the officers replied smoothly. "We just want to make sure everything is okay." Izuku's father hesitated, clearly weighing his options. But the police were insistent, their tone leaving little room for argument. His father reluctantly stepped aside with a muttered curse to let them in. The officers moved into the apartment, scanning the surroundings and noticing the disrepair and the tension in the air. One of them glanced down the hallway, his gaze settling on the closed door leading to Izuku's room. "Is there anyone else here with you?" the officer asked, his tone neutral but probing. "No," his father lied too quickly. "Just me." The officer's eyes narrowed slightly, and he exchanged a look with his partner. "Do you mind if we take a look around?" "Do you have a warrant?" he said, looking at the two officers. The tension in the room thickened as Izuku's father stared down the officers, his gaze defiant. The officers exchanged a glance, their expressions hardening. The air felt heavy, like the moment before a storm, and Izuku, hidden away in his room, could feel the tremors of the impending confrontation. "We don't need a warrant to check on the welfare of a child," one of the officers replied calmly but firmly. He took a step forward, his eyes never leaving Izuku's father. "Now, we're going to take a look around. If everything's fine, we'll be out of your way." Izuku's father's jaw clenched, his eyes flickering with anger, but he knew he was cornered. With a tight nod, stepped aside, letting the officers pass. "Fine," he spat, his voice laced with resentment. "Do what you have to." The officers moved cautiously down the hallway, their eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like a drum. He heard their footsteps drawing closer, the sound mingling with the blood rushing through his veins. His wings tightened around him, a futile attempt to shield himself from the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. When they reached his door, one of the officers paused, listening. The other motioned for his partner to proceed, and with a slow, deliberate movement, he knocked on the door. "Izuku!" The officer's voice was gentle, an attempt to reach out to the terrified boy he knew was hiding just beyond the thin barrier of wood. "It's okay. We're here to help. Can you open the door for us?" For a moment, there was only silence. Izuku's mind raced between the instinct to stay hidden and the desperate need for safety. He knew what would happen if his father caught him trying to leave, but the officers on the other side of the door represented his only chance to escape the nightmare he was living. Taking a shaky breath, Izuku hesitantly reached out and unlocked the door. It creaked open, revealing the small, scared boy curled up on the floor, his wings wrapped tightly around him. The officers' eyes softened when they saw him, the fear and pain etched into his features unmistakable. One of the officers crouched down to Izuku's level, speaking softly. "Hey there, Izuku. It's okay. You're safe now. We're going to get you out of here." Izuku nodded, his throat too tight to speak. Tears welled in his eyes, but he blinked them back, focusing on the officer's kind face, the reassurance in his voice. Slowly, he unfolded his wings and reached out, taking the officer's hand. The touch was warm, grounding him that this wasn't another cruel trick, his chance to be free. As the officer gently helped Izuku to his feet, his father's voice cut through the air, sharp and vicious. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You have no right to take him." The officer who had stayed in the living room with Izuku's father stepped forward, his posture defensive. "Sir, we have every right to ensure this child's safety. From what we've seen, there are serious concerns about his well-being." Izuku's father stepped toward them, his hands curling into fists. "He's my son. You can't just take him from me." The officer standing by Izuku moved to shield him, keeping a firm grip on his shoulder. "We're going to take him to a safe place. You can take up objections with the court. But right now, we're leaving." The fury in his father's eyes was palpable, but he was outnumbered and unarmed. He sneered at the officers, his voice dripping with malice. "You're making a big mistake. You'll regret this." The officer ignored the threat, guiding Izuku out of the room and toward the front door. Izuku could barely feel his legs as they walked, his entire body trembling with fear and relief. He kept his eyes down, avoiding the burning gaze of his father as they passed him. Once outside, the cool morning air hit Izuku's face like a bomb, clearing the fog of fear that had clouded his mind. The officers led him to a waiting police car, one of them opening the door and helping him inside. Izuku sank into the seat, the weight of the past few days finally crashing down on him. As the car pulled away from the curb, Izuku glanced out the window, watching as the building that had become his prison faded into the distance. His father's figure was still visible, standing on the sidewalk, his expression a twisted mask of anger and defeat. Izuku's breath hitched as he turned away, focusing instead on the road ahead. He knew there were still challenges to face, still battles to fight, but for the first time in what felt like forever, he had hope. He was returning to the people who cared about him, loved him, and would fight to keep him safe. He didn't know what would happen next, but he clung to the promise the officers had made. He was safe now and wouldn't have to face this alone. As they drove toward the police station, the officer in the passenger seat turned to look at Izuku, offering him a gentle smile. "We'll get you somewhere safe, kid. You've been through a lot, but we'll ensure you're okay." Izuku nodded, his voice finally returning in a whisper. "Thank you." And for the first time in days, Izuku believed everything might be okay. The minutes he was passed faster than usual. Izuku had been in the small, sterile office for hours, though it only felt like fleeting moments. His nerves were on edge, every tiny noise amplifying his anxiety. Each footstep from outside the door made him cringe, his wings reflexively tightening around his body, offering what little comfort they could. He had been afraid before, terrified, but this felt different. It was a gnawing kind of fear, the kind that wrapped around his thoughts and wouldn't let go. He shifted uneasily in the chair, his fingers nervously tracing the armrest fabric pattern. The ticking of the wall clock seemed louder than it should have been, marking the passage of time with an unforgiving rhythm. He hated being trapped in this waiting game, not knowing what would happen next. The memories of his father's apartment haunted him, still the coldness of the place, the heavy silence, and most of all, the sharp sting of the belt. His body still ached from it, the pain lingering like a bruise on his soul. He tried to focus on his surroundings, the papers and books scattered across the desk. It was supposed to be some social worker's office, but Izuku hadn't paid much attention when they had rushed him here after the police had finally intervened. All he could think about was how he had narrowly escaped, how he had been pulled from the clutches of his father at the last second. The door creaked open slightly, and Izuku tensed, his heart pounding. His wings twitched in response, feathers ruffling as his breath caught in his throat. But instead of a stranger, Hisashi entered the room, his face filled with concern and warmth. "Izuku," Hisashi said softly, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. His voice was quieter than usual, lacking its usual cheer, as if he knew the situation demanded a gentler approach. Izuku's breath caught in his throat as he looked at Hisashi. Relief tried to break through the fear, but it faltered. The warmth in Hisashi's eyes was there, but something else. Something heavy settled in Izuku's chest. He wanted to run to him, to feel safe like he used to, but now there was a crack in that safety. A crack that had started when they hadn't been able to stop his father from taking him away. Izuku, Hisashi's voice was tender, but Izuku could hear the guilt. It was there, hidden behind the softness. I'm so sorry. We should have been there sooner. Izuku shook his head, his wings tightening around him protectively. Why didn't you stop him? His voice came out smaller than he intended, barely a whisper. You said I was safe with you. You promised. The pain in Hisashi's eyes deepened, and he knelt to Izuku's level, but Izuku took a small step back. Hisashi froze, his hand hovering in the air like he wanted to reach out but wasn't sure if he should. Izuku, I didn't want this to happen. We didn't. We fought so hard, but the court, they didn't listen. Izuku swallowed his throat tight. But you said, he stopped, the words tangled up in his chest. He couldn't shake the betrayal he felt. It wasn't Hisashi or Shota's fault, but it hurt. They had said they would protect him, that he wouldn't have to return to his father. But they couldn't stop it. No one could. Izuku, we're going to keep fighting, Hisashi said, his voice earnest, desperate to make Izuku understand. We're not giving up on you. But you have to come back with us. I don't want to, Izuku blurted out before he could stop himself. The words hung in the air, heavy and raw. Hisashi's eyes widened, and the shock was evident on his face. Izuku, Hisashi's voice cracked, the pain in his words almost palpable. What do you mean? Izuku took a shaky breath, feeling like his heart was breaking again. I don't want to go back. I can't go through that again. What if he tries to retake me? What if you can't stop it next time? His voice trembled, and tears rose in his eyes, threatening to spill over. I can't do it. Izuku, you are safe with us, Hisashi said, pleading. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but we'll do everything we can. You couldn't stop him, Izuku whispered, his wings trembling with the weight of the fear and hurt. What if next time you're too late? What if you can't protect me again? Hisashi looked like he had been punched in the gut. He glanced toward the door as if hoping Shota would walk in and know what to say, but it was just the two of them. And Izuku didn't know how to make the fear go away. I don't want to go back, Izuku repeated, his voice breaking. Not right now. Hisashi's face fell. Izuku, you don't mean that. I want to stay with Kigo, Izuku said suddenly, his heart pounding as the words left his mouth. Just for a little while. I need time. I can't go back yet. Hisashi blinked, stunned into silence for a moment. Kigo. Izuku, you don't have to do this. Please, Izuku whispered, his voice small, his hands trembling. Please, Hisashi. I need some time. Hisashi's eyes were filled with hurt, but after a long moment, he sighed, his shoulders slumping. If that's what you want, we'll talk to Kigo. But, Izuku, you need to know that Shota and I know, Izuku cut him off, tears spilling down his cheeks. I know you care. But I can't go back right now. I'm scared, Hisashi. Hisashi's eyes glistened, and for a moment he seemed at a loss for what to say. He gently placed his hand on Izuku's arm, squeezing it softly. Okay, little listener. We'll talk to Hawks. But please know that no matter where you are, you're still part of our family. Izuku nodded, his heart aching with the weight of the decision. He wanted to believe Hisashi, to trust that things would be okay, but the shadows of what had happened loomed too large. For now, all he could do was step back and hope the distance would make the fear easier to bear. Hisashi stood up slowly, his hand falling to his side as he glanced again at Izuku. The hurt in his eyes was unmistakable, but he didn't push further. Izuku could see the worry etched into his face, the way he was trying to find the right words, but no words could fix what had already been broken. I'll call Kigo, Hisashi said, his voice quieter than usual. We'll figure this out. Give me a few minutes, okay? Izuku nodded, not trusting his voice to come out without cracking. He watched as Hisashi walked out of the room, leaving the door slightly ajar. The moment he was gone, Izuku slumped into the chair, wrapping his arms around himself as if that could protect him from the whirlwind of emotions swirling inside. His wings remained tight around his body, a barrier against the world, against the fear that still gripped him. He had never imagined that this would be how things turned out. When Shota and Hisashi first took him in, it felt like his life had finally changed for the better, as he had finally found a place where he could belong. But after everything with his father, his fragile sense of security had been shattered, and now all he could feel was the nagging fear that it could happen again. The minutes he dragged on. Izuku could hear faint voices from the other room, likely Hisashi on the phone with Hawks, but he couldn't focus on it. His thoughts kept spiraling between the past few days and the uncertainty of what would come. Could he trust them again? Could he return to a place where the promise of safety had already failed? After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open again, and this time, Shota stepped in. His expression was as composed as ever, but Izuku could see the worry in his eyes and his tight posture. He didn't speak immediately, instead crossing the room and sitting in the chair beside Izuku. For a long moment, they just sat in silence. "Izuku," Shota finally said, his voice low and steady. "Hawks is on his way." Izuku nodded but kept his eyes on the floor, avoiding Shota's gaze. He could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken questions between them. Shota was always calm and in control, but Izuku could sense that even he struggled to handle this. "I know you're scared," Shota continued, his voice soft but firm. "And I understand why you feel like you need space. But I need you to know something. We didn't want this to happen. We fought for you, and we'll keep fighting for you. I just need you to trust us again, even if it takes time." Izuku clenched his fists in his lap, the tears welling up in his eyes again. But what if it happens again? What if, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What if you can't stop it? Next time? Shota sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. "There are no guarantees, Izuku. I won't lie to you and say I can protect you from every possible thing that could happen. But what I can promise is that we'll never stop trying. We'll never stop fighting for you, no matter what it takes." Izuku's heart ached at Shota's words, and he wanted to believe him. He wanted to feel that safety again, to trust that they wouldn't let him slip through the cracks. But the fear was still there, lurking just beneath the surface. I don't know if I'm ready," Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible. Shota nodded, his expression softening. "That's okay. You don't have to be ready right now. If staying with Kigo for a little while helps you feel safer, we'll support that. But don't forget, you always have a place with us. Always." Before Izuku could respond, there was a light knock on the door, and Hawks stepped into the room. His usual easygoing smile was replaced with a more serious expression as he took in the scene, his sharp eyes flicking between Izuku and Shota. "Hey kid," Hawks said gently, stepping closer. "Heard you're looking to crash with me for a bit." Izuku nodded, biting his lip as he looked at the winged hero. There was something comforting about Kigo's presence, his laid-back demeanor masking a strength that made Izuku feel a little safer, even for the moment. "Yeah," Izuku mumbled. "Just for a few days." Hawks crouched down to Izuku's level, his golden eyes softening. "I get it. You need space, and that's okay. You're welcome at my place for as long as you need. No pressure, no rush." Izuku looked at Hawks, his heart tightening. The hero's words were reassuring, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he felt a tiny sliver of relief. "Thank you," Izuku whispered, his voice breaking slightly. Hawks gave him a reassuring smile before standing up and turning to Shota. The two men exchanged a look, something unspoken passing between them. Shota nodded slightly as if approving, though his eyes showed a deep sadness. "All right, kid," Hawks said, clapping his hands lightly. "Let's get you out of here. My place is pretty chill so you can relax. Take it easy." "Sound good?" Izuku nodded, slowly standing up. His wings were still wrapped around him protectively, but they loosened slightly for the first time in hours, the tension easing just a bit. As Hawks led him toward the door, Izuku paused and turned back to look at Shota. Their eyes met, and for a moment, neither said anything. But Izuku could see the care in Shota's gaze, the unspoken promise that they would be there for him, no matter what. I'll be back, Izuku said softly. Shota gave him a slight nod, his voice low and steady. We'll be waiting. With that, Izuku turned and followed Hawks out of the room, his heart heavy but a little less burdened. He didn't know what the next few days would bring, but he just needed to breathe and find peace amid the chaos. And maybe, just maybe, he could find his way back to the family that had given him a second chance. It had been a week since Izuku had left Shota and Hisashi's apartment to stay with Hawks. For the first few days, the change of scenery had been precisely what he needed: quiet, space, and a break from the overwhelming emotions that had been gnawing at him since the nightmare with his father. Hawks had been kind, giving Izuku room to breathe, never asking too many questions. He was easy to be around, and he never pressured Izuku to talk unless he wanted to. But as the days passed, Izuku started to feel the creeping weight of loneliness. Hawk's apartment, though comfortable and welcoming, wasn't home. It lacked the warmth and familiarity that Shota and Hisashi's place had. The little things like the scent of Hisashi's coffee in the morning or the quiet way Shota would sit with him in companionable silence were what he missed the most. Izuku sat on the couch, and his wings draped lazily around him as he watched the city below from the large windows. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the skyline, but the view did nothing to lift the heaviness in his chest. He missed them: Shota, Hisashi, and even Hitoshi. He missed waking up to Hisashi's enthusiastic greetings, Shota's steady, calming presence, and Hitoshi's quiet companionship. His heart ached with the weight of it all. "Kid, you okay?" Hawk's voice pulled Izuku from his thoughts. Izuku blinked and glanced over his shoulder. Hawks stood in the doorway, holding a couple of takeout bags, his usual easygoing grin in place. But Izuku could tell Hawks wasn't fooled by the neutral expression on his face. "Yeah, I'm fine," Izuku replied quietly, his voice lacking its usual energy. Hawks raised an eyebrow, setting the food down on the kitchen counter. "Fine, it doesn't look like you've been staring out the window for an hour." He crossed his arms, leaning against the counter. "What's going on?" Izuku sighed, his wings drooping slightly. I miss them." Hawks tilted his head. "Aizawa and Yamada?" "Yeah, and Hitoshi." Izuku paused, feeling the sting in his chest again as he said their names. I thought I needed space, but now I don't know. I feel kind of lost without them." Hawks watched him carefully, his usually carefree demeanor softening. He walked over and sat down next to Izuku, not too close, but enough that his presence was reassuring. "You know, it's okay to miss them," Hawks said after a moment. "You went through something traumatic and needed time to process it. But missing them doesn't mean you made the wrong choice coming here. It just means they're your family. And it's natural to want to be with them." Izuku nodded, his throat tightening as the emotions he'd been holding back all week finally started to bubble to the surface. "I was so afraid of going back, of them being unable to protect me. I was scared they'd lie to me again, that I'd be hurt again. But now, I feel like I hurt them by leaving." Hawks sighed, leaning back on the couch. "It's a tough situation, kid. But the thing about people like Aizawa and Yamada is that they'll understand. They know you're dealing with a lot, and they'd never want you to feel guilty for taking care of yourself." Izuku looked down at his hands, his fingers fiddling with the edge of his shirt. I feel so safe with them even after everything. I miss how Shota would sit with me when I didn't feel like talking. And Hisashi always knew how to make me laugh, even when things were hard. And Hitoshi." He paused, his voice dropping. "Hitoshi never judged me. He understood me." Hawks gave a small nod, understanding flickering in his eyes. "It sounds like you found a family, Izuku. And it's normal to miss them." "I don't know if they'll want me back after I push them away," Izuku admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Hey, don't think like that," Hawks said firmly. "If there's one thing I know about those guys, they won't stop caring about you just because you needed some space. Family isn't something that disappears when things get tough. If anything, it gets stronger." Izuku blinked back, the tears threatening to spill over. "But what if they're mad at me? What if I hurt them?" "They're not mad," Hawks said confidently. "I've talked to them, and all they care about is ensuring you're okay. They want you to feel safe. And I bet you anything, They've been missing you just as much as you've been missing them. Izuku didn't say anything momentarily, letting Hawk's words sink in. His chest still felt heavy, but a tiny flicker of hope was warming the edges of his heart. Maybe Hawks was right. They still wanted him back, even after everything. Hawks leaned forward, a more severe expression crossing his face. Look, you don't have to make any decisions right now. But if you want to see them, I can call Aizawa and set something up. Maybe you spend some time with them and see how it feels. Izuku hesitated, the familiar anxiety creeping up his spine. He was scared of facing them, scared of being vulnerable again. But at the same time, the ache of missing them was becoming too much to bear. Maybe I could just see them for a little bit, Izuku said softly, his voice unsure but hopeful. Hawks smiled gently, standing up and ruffling Izuku's hair. That's the spirit, kid. I'll make the call. Izuku's heart raced as he sat on the couch, his wings tucked tightly against his back. The anticipation was unbearable, his mind running through every possible scenario as he waited for Hawks to return. What if Shota and Hisashi were upset with him for leaving? What if they didn't want him back? He curled his hands into fists, his nails digging into his palms, as he struggled to keep his breathing steady. The week of separation had done nothing to ease the tension in his chest. If anything, the distance had strengthened his longing for them but also deepened his fear of rejection. Hawk's voice in the next room pulled him from his thoughts. He couldn't make out the words, but the low hum of conversation was enough to keep him on edge. He strained his ears, hoping to catch anything that might give him a clue as to how Shota and Hisashi were feeling. After what felt like an eternity, Hawks reappeared, phone in hand, with a calm but reassuring smile. They're on their way, kid, Hawks said, sliding his phone into his pocket. They'll be here in about an hour. Izuku blinked, his mind suddenly racing. They're coming here? Hawks nodded, sitting back down next to him. Yeah. I thought it might be better for you to see them here, where you're comfortable. But if it's too much, we can take things slow. They just want to see you. Izuku swallowed hard, his stomach churning with nerves. I don't know if I'm ready. You don't have to be ready for everything at once, Hawks said gently. But I think seeing them again will help. You miss them, right? Izuku nodded, his throat too tight to speak. Hawks leaned back against the couch, his tone casual but caring. They've been worried about you, Izuku. Aizawa especially. He's not the type to show it much, but he's been tearing himself up, thinking about how things went down. They just want to make sure you're okay. Izuku's chest tightened at Hawk's words. He could picture Shota pacing quietly, methodically, worrying but never showing it. Hisashi, on the other hand, would have been more open, calling or checking in whenever he could. The thought of them missing him made Izuku's heart ache even more. I've been missing them too, Izuku admitted softly, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say after I left. I was afraid. Hawks nodded, giving him a reassuring smile. That's okay, kid. You've been through a lot. They'll understand. The hour that followed felt like the longest hour of Izuku's life. He glanced at the clock every few minutes, his wings twitching with nervous energy. Hawks stayed nearby, offering quiet support but giving Izuku the space he needed to process everything. Finally, there was a knock at the door. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat, and he froze, his breath catching in his chest. Hawks glanced at him, offering a soft smile before answering the door. Hey, Izuku heard Hawks say, his voice warm and welcoming. Come on in. Izuku couldn't move. His legs felt like they were glued to the floor as the familiar voices of Shota and Hisashi floated into the apartment. The overwhelming urge to run gripped him for a moment, the fear of facing them too much to handle. But then he heard Shota's voice calm, steady, and filled with quiet concern. Izuku! It was enough to break through the haze of fear. Slowly, Izuku turned his head, his eyes landing on the two figures standing in the doorway. Shota was standing tall, his face as impassive as ever, but there was a softness in his eyes that Izuku hadn't noticed before. Hisashi stood beside him, his usual smile dimmed by concern but radiating warmth. Izuku, Hisashi said, his voice soft but full of relief. We've missed you, little listener. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, And before he could stop himself, he stumbled forward, his wings trembling as he moved toward them. He didn't know what to say, didn't know how to explain the tangled mess of emotions inside him, but he didn't need to. Hizashi met him halfway, wrapping his arms around Izuku tightly. "It's okay, kiddo," he murmured. "It's okay. We're here." Shota momentarily placed a firm but gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You don't have to explain anything," Shota said quietly, his voice steady and comforting. "We're just glad you're okay." Izuku buried his face in Hizashi's shoulder, the dam finally breaking as sobs racked his body. All the fear, guilt, and loneliness poured out, and Hizashi just held him, rubbing soothing circles on his back. I thought you'd be mad at me," Izuku choked out between sobs. "Mad?" Hizashi pulled back slightly, looking at Izuku with wide, concerned eyes. "Izuku, we could never be mad at you." Shota nodded, his voice firm but gentle. "You did what you needed to do. You were scared, and that's okay. We want you to feel safe." Izuku sniffled, wiping at his eyes as he glanced up at them. "I missed you both so much," he whispered, his voice shaking. "We missed you too," Hizashi said, his smile returning full force. "The apartment hasn't been the same without you." There was a beat of silence, and then Shota spoke up again, his voice softer than usual. "Hitoshi's been asking about you too. He's been worried." Izuku felt a fresh wave of emotion hit him at the mention of Hitoshi. He hadn't realized how much he missed his quiet, understanding presence until now. "I want to go home," Izuku whispered, his voice small but committed. Shota and Hizashi exchanged a glance, and then Shota nodded. "Then let's go home." Hawks, who had been watching from the doorway, smiled quietly. "I'll grab your stuff, kid. Sounds like it's time for you to head back where you belong." Izuku gave Hawks a grateful look, his heart swelling with relief and warmth. He wasn't sure what the future held, but for the first time in a while, he knew one thing for sure: he wasn't alone. He had a family. A real family. And they were waiting for him with open arms. It had been a week since Izuku had left Shota and Hizashi's apartment to stay with Hawks. For the first few days, the change of scenery had been precisely what he needed: quiet, space, and a break from the overwhelming emotions that had been gnawing at him since the nightmare with his father. Hawks had been kind, giving Izuku room to breathe, never asking too many questions. He was easy to be around, and he never pressured Izuku to talk unless he wanted to. But as the days passed, Izuku started to feel the creeping weight of loneliness. Hawk's apartment, though comfortable and welcoming, wasn't home. It lacked the warmth and familiarity that Shota and Hizashi's place had. The little things like the scent of Hizashi's coffee in the morning or the quiet way Shota would sit with him in companionable silence were what he missed the most. Izuku sat on the couch, his wings draped lazily around him as he watched the city below from the large windows. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the skyline, but the view did nothing to lift the heaviness in his chest. He missed them: Shota, Hizashi, and even Hitoshi. He missed waking up to Hizashi's enthusiastic greetings, Shota's steady, calming presence, and Hitoshi's quiet companionship. His heart ached with the weight of it all. "Kid, you okay?" Hawk's voice pulled Izuku from his thoughts. Izuku blinked and glanced over his shoulder. Hawks stood in the doorway, holding a couple of takeout bags, his usual easygoing grin in place. But Izuku could tell Hawks wasn't fooled by the neutral expression on his face. "Yeah, I'm fine," Izuku replied quietly, his voice lacking its usual energy. Hawks raised an eyebrow, setting the food down on the kitchen counter. "Fine, it doesn't look like you've been staring out the window for an hour." He crossed his arms, leaning against the counter. "What's going on?" Izuku sighed, his wings drooping slightly. I miss them." Hawks tilted his head. "Aizawa and Yamada?" "Yeah, and Hitoshi." Izuku paused, feeling the sting in his chest again as he said their names. I needed space, but now I don't know. I feel kind of lost without them." Hawks oversaw him, his usually carefree demeanor softening. He walked over and sat down next to Izuku, not too close, but enough that his presence was reassuring. "You know, it's okay to miss them," Hawks said after a moment. You went through something traumatic and needed time to process it. But missing them doesn't mean you made the wrong choice coming here. It just means they're your family. And it's natural to want to be with them. Izuku nodded, his throat tightening as the emotions he'd been holding back all week finally started to bubble to the surface. I was so afraid of going back, of them being unable to protect me. I was scared they'd lie to me again, that I'd be hurt again. But now, I feel like I hurt them by leaving. Hawks sighed, leaning back on the couch. It's a tough situation, kid. But the thing about people like Aizawa and Yamada is that they'll understand. They know you're dealing with a lot, and they'd never want you to feel guilty for taking care of yourself. Izuku looked down at his hands, his fingers fiddling with the edge of his shirt. I feel so safe with them even after everything. I miss how Shota would sit with me when I didn't feel like talking. And Hisashi always knew how to make me laugh, even when things were hard. And Hitoshi. He paused, his voice dropping. Hitoshi never judged me. He understood me. Hawks gave a slight nod, understanding flickering in his eyes. It sounds like you found a family, Izuku. And it's normal to miss them. I don't know if they'll want me back after I push them away, Izuku admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Hey, don't think like that, Hawks said firmly. If there's one thing I know about those guys, they won't stop caring about you just because you needed some space. Family isn't something that disappears when things get tough. If anything, it gets stronger. Izuku blinked back, the tears threatening to spill over. But what if they're mad at me? What if I hurt them? They're not mad, Hawks said confidently. I've talked to them and all they care about is ensuring you're okay. They want you to feel safe. And I bet you anything, they've been missing you just as much as you've been missing them. Izuku didn't say anything momentarily, letting Hawks' words sink in. His chest still felt heavy, but a tiny flicker of hope was warming the edges of his heart. Maybe Hawks was right. Maybe they still wanted him back, even after everything. Hawks leaned forward, a more severe expression crossing his face. Look, you don't have to make any decisions right now. But if you want to see them, I can call Aizawa and set something up. Maybe you just spend time with them and see how it feels. Izuku hesitated, the familiar anxiety creeping up his spine. He was scared of facing them, scared of being vulnerable again. But at the same time, the ache of missing them was becoming too much to bear. Maybe I could just see them for a little bit, Izuku said softly, his voice unsure but hopeful. Hawks smiled gently, standing up and ruffling Izuku's hair. That's the spirit, kid. I'll make the call. As Hawks stepped out of the room to make the call, Izuku sat back on the couch, his heart pounding. The thought of seeing Shota, Hisashi, and Hitoshi again both excited and terrified him. But he knew deep down that he missed them more than anything, and maybe it was time to find his way back home. Izuku's heart raced as he sat on the couch, his wings tucked tightly against his back. The anticipation was unbearable, his mind running through every possible scenario as he waited for Hawks to return. What if Shota and Hisashi were upset with him for leaving? What if they didn't want him back? He curled his hands into fists, his nails digging into his palms, as he struggled to keep his breathing steady. The week of separation had done nothing to ease the tension in his chest. If anything, the distance had strengthened his longing for them but also deepened his fear of rejection. Hawk's voice in the next room pulled him from his thoughts. He couldn't make out the words, but the low hum of conversation was enough to keep him on edge. He strained his ears, hoping to catch anything that might give him a clue as to how Shota and Hisashi were feeling. After what felt like an eternity, Hawks reappeared, phone in hand, with a calm but reassuring smile. They're on their way, kid, Hawks said, sliding his phone into his pocket. They'll be here in about an hour. Izuku blinked, his mind suddenly racing. They're coming here? Hawks nodded, sitting back down next to him. Yeah. I thought it might be better for you to see them here, where you're comfortable. But if it's too much, we can take things slow. They want to see you. Izuku swallowed hard, his stomach churning with nerves. I don't know if I'm ready. You don't have to be ready for everything at once, Hawks said gently. But I think seeing them again will help. You miss them, right? Izuku nodded, his throat too tight to speak. Hawks leaned back against the couch, his tone casual but caring. "They've been worried about you, Izuku. Aizawa especially. He's not the type to show it much, but he's been tearing himself up, thinking about how things went down. They want to make sure you're okay." Izuku's chest tightened at Hawk's words. He could picture Shota pacing quietly, methodically, worrying but never showing it. Hizashi, on the other hand, would have been more open, calling or checking in whenever he could. The thought of them missing him made Izuku's heart ache even more. "I've been missing them too," Izuku admitted softly, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say after I left. I was afraid." Hawks nodded, giving him a reassuring smile. "That's okay, kid. You've been through a lot. They'll understand." The following hour felt like the most extended hour of Izuku's life. He glanced at the clock every few minutes, his wings twitching with nervous energy. Hawks stayed nearby, offering quiet support but giving Izuku the space he needed to process everything. Finally, there was a knock at the door. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat, and he froze, his breath catching in his chest. Hawks glanced at him, offering a soft smile before answering the door. "Hey," Izuku heard Hawks say, his voice warm and welcoming. "Come on in." Izuku couldn't move. His legs felt like they were glued to the floor as the familiar voices of Shota and Hizashi floated into the apartment. The overwhelming urge to run gripped him for a moment, the fear of facing them too much to handle. But then he heard Shota's voice calm, steady, and filled with quiet concern. "Izuku." It was enough to break through the haze of fear. Slowly, Izuku turned his head, his eyes landing on the two figures standing in the doorway. Shota was standing tall, his face as impassive as ever, but there was a softness in his eyes that Izuku hadn't noticed before. Hizashi stood beside him, his usual smile dimmed by concern but radiating warmth. "Izuku," Hizashi said, his voice soft but full of relief. "We've missed you, little listener." Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, and before he could stop himself, he stumbled forward, his wings trembling as he moved toward them. He didn't know what to say, didn't know how to explain the tangled mess of emotions inside him, but he didn't need to. Hizashi met him halfway, wrapping his arms around Izuku tightly. "It's okay, kiddo," he murmured. "It's okay. We're here." Shota momentarily placed a firm but gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You don't have to explain anything," Shota said quietly, his voice steady and comforting. "We're just glad you're okay." Izuku buried his face in Hizashi's shoulder, the dam finally breaking as sobs racked his body. All the fear, guilt, and loneliness poured out, and Hizashi just held him, rubbing soothing circles on his back. I thought you'd be mad at me," Izuku choked out between sobs. "Mad?" Hizashi pulled back slightly, looking at Izuku with wide, concerned eyes. "Izuku, we could never be mad at you." Shota nodded, his voice firm but gentle. "You did what you needed to do. You were scared, and that's okay. We want you to feel safe." Izuku sniffled, wiping at his eyes as he glanced up at them. "I missed you both so much," he whispered, his voice shaking. "We missed you too," Hizashi said, his smile returning full force. "The apartment hasn't been the same without you." There was a beat of silence, and then Shota spoke up again, his voice softer than usual. "Hitoshi's been asking about you too. He's been worried." Izuku felt a fresh wave of emotion hit him at the mention of Hitoshi. He hadn't realized how much he missed his quiet, understanding presence until now. "I want to go home," Izuku whispered, his voice small but persistent. Shota and Hizashi exchanged a glance, and then Shota nodded. "Then let's go home." Hawks, who had been watching from the doorway, smiled quietly. "I'll grab your stuff, kid. Sounds like it's time for you to head back where you belong." Izuku gave Hawks a grateful look, his heart swelling with relief and warmth. He wasn't sure what the future held, but for the first time in a while, he knew one thing for sure: he wasn't alone. He had a family. A real family. And they were waiting for him with open arms. The drive back to the apartment felt like a dream, like a weight being lifted from Izuku's chest, which had been there too long. The soft hum of the car and the reassuring presence of Shota and Hizashi beside him filled the silence with comfort, a far cry from the painful quiet he had grown used to. As they neared the apartment, A sense of warmth blossomed in his chest. He was going home, back to the place where he belonged. But beneath that warmth, a new sense of dread gnawed at him. It wasn't the fear of his father anymore, it was the worry about how things might be different. He had been away for what felt like forever, and even though Shota and Hisashi had reassured him that everything was okay, a part of him was still afraid. Would things still feel the same? The car stopped in front of the familiar building, and Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He clutched his backpack tightly as they stepped out of the car, the familiar sight of the apartment building looming above them. His heart raced as they approached the front door, and for a moment he hesitated. "Are you ready, kid?" Shota asked quietly, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Izuku nodded, though his stomach twisted with nerves. "Yeah, I think so." Hisashi smiled warmly, his usual cheerfulness shining through as he opened the door. "Welcome home, little listener." A familiar blur of fur darted towards Izuku as soon as they stepped inside. The temperamental cat leaped onto the couch before sauntering to Izuku with a lazy meow. She rubbed against his legs, purring softly as if sensing his need for comfort. "Hey, Izuku whispered, crouching to pet her. Her soft fur under his fingers grounded him, reminding him that this was his home where he was safe. Shota and Hisashi exchanged glances, giving Izuku the space to settle back in. But as Izuku stroked BSTRD's fur, something caught his attention. Behind the couch, a tiny kitten appeared with wide eyes and curiosity. Its fluffy black fur and tiny, delicate paws made it look like a miniature version of BSRD. Izuku blinked in surprise. "Who's this?" Hisashi grinned, stepping forward. "That's Hitoshi's new kitten. He's named her Shadow." Hitoshi appeared from the hallway as if on cue, his eyes lighting up when he saw Izuku. There was a brief moment of awkward silence before Hitoshi awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. "Hey, I'm glad you're back." Izuku stood up, feeling BSTRD's warmth against his legs. "Thanks. I missed you." Hitoshi glanced down at the kitten, who had started pawing at Izuku's shoe. "I got her a few days ago. Figured BSTRD could use some company." Izuku smiled softly, watching the kitten's playful antics. "She's adorable." But as the conversation drifted to lighter things, a dull ache in Izuku's wing reminded him of something he had been avoiding. For days now, the wound his father had inflicted had festered, hidden under his feathers. He had tried to ignore it, hoping it would heal independently. But now, as he stood surrounded by those he trusted most, the pain was too much to bear. "Shota! Hisashi!" Izuku's voice wavered, and the room fell silent. Both men turned to him, concern immediately etched on their faces. "What is it?" Shota asked, stepping closer. Izuku hesitated, his wings instinctively folding tighter around him. There's something I need to show you." Slowly, painfully, Izuku began to unfurl his wings. The feathers parted, revealing the wound, a jagged, raw gash stretching across his left wing's delicate membrane. The skin around it was red and swollen, and a faint hint of infection was visible. Hisashi gasped, his hand flying to his mouth. "Izuku, why didn't you say something?" I didn't want to worry anyone," Izuku mumbled, feeling shame rise in his chest. "I thought it would get better on its own, but—" Shota's face darkened with anger and concern, though Izuku knew the anger wasn't directed at him. "This looks bad, kid. We should have taken care of this earlier." Without another word, Shota and Hisashi moved into action. Hisashi gently led Izuku to the couch while Shota grabbed the first aid kit from the bathroom. Standing silently by, Hitoshi stepped forward, his eyes filled with worry. "Why didn't you tell me?" Hitoshi asked quietly, sitting down next to Izuku. "I didn't want to be a burden," Izuku admitted, his voice small. "You're never a burden," Hitoshi replied firmly, his gaze softening. "We're brothers, remember?" As Shota carefully cleaned the wound, Izuku winced, but he felt the weight lifting off his chest. The wound, both physical and emotional, was finally being addressed. As painful as it was also the beginning of healing, true healing, surrounded by those who cared about him more than anything. "Izuku, you don't have to hide things like this," Shota said gently as he applied an antibiotic cream to the wound. We're here to help you, no matter what. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, but they weren't just from the pain. They were from relief that he wasn't alone anymore, that he didn't have to carry the burden by himself. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered, his voice thick with emotion. You don't have to apologize, Hisashi said softly, sitting beside him and resting a comforting hand on his shoulder. We're family. We're here for you always. As Shota finished bandaging the wound, Izuku felt a sense of peace over him. The wound would heal in time, both on his wing and in his heart. He wasn't alone anymore. He had a family, a home, and the strength to face whatever came next. And for the first time in a long while, Izuku allowed himself to believe that everything would be okay. Izuku sat quietly on the couch as Shota finished bandaging his wing, the weight of everything finally starting to ease. It had been overwhelming to show them the wound. He had tried so hard to hide it, both out of fear and shame. But now that it was in the open, there was a strange sense of relief. He wasn't alone in carrying the pain anymore. The soft purring of Biggie, who had settled by his feet, grounded him, offering a quiet comfort in the moment. Shadow, Hitoshi's kitten, batted playfully at a stray piece of fabric near the couch, unaware of the tension in the air only moments before. Izuku glanced over at Hitoshi, who had remained by his side the entire time, his expression a mix of worry and silent support. The bond they shared had grown so much in the past months. Hitoshi had become more than just a new brother. He had become someone Izuku trusted deeply. Hitoshi caught his gaze and gave a small, reassuring smile. Feeling a little better? He asked, his voice soft but steady. Izuku nodded, though his wings still throbbed. Yeah, I didn't want you guys to worry. I already felt like I was causing too much trouble. Hisashi, sitting nearby, leaned forward and shook his head, his voice gentle but firm. Izuku, you are never too much trouble. Taking care of you, making sure you're okay, that's what we want to do. Been through so much and shouldn't have to carry everything alone. Izuku bit his lip and felt a lump form in his throat. He had always been afraid of burdening others and making his problems too big for anyone to handle. But here, with his real family, he didn't have to do that anymore. Shota stood up after finishing the bandaging, his usually calm demeanor slightly softer as he looked at Izuku. The wound will heal, but you must be careful with it for a while. No overworking your wings, alright? Izuku nodded again, appreciating the concern, and Shota always knew how to balance his protective side with practicality. Something about Shota's steady presence always made Izuku feel grounded, as if everything would eventually be alright. Hitoshi leaned back on the couch, his eyes flicking over to Shadow, who had now climbed onto Bee and was attempting to nibble at her tail playfully. Looks like BSDRD's got her paws full with this one, he said with a slight chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. Izuku smiled, grateful for the distraction. Yeah, she seems pretty patient though. Hisashi beamed, his usual cheerfulness starting to return. She'll whip that kitten into shape in no time, I'm sure. He paused, looking at the two cats fondly before returning to Izuku. Speaking of which, how about we whip up something to eat? You've had a long day, kiddo, and I'm sure you're starving. The mention of food made Izuku realize how hungry he was. The emotional toll of the day had left him drained, but now that things were calming down, the thought of eating with his family sounded like the perfect way to end the day. Yeah, that sounds nice, Izuku said, a small smile tugging at his lips. As Hisashi stood and went to the kitchen, humming a tune under his breath, Shota followed him, likely to help prepare dinner. Izuku leaned back against the couch, feeling a sense of warmth spread through him. It wasn't just the relief of the physical pain easing or the comfort of being back in the apartment, it was the knowledge that he didn't have to go through anything alone anymore. Hitoshi shifted beside him, pulling his legs onto the couch as Shadow climbed into his lap. You know, he began, his tone casual but kind, I'm happy you came back. Izuku glanced over at his brother, feeling the weight of those words. I am too, he admitted, his voice quiet but sincere. I missed you guys. I didn't realize how much until I was away. Hitoshi gave a slight nod, gazing at the kitten in his lap. I know it wasn't easy for you. But we're here. All of us. We've got your back. A sense of peace washed over Izuku as he watched Hitoshi pet Shadow, his brother's quiet strength and understanding filling the room with a feeling of safety. For so long, Izuku had felt like he had to fight his battles on his own, but sitting there with Hitoshi, BSRD, and Shadow, knowing that Shota and Hizashi were just a few feet away in the kitchen, made him realize how much that had changed. "Thanks, Hitoshi," Izuku said, his voice filled with gratitude. "For everything." Hitoshi glanced up, offering a soft smile. "Anytime, Izuku." The evening continued with quiet conversations, the familiar sounds of home filling the space around them. As the smell of food wafted from the kitchen and the comforting presence of his family settled around him, Izuku finally allowed himself to believe that things would get better. He wasn't alone anymore, and no matter what happened, he knew he had people who would stand by his side, ready to help him heal, no matter how deep the wounds went. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt like he was truly home. Izuku lay on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. The soft sound of the apartment, from the distant clatter of plates in the kitchen to the murmur of voices, felt oddly comforting, but there was still a tension running through him that he couldn't shake. His back ached a deep soreness that spread through his shoulder blades. His wings twitched involuntarily beneath him, tucked tightly against the bed, and a sharp twinge of pain shot through the muscles. "It's happening again," Izuku thought with a quiet sigh. "They're growing." The dull ache was a constant reminder of what had happened, a mixture of the trauma his father inflicted and the biological changes that came with his wings' recovery. He'd noticed it slowly at first, just a tightness in his back that he thought was from stress. But now, the pain was sharper, like something was trying to push through the skin. His feathers had started to fall out a few days ago, signaling the new growth that was coming, and though Hawks had reassured him that it was expected, it didn't make it any less uncomfortable. He shifted in bed, trying to find a position that eased the pressure on his wings, but nothing worked. The bed, soft as it was, seemed to amplify the discomfort. A part of him wanted to ask for help. Shota would know what to do, and Hizashi would probably have some remedy to ease the pain, but the other part hesitated. He was already back home, taking up their time and energy. The last thing he wanted was to burden them even more with his growing pains. A soft knock on his door pulled him from his thoughts. "Izuku!" Shota's voice, low and steady, drifted into the room. "How are you feeling?" For a moment, Izuku considered lying and saying he was fine. But the soreness in his back was impossible to ignore, and the tension in his wings became unbearable. "Come in," he said quietly, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Shota entered the room, his usual calm expression in place, though his eyes flickered with concern as they landed on Izuku. He took in the scene, how Izuku was curled up, his wings tucked tightly against his body, and the faint wince of pain that crossed his face every time he shifted. "Your wings bothering you again?" Shota asked, walking over to the side of the bed. Izuku nodded, his throat tight as he tried to suppress the discomfort. "They're growing. I think the new feathers are coming in, and it's just sore." Shota sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes scanning Izuku's form. "You've been dealing with this for a while now. Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Izuku looked away, feeling the familiar pang of guilt. "I didn't want to be a burden. You already have so much to deal with, and I didn't want to make it worse." Shota let out a quiet sigh, his expression softening. "You're not a burden, Izuku. Not to me, not to Hizashi, and certainly not to Hitoshi. We want to help you, but you have to let us." Izuku swallowed hard, the tightness in his chest mixing with the soreness in his back. He wanted to believe that he did, but some of him still struggled with the idea that he deserved this care and wasn't imposing on their lives. "I know," Izuku said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's just hard sometimes to ask for help." Shota's gaze softened further, and he placed a hand gently on Izuku's shoulder, mindful of his wings. "It's okay to ask for help. You don't have to go through this alone, not anymore." Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, and he blinked back the tears that threatened to spill over. He hadn't realized just how much he'd been holding in, the fear, the guilt, the physical pain, and now, with Shota sitting beside him, offering nothing but quiet support, it all felt too overwhelming. "I'll be right back," Shota said, standing up. "We still have some of the ointment Hawks gave you for your wings. It should help with the pain." Izuku nodded, grateful but still unsure how to express it. He watched as Shota left the room, his footsteps fading into the distance, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts once again. The ache in his back hadn't lessened, but something about Shota's presence made it easier to bear. For the first time in days, Izuku felt a sliver of relief from the pain and the weight of trying to handle everything independently. By the time Shota returned with the ointment, the evening light had dimmed, casting long shadows across the room. He handed the small container to Izuku and sat beside him again, watching as Izuku applied it carefully to his wings. The cool sensation of the ointment was an instant relief, soothing the burning soreness plaguing him for days. As the tension in his wings began to ease, Izuku let out a quiet sigh, finally feeling some semblance of peace. "Better?" Shota asked, his voice low but filled with the kind of care Izuku was slowly beginning to accept. Izuku nodded. "Yeah. A little." Shota gave a slight, approving nod, then leaned back slightly, his gaze still resting on Izuku. "You know, taking your time with all of this is okay. Healing both physically and emotionally is not something you have to rush. We're not expecting you to have everything figured out right away." Izuku swallowed hard, the lump in his throat returning. He knew Shota was right, but some needed to be more robust to prove he could handle everything independently. It was an instinct drilled into him for so long, but here, in this apartment, surrounded by people who cared about him, it didn't seem to fit anymore. "I'm trying," Izuku whispered, his voice shaking slightly. I don't know how to stop feeling like I must do it alone." Shota's gaze didn't waver. "You don't have to do it by yourself. Not anymore." The words hit Izuku harder than he expected, and tears welled up in his eyes before he could stop himself. He quickly wiped them away, but Shota noticed, his expression softening even further. "It's okay to cry," Shota said gently. "You've been through a lot. No one expects you to be okay right away." Izuku bit his lip, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill over. He wanted to say something, to express how much those words meant to him, but his voice failed him. Shota, ever patient, didn't push. He simply sat beside him, offering his quiet presence, the same presence that had always made Izuku feel safe, even when words weren't enough. Later that evening, Izuku found himself in the living room, the soft light from the lamps casting a warm glow over the space. Hitoshi was sprawled out on the couch, shadow curled up in his lap, and Bizu lazily stretched out near the windows. Izuku hesitated momentarily before sitting on the other end of the couch, his wings folded neatly behind him. The soreness had lessened, thanks to the ointment, but the emotional weight still lingered. "Hey," Hitoshi said, glancing up from his phone. "Feeling any better?" Izuku shrugged, not sure how to answer. "My wings hurt less," he said after a moment, his voice quiet. "But everything else is harder." Hitoshi set his phone aside and shifted slightly, turning to face him. "What do you mean?" Izuku took a deep breath, the words catching in his throat. "I don't know, it's just being back after everything that happened. It's hard to feel like I belong here again." Hitoshi frowned, his expression serious but kind. "You do belong here, Izuku. This is your home, and nothing that happened changes that." "I know," Izuku said, his voice cracking slightly. "But I still feel like I messed up. Like I should have been stronger or handled things better." Hitoshi's gaze softened, and he reached out, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You've been through hell, Izuku. No one expects you to be perfect. We're glad you're here and we'll figure everything else out together." Izuku blinked back the tears that threatened to spill over, his heart heavy with emotion. He'd carried the weight of his mistakes, fears, and pain for so long. But now, sitting here with Hitoshi, his brother, he realized that maybe he didn't have to carry it alone anymore. By the time dinner rolled around, the tension in the apartment had eased somewhat. Hisashi, ever the optimist, had prepared a simple meal, something light but filling. They sat around the table, the warm glow of the kitchen light casting a soft, comforting atmosphere. "How are your wings feeling?" Hisashi asked, glancing at Izuku as they started eating. "Any better?" Izuku nodded, his voice soft. "Yeah, the ointment helped." "Good," Hisashi said with a smile, his usual cheerfulness shining. "Just let us know if you need more." The conversation shifted to lighter topics, Hisashi talking about his students, Shota mentioning the new changes at UA, and Hitoshi chiming in with his usual dry wit. For the first time in a while, Izuku smiled, even laughing at some of the stories they told. But underneath it all, there was still a lingering sense of uncertainty about what came next, his wings, and how to heal from everything he'd been through. Shota spoke up as if sensing his thoughts, his tone careful but firm. "We've been talking about some next steps," he said, setting his chopsticks down. "Like therapy. It's something to consider." Izuku tensed slightly, the words still sending a jolt of anxiety through him. But before he could say anything, Hisashi quickly added, "No pressure. It's just something we want you to think about. Whatever you need, we'll figure it out together." Izuku swallowed hard, nodding slightly. "I'll think about it." And he would. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he had the space to think about it, not just on his own, but with people who understood, who cared. As they finished dinner, the soft hum of conversation filled the room, and Izuku felt something inside him shift. The soreness in his wings and the weight in his chest would take time to heal. But he wasn't alone in the process. The following day, Izuku woke up feeling a bit better, though the ache in his back hadn't entirely subsided. His wings still twitched with the discomfort of growing feathers, but the soreness was manageable now, thanks to the ointment Shota had given him the night before. He stretched carefully, wincing slightly as he felt a sharp pull in his shoulders. It was clear that his wings were still going through the growth phase. Izuku glanced at the clock on his nightstand. The sunlight filtering through the curtains painted the room in a soft glow, and the sounds of movement in the kitchen told him that the others were already up. With a soft sigh, Izuku swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up. The weight of his wings pulled slightly at his back, making him feel heavier than usual, but he was getting used to it. He took a deep breath and left his room, heading toward the kitchen, where he found Hisashi humming to himself as he prepared breakfast. Shota sat at the table, sipping his morning coffee, and Hitoshi sat beside him, scrolling through his phone. "Good morning, little listener," Hisashi greeted, his voice cheerful as ever. "How'd you sleep?" Izuku smiled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Better, I think." "Glad to hear it," Hisashi said, beaming as he flipped a pancake. "You've got to take it easy on those wings, though. Growing pains and all that." "Yeah," Izuku said, glancing at his wings with a faint sigh. "I can feel it." Shota, ever observant, looked over his cup at Izuku. "We'll need to keep applying that ointment," he said in his usual no-nonsense tone. "You don't want the discomfort to get worse." Izuku nodded, though part of him felt a little self-conscious about how much attention they were giving him. It was comforting but also overwhelming at times. He wasn't used to being cared for like this, at least, not in a way that felt so average. As breakfast continued, the conversation turned to their plans for the day. "So," Hisashi said, setting a plate of pancakes in front of Izuku, "we thought it might be good to get you out of the house today. Maybe go shopping and pick up a few things you might need for your wings." Izuku blinked, surprised by the suggestion. "Shopping?" "Yeah," Hitoshi chimed in, glancing up from his phone. "You've been cooped up for a while. It might help to get some fresh air, do something normal for a change." Izuku hesitated. The idea of going out in public, even to do something as simple as shopping, made his stomach twist with anxiety. What if people stared at his wings? What if he ran into someone he knew? Shota, noticing the slight shift in Izuku's expression, spoke up. "It's just a suggestion. We don't have to go if you're not comfortable." Izuku thought about it momentarily, weighing the discomfort of going out against the feeling of wanting to move forward. He didn't want to stay stuck in his room forever, and maybe getting out would help him feel more like himself again. "I'd like to go," Izuku said quietly, tentative but determined. Hisashi grinned, clearly excited about the prospect. "Awesome. We'll take it slow, I promise. And hey, maybe we can stop for lunch somewhere after. It'll be a fun day." Later that morning, they headed out to the nearby shopping district. The city was busy, the sidewalks filled with people going about their daily routines, and for a moment, Izuku felt the familiar anxiety rise in his chest. He stayed close to Shota and Hisashi, his wings tucked as tightly against his back as they would allow. Hitoshi walked on his other side, keeping a quiet but steady presence. The bustling streets were a stark contrast to the quiet apartment he had grown accustomed to, and Izuku had to remind himself to keep breathing steadily as they moved through the crowd. His wings twitched now and then, the ache in his back flaring up, but he pushed through the discomfort, focusing on his family's familiar, grounding presence around him. They arrived at a small store specializing in items for people with quirks like Izuku's. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly as they stepped inside, and the variety of items on display immediately struck Izuku. There were specially designed jackets with slits for wings, ointments for skin irritation caused by feathers, and even various harnesses that allowed for wing support during sleep or physical activity. "This place is awesome," Hisashi said, immediately heading over to one of the displays. "Look at this. They've got everything you could need for wings." Izuku wandered over to one of the racks, his fingers brushing against the soft material of a jacket designed specifically for people with winged quirks. It was lightweight, with an adjustable back that allowed the wings to move freely without restriction. "Do you like it?" Hitoshi asked, coming to stand beside him. Izuku nodded, though his voice was quiet. "It's nice. I never thought there'd be so many options." "You should try it on," Hitoshi suggested, gesturing to the fitting rooms. "Might help with the soreness if you have something that's not so tight on your wings." Izuku hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, I think I will." As he tried on the jacket, he found that it fit perfectly, allowing his wings to stretch without being constricted. It was a strange but welcome relief, and when he stepped out of the fitting room, Shota and Hisashi looked over with approval. "That looks great on you," Hisashi said, giving him a thumbs up. "See, I told you this would be a good idea." Izuku smiled faintly, feeling more at ease than he had in days. It wasn't just the jacket, the act of doing something daily that reminded him that life could go on, even after everything he'd been through. Shota nodded, his expression calm but encouraging. "You look comfortable. If it helps with the pain, we'll get it." After shopping, they stopped at a small cafe nearby for lunch. The atmosphere was relaxed, with quiet conversation and the clinking of dishes filling the air. Izuku sat across from Hitoshi, sipping on a cold drink as they waited for their food. Hisashi, as usual, was the primary source of conversation, sharing stories and making jokes that kept the mood light. Izuku found himself relaxing more than he expected. The anxiety he'd felt earlier had faded, replaced by a quiet sense of peace. Being out with Shota, Hisashi, and Hitoshi, doing something as ordinary as shopping and having lunch, reminded him that his life didn't have to be defined by the trauma he'd experienced. He could still have moments like this, moments that felt normal. As they sat together, chatting and laughing over lunch, Izuku allowed himself to believe, just for a moment, that things would be okay. His wings still ached, his back still throbbed with the discomfort of new growth, but the emotional weight he'd been carrying felt a little lighter. "You know," Hitoshi said after a while, his tone casual, "we should do this more often. Get out, do normal stuff." Izuku looked at him, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Yeah, I think I'd like that." Hisashi beamed, clearly pleased. "See? I told you this would be fun. We'll make a habit of it, family outings, just the four of us." Shota, though quieter, gave Izuku a nod of approval. "It's good to get out of the house. You don't have to do everything all at once, but this is a start." Izuku's heart swelled with gratitude. It wasn't just the outing or the jacket or even the lunch. It was the sense of belonging, the feeling that he didn't have to face everything alone. He had Shota, Hisashi, and Hitoshi by his side, his family, and for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was genuinely moving forward. As they finished their meal and prepared to return home, Izuku looked at the city around him. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting everything in a soft, golden light. There was still a long road ahead, he knew that. The pain in his wings, both physical and emotional, would take time to heal. But he wasn't walking that road alone. And that made all the difference. They finally arrived on the last day of middle school, bringing a bittersweet sense of finality. The air buzzed with excitement, relief, and nostalgia as students crowded the hallways, exchanging yearbooks, taking pictures, and saying their goodbyes. It was a day of celebration, a moment to mark the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. For Izuku and Hitoshi, it felt surreal. The past few years had been a whirlwind, filled with challenges and triumphs they'd never imagined. And now, standing on the threshold of their future, it was hard to believe that middle school was ending. Izuku stood outside his classroom, scanning the sea of faces for someone in particular. Mei Hatsum, his friend and one of the few people who had always seen potential in him, even before he saw it in himself. She was the one who had encouraged him to think beyond what he thought was possible, to experiment with his quirk in ways he hadn't dared before. And now, he was about to say goodbye, at least for the summer. There you are. Mei's voice cut through the chatter, and Izuku turned to see her bounding toward him, her trademark goggles perched on her head. She had a bright grin, the one she always wore when working on a new invention or had an idea that was too big to contain. "Hey, Mei," Izuku greeted, smiling as she stopped before him. "I've been looking for you. I figured you'd be too busy being a hero to say goodbye," Mei teased, though her tone was light and affectionate. "You're going to UA, right? Going to make some crazy gear for your wings?" Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, a slight blush creeping up his cheeks. "I hope so. If I get into that is. But I wanted to thank you, Mei. For everything. You were one of the first people who believed in me." Mei waved him off with a dismissive hand, though her smile softened. "PSH, don't mention it. You've got a good quirk and worked hard to get here. Besides, you're going to be amazing. I will keep an eye on your hero career, and maybe one day I'll design something special for you." Izuku's heart swelled with gratitude. "I'd like that. And I know you're going to do great things too." "Of course I will." Mei's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I'm going to the support course at UA. It's going to be amazing. I've already got so many ideas for new inventions." Izuku chuckled, the sound tinged with a hint of sadness. He would miss her infectious enthusiasm, the way she saw the world in gears and possibilities. "I'm happy we became friends, Mei." She punched him lightly on the arm. "Don't get all mushy on me now. We've got a whole future ahead of us. You'll see me at UA, and I'll be there to help with whatever crazy gadgets you need." Izuku's smile widened, but his eyes grew misty. "You've been an amazing friend, Mei. I've learned so much from you. And I'm glad you're going to UA too. It'll be great to see a familiar face." "Likewise," Mei said, her grin softening into something more genuine. "Besides, I'll need someone to test all my new inventions on." Izuku laughed, feeling some of the weight lift from his shoulders. "I'm always up for it." They exchanged a quick, heartfelt hug, and Mei bounded off, already talking to another student about some new project she had in mind. Izuku watched her go, feeling lighter than he had in days. He turned to find Hitoshi waiting nearby, leaning casually against the wall. "You ready?" Hitoshi asked, his usual calm demeanor hiding the hint of emotion in his eyes. It had been a long road for both of them, but they had made it. Izuku nodded, his wings twitching slightly with anticipation. "Yeah, I think I am." They made their way to the front of the school, the afternoon sun casting long shadows on the ground. It felt strange to be leaving, knowing they wouldn't be coming back. But there was also a sense of excitement, a promise of something new and unknown. As they walked through the gates for the last time, they paused, taking one final look at the school that had been their home for the past few years. It hadn't always been easy, but they had grown stronger together, and now they were ready to face whatever came next. "Last day of middle school," Hitoshi said, his voice thoughtful. "Feels weird, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Izuku agreed, smiling softly. "But I think we're ready for high school." Hitoshi nodded, his gaze turning to the sky. "So, what do you want to do now?" Izuku glanced at his brother, his heart swelling with gratitude and love. "I want to train. I want to be the best I can be for the entrance exams. I want to go to UA with you." Hitoshi smirked, his eyes glinting with determination. "Sounds like a plan. Let's do it." The next day, summer vacation officially began, and with it came the start of a new training regime. Shota and Hawks had agreed to help the boys prepare for the upcoming high school entrance exams. The training would be intense, but both brothers were ready to give it everything they had. The first morning of training, they dawned bright and early. Izuku and Hitoshi stood side by side in a clearing at the park. The air was crisp and relaxed, promising a new day. Shota and Hawks watched them from a few feet away, their expressions severe but encouraging. "All right, boys," Shota said, his voice steady. "Today, we're going to focus on endurance and control. You need to be in top shape for the entrance exams, which means pushing yourselves beyond what you think you're capable of." Hawks nodded, his usual laid-back demeanor replaced with a focus that made both boys straighten up. "And I'll be helping with aerial maneuvers. Izuku, your wings are your greatest asset, but you must be able to use them effectively in combat situations." Izuku swallowed, his nerves prickling under his skin. But he nodded, determination flaring in his chest. He had come so far and wouldn't let anything hold him back now. The training was grueling. Shota pushed them through drills designed to test their stamina and endurance, while Hawks focused on agility and control. They ran laps, practiced dodging and blocking, and worked on using their quirks in various scenarios. Hitoshi's quirk training was different. Shota had set up mental exercises to help him strengthen his brainwashing quirk, pushing him to maintain control and focus even under pressure. Izuku watched in awe as his brother pushed himself, the quiet determination in his eyes never wavering. As the day wore on, the sun climbed higher in the sky, and the boys grew more exhausted. But they didn't stop. They pushed through the pain, the fatigue, and the doubts that tried to creep in because they knew what was at stake and what they were fighting for. Izuku focused on mastering his flight techniques. Hawks had set up an obstacle course with various rings and targets that Izuku had to navigate through and hit. Each time he missed a target, his wings flaring too wide or his speed faltering, he would grit his teeth and try again, determination etched on his face. "Keep your wings tighter on the turns," Hawks called out, his voice carrying over the field. "And don't be afraid to use your momentum. You've got more power in those wings than you realize." Izuku nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he prepared for another attempt. He could feel his muscles burning, his wings straining from the constant use, but he didn't let that stop him. He flapped his wings, gaining height before diving back into the course. This time, he hit every target, his wings moving precisely as he maneuvered through the rings. As he landed, breathing heavily, he looked up to see Hawks grinning at him, his eyes shining with pride. "See? You've got it, kid. Just needed to believe in yourself a little more." Izuku's heart swelled at the praise, a smile breaking across his face. "Thanks, Hawks. I'll keep working on it." "Good," Hawks said with a nod. "Because we're just getting started." Meanwhile, Hitoshi was working on a different set of challenges. Shota had set up a series of scenarios where Hitoshi had to simultaneously use his brainwashing quirk to control multiple targets. It tested his quirk and mental fortitude, requiring him to maintain focus under immense pressure. "Don't just rely on your quirk," Shota reminded him as Hitoshi struggled to control 3 dummies simultaneously. "You need to be aware of your surroundings and anticipate their movements before they happen." Hitoshi gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he pushed himself harder. He could feel the strain of using his quirk for so long, his mind starting to fray at the edges, but he refused to give up. He knew what was at stake. He knew he had to be stronger if he wanted to stand beside Izuku in the UA. "Focus," Shota's voice cut through the fog of exhaustion. "You've got this, Hitoshi. Don't let it control you." With a deep breath, Hitoshi centered himself, his mind clearing as he reasserted his control over the dummies. Slowly, they began to move in unison, responding to his commands precisely. He staggered slightly as he released his hold on them, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Shota stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Well done. You're getting stronger." Hitoshi nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Thanks, Dad." The words slipped out before he could stop them, and he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Shota blinked, taken aback, but then a soft, rare smile spread across his face. "You're welcome, son." The moment hung between them, a fragile connection thread forged through years of struggle and perseverance. It was a moment of unspoken understanding, a recognition of the bond they had built. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Shota called for a break. That's enough for today. You both did well. Izuku collapsed onto the grass, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. His wings ached, and his muscles burned, but he felt a sense of accomplishment settle over him. They had made it through the first day. Hitoshi flopped beside him, his exhaustion evident, but a satisfied smile was on his face. We did it. Izuku nodded, grinning. Yeah, we did. Hawks joined them, handing them water bottles. You guys are tough, I'll give you that. But this is just the beginning. You've got a long way to go. We know, Hitoshi said, his voice steady despite his fatigue. But we're ready. Watching the sunset and feeling the cool breeze against their skin, Izuku felt a sense of peace over him as they sat there. The road ahead was long and uncertain, but he wasn't afraid. He had his family by his side, and they were ready to face whatever came next together. Tomorrow we're going to focus on agility and speed, Shota said, calm but firm. You both need to be faster, more precise. Especially you, Izuku, Hawks added, his eyes twinkling with challenge. You've got the power, but you need to refine it. We'll work on your aerial combat techniques. Izuku nodded, his excitement building. The training was hard, but it was precisely what he needed. Every day he was growing stronger, pushing himself further. He was doing it for himself, but also for Hitoshi, Shota, and Hisashi, for the family that had given him everything. As they made their way back to the apartment, the fatigue of the day settling into their bones, Izuku glanced over at Hitoshi, who was walking beside him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Hey, Toshi, Izuku said quietly, breaking the comfortable silence between them. What do you think high school's going to be like? Hitoshi glanced at him, his eyes reflecting the dim glow of the streetlights. I think it will be a lot harder than middle school. More challenges, more responsibilities. Yeah, Izuku agreed, his wings fluttering slightly as he thought about the future. But it's also going to be exciting, right? A chance to make a difference. Hitoshi nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, it is. And we'll have each other's backs, just like always. Right? Izuku said, his heart swelling with warmth. We're in this together. As they reached the apartment, the familiar sight of the building comforting them, they paused momentarily, standing side by side. Whatever happens, Hitoshi said softly, his gaze steady. We'll face it together. You and me. Izuku smiled, his eyes shining with determination. Yeah. Together. They entered the apartment, the warmth and familiarity enveloping them like a comforting embrace. Shota and Hisashi were already there, preparing dinner, the smell of something delicious wafting through the air. Welcome back, Hisashi called out, his voice filled with warmth and cheer. How was training? Tough, Hitoshi replied, flopping down onto the couch with a dramatic sigh. But worth it. Izuku chuckled, joining him on the couch. Yeah, we'll be ready for those entrance exams. Shota glanced over from the kitchen, his gaze thoughtful. You're both doing great. Just remember to pace yourselves. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yes, Dad, they chorused, exchanging a grin. As they sat down to dinner, the room filled with laughter and conversation, Izuku felt a sense of belonging settle over him. He wasn't alone anymore. He had a family, a home, and a future he was ready to face. For the first time in a long while, he believed everything would be okay. The future was waiting, and they were ready to face it together. The warm glow of the morning sun filtered through the apartment windows, casting soft golden light over the living room. Izuku and Hitoshi were sprawled out on the couch, the quiet hum of a new day settling over them. The past week had been grueling, filled with early mornings, intense training, and sore muscles that refused to relent. But neither of them minded. Each ache was proof of the progress they had made, and with the high school entrance exams looming closer, the brothers were determined to push forward. Hisashi emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 steaming mugs of tea in his hands. His usually wild hair was tied back, and his energy was toned down in the early hours, replaced by a soothing warmth. You guys ready for another day of fun? He asked, setting the mugs down on the coffee table with an exaggerated grin. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow as he shifted in his seat. Fun? Do you mean running obstacle courses while Dad uses his scarf to trip us? Sure, fun. Izuku laughed softly, wrapping his hands around one of the mugs. It's not so bad. At least Hawks didn't make me dive from the sky every time I missed a target yesterday. Hizashi laughed, ruffling Izuku's hair as he passed. Hey, that's progress. You're getting stronger every day. Both of you are. As if on cue, Shota appeared in the doorway, coffee in hand and his usual calm demeanor firmly in place. Speaking of progress, today we're adding something new to your training. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged wary glances. Shota's additions were never easy, and his tone hinted at a challenge. You've both made progress in endurance and control, Shota explained, his voice steady but firm. Now it's time to focus on strategy and teamwork. Individual strength is important, but if you can't adapt or work together in a fight, it won't mean much. Hitoshi leaned forward, intrigued. So, mock battles? Shota nodded, his sharp gaze meeting his son's. Exactly. You'll be working against each other, and sometimes with each other. Hawks and I will throw in a few surprises. Hitoshi groaned, flopping back on the couch. Great. Surprises. Izuku smiled despite himself, his nerves giving way to excitement. The thought of working alongside Hitoshi in a real training scenario made his heart race. We're ready. By mid-morning, the group had gathered at the training grounds, a wide, open field dotted with scattered obstacles, targets, and a makeshift arena in the center. Hawks leaned casually against a stack of barrels, tossing one of his feathers into the air and catching it effortlessly. Morning, kids. Hawks greeted, his grin infectious as always. Hope you ate breakfast. Today's gonna be a long one. Hitoshi muttered something under his breath, earning a laugh from Hawks. Don't worry, kid. You'll thank us later. The first exercise of the day was a 2-on-1 scenario. Izuku and Hitoshi would team up against Shota, tasked with disarming and subduing him. It sounded simple enough, but as soon as the whistle blew, it became clear that Shota had no intention of making things easy. Izuku took to the air, his wings propelling him high above the field as Hitoshi stayed grounded, studying Shota's movements. They'd hashed out a plan earlier. Izuku would provide a distraction while Hitoshi used his brainwashing quirk. But Shota moved with a precision that left no room for error, dodging Izuku's dives and keeping just out of Hitoshi's range. Too predictable, Shota called out, his tone calm but instructive. You have to think ahead. Anticipate my moves before I make them. Izuku gritted his teeth and dove lower, forcing Shota to change direction. Hitoshi darted forward, locking eyes with Shota. Stop, he commanded, his voice steady. For a brief moment, Shota faltered, but then his scarf snapped toward Hitoshi, wrapping around his arm and pulling him off balance. Good attempt, Shota said, releasing him. But you'll need to be quicker next time. Hitoshi grumbled under his breath as he dusted himself off. We need a new plan, he muttered to Izuku, his eyes narrowing in thought. Izuku landed beside him, his wings folding neatly behind him. If I push him left, I can cut him off and force him into range. Hitoshi finished, a smirk forming on his lips. Let's try it. Their second attempt was smoother. Izuku feinted to the right before diving left, cutting off Shota's path. Hitoshi moved in quickly, his voice sharp and commanding. Stop. This time Shota froze. The brothers exchanged triumphant glances, but their victory was short-lived. Shota broke free with a sudden jerk of his head, his scarf whipping toward Izuku. Not bad, Shota said, his tone carrying a hint of approval. But don't let your guard down. The training continued well into the afternoon. Hawks set up aerial obstacle courses for Izuku, pushing him to refine his flight techniques, while Shota tested Hitoshi's ability to maintain control over multiple targets. Both boys pushed themselves to their limits, their muscles burning and minds racing as they adapted to each new challenge. By the time the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, they were utterly exhausted but brimming with a sense of accomplishment. As they sat on the grass, sipping water and catching their breath, Hawks strolled over, his wings catching the golden light. You two did good today. That teamwork's starting to come together. Shota joined them, his gaze thoughtful. You've both made progress. Keep this up and you'll be ready for the exams. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged tired but determined smiles. They weren't just getting stronger, they were growing as a team. Back at the apartment, the comforting aroma of Hisashi's cooking greeted them. The warm, inviting atmosphere wrapped around them like a blanket, a stark contrast to the intensity of the day. "Welcome back," Hisashi called from the kitchen, waving a spatula. "How was training?" "Tough," Hitoshi said, flopping onto the couch with a groan. "But worth it." Izuku chuckled as he sat beside his brother. "Yeah. We'll be ready for those exams." Shota glanced at them from the kitchen, his tone calm but filled with quiet pride. "You're both doing great. Just remember, pace yourselves. It's a marathon, not a sprint." "Yes, Dad," they chorused, exchanging grins. As they sat down to dinner, the room filled with laughter and light-hearted conversation. For Izuku, the day had been exhausting, but moments like this reminded him why he was working so hard. He wasn't alone anymore. He had a family that believed in him, and together, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Lying in bed that night, his body aching and his mind buzzing with possibilities, Izuku let himself dream of the future, a future where he and Hitoshi would stand side by side, ready to take on the world. For the first time in a long while, he felt at peace. The summer heat settled over the city, the mornings warm and buzzing with the distant hum of cicadas. Izuku awoke to sunlight streaming through his bedroom window, the soft sounds of the apartment waking up around him. It was earlier than he would have liked after the long days of training, but his excitement for what lay ahead was enough to chase away any lingering grogginess. Today was different. It marked the halfway point of their summer training and the beginning of something new. Hawks had promised to bring in some special equipment, and Shota had hinted at an updated routine, something even more challenging. Izuku wasn't sure what that meant, but he was eager to find out. As he stretched his wings, still stiff from yesterday's drills, the door to his room creaked open. Hitoshi stood in the doorway, his hair even messier than usual, his expression a mix of tired and determined. "You're up already?" Hitoshi asked, rubbing his eyes. "Couldn't sleep," Izuku admitted, pulling on a t-shirt and running a hand through his messy curls. "Too excited, I guess." Hitoshi smirked, leaning against the doorframe. "You're always excited. I'm pretty sure you could be excited about folding laundry if you tried hard enough." Izuku laughed softly, swatting his brother playfully as he passed. "Come on, Toshi. Breakfast should be ready by now." The brothers made their way to the kitchen, where the familiar scent of Hisashi's cooking greeted them. Hisashi stood by the stove, humming to himself as he flipped pancakes with his usual flair. Shota sat at the table, sipping his coffee and reading something on his tablet. "Morning, boys," Hisashi greeted, sliding a plate of pancakes onto the counter. "You're just in time. Eat up, today's going to be a big one." Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged a glance before sitting at the table, digging into their breakfast with gusto. As they ate, Shota finally looked up, his gaze shifting between the two of them. "Hawks will meet us at the training grounds," Shota said, his tone calm but purposeful. "He's bringing some new equipment and a few surprises." Hitoshi groaned, stabbing a piece of pancake with his fork. "Why do I feel like his surprises are never good?" Hisashi laughed, ruffling Hitoshi's hair as he passed. "Hey, surprises are what keep life interesting. You'll thank us later." Izuku smiled nervously, his wings fluttering slightly as he thought about what the day might hold. The past weeks had pushed him harder than he'd ever been pushed before, but he could feel the difference. His body was stronger, his wings more controlled, and his confidence grew with each passing day. By the time they arrived at the training grounds, the sun was high in the sky, casting a bright light over the sprawling field. Hawks was already there, standing beside a stack of shiny, unfamiliar equipment. He waved enthusiastically as they approached, his signature grin firmly in place. "Morning, team," Hawks called, his voice full of energy. "Hope you're ready for some fun." Hitoshi muttered something under his breath, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Hawks always brought a sense of unpredictability to their training, and while it was often exhausting, it was never boring. "All right, here's the deal," Hawks began, gesturing to the equipment behind him. "Today, we're upping the ante. You're going to be working through a simulation real-time scenarios designed to test your quirks, your strategy, and your ability to adapt under pressure. Shota stepped forward, his calm presence grounding the group. You'll also be working together. This isn't just about individual performance anymore. It's about how well you can function as a team. Izuku's heart raced as Hawks and Shota explained the setup. The simulation would include everything from moving targets to unpredictable obstacles, with the added pressure of timed objectives. "You're up first, Midoriya," Hawks said, tossing him a small headset. "This will keep track of your progress and let us communicate with you during the simulation." Izuku nodded, slipping on the headset and taking a deep breath. His wings twitched with anticipation as he stepped into the designated starting area. The simulation began with a loud beep, and Izuku was immediately moved into action. Targets appeared on his left, moving rapidly across the field. He took to the air, his wings carrying him high above the ground as he focused on his first objective. "Keep your turns tight," Hawk's voice crackled through the headset. "You're losing speed on the corners." Izuku adjusted his trajectory, pushing himself harder as he maneuvered through the course. His heart pounded in his chest, the adrenaline fueling his every move. Below, Hitoshi watched with a mix of awe and determination. He had always admired Izuku's ability to push himself beyond his limits, and now, seeing him soar through the air with such precision, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. When it was Hitoshi's turn, the simulation shifted, presenting challenges designed to test his brainwashing quirk in high-pressure scenarios. The dummies he controlled earlier were now replaced by human-like drones programmed with unpredictable movements and evasive maneuvers. Each drone had a specific objective: bypass him to reach a checkpoint. His task was to stop as many as possible. "Remember," Shota's voice came through the speaker system. "It's not just about activating your quirk, it's about maintaining focus under pressure. Control one, adapt to the others." Hitoshi clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. One of the drones charged forward, and Hitoshi's eyes locked onto it. "Stop," he commanded, his voice firm and resolute. The drone froze mid-step, its glowing eyes dimming as his quirk took hold. Before he could celebrate, another drone darted toward him from the right. His attention wavered, and the frozen drone began to shake off his control. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to split his focus between the two. "You're trying to control too much at once," Shota advised. "Prioritize. Let one go if it means stopping the others more effectively." Hitoshi growled under his breath but adjusted his strategy. He released the first drone, letting it run past him, and concentrated fully on the second. "Kneel," he commanded, and the drone collapsed to the ground. "You're learning," Shota said, his tone calm but encouraging. "Adaptability is your strength, Hitoshi. Trust yourself." Hitoshi's lips curled into a determined smirk. By the time the simulation ended, sweat dripped from his temples, and his legs felt like jelly, but he had managed to stop most of the drones. Shota approached him with a rare smile. "Well done," Shota said, clapping him on the shoulder. "You're improving." "Yeah," Hitoshi panted, wiping his brow. "Feels like I'm just figuring it out as I go." "That's what growth feels like," Shota replied. "You'll get there." As the day wore on, the brothers alternated between individual training and joint exercises. Hawks kept Izuku airborne for most of the afternoon, refining his flight techniques and challenging him to dive through tighter obstacles. Meanwhile, Shota pushed Hitoshi to strengthen his endurance, setting up situations where he had to use his quirk repeatedly without faltering. By late afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky, painting the training grounds in hues of gold and orange. The boys sat on the grass, gulping down water as they caught their breath. "You two are looking stronger already," Hawks said, his wings folded neatly behind him as he joined them. "Izuku, your speed and control in the air are getting sharper. And Hitoshi, your focus under pressure is improving a lot faster than I expected." Izuku looked up, a proud yet tired smile on his face. "Thanks. It feels good to see progress." "Still," Hitoshi said, stretching his arms above his head, "I know there's a lot more to work on. I mean, UA isn't exactly going to be a walk in the park." "True," Shota agreed, stepping up beside them. But you've both made it this far, and that's something to be proud of. Hisashi strolled over, carrying a cooler filled with cold drinks. Here's to celebrating a hard day's work, he declared, handing out bottles of water. And tomorrow? We push even harder. Hitoshi groaned dramatically. You're relentless. Relentless love, my guy, Hisashi teased, grinning. As they all sat together, sipping their drinks and cooling off, Izuku couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude. This was his family, his real family. The people who had believed in him, who had pushed him to be better, who had shown him what love and support truly looked like. Later that evening, back at the apartment, the exhaustion of the day hit them like a wave. Hitoshi sprawled out on the couch, shadow curling up on his chest. Bihirdi observed from her perch on the windowsill, her tail flicking lazily. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor, flipping through one of his notebooks, BSRD sitting in his lap. His mind buzzed with everything he had learned during training, ideas for how he could improve even further. Now and then he glanced at Hitoshi, a small smile tugging at his lips. What? Hitoshi asked, raising an eyebrow when he noticed Izuku's gaze. Nothing, Izuku said, though his smile widened. I'm glad we're doing this together. Hitoshi snorted, though his expression softened. Yeah, me too. The moment was interrupted by the sound of Shota's voice from the kitchen. You two better not stay up too late. Training starts at sunrise. Hitoshi groaned. Does he ever stop? Nope, Hisashi chimed in, grinning as he leaned against the doorway. That's why we love him. Izuku laughed, the sound light and genuine. Despite the challenges ahead, he felt a growing confidence in his heart. Whatever came next, he wasn't facing it alone. They were a team, a family, and together, they were unstoppable. The horizon of high school awaited, and Izuku was ready to meet it head-on. Chapter text. The morning sunlight poured through the apartment windows, casting a warm, golden glow across the living room. Izuku and Hitoshi sprawled on the couch, soaking in the rare moment of stillness. The past week had been brutal early mornings, relentless training, and muscle aches that clung to them like a second skin. But neither of them complained. Every sore muscle was proof they were getting stronger, inching closer to passing the high school entrance exams. From the kitchen, Hisashi appeared, expertly balancing 2 steaming mugs of tea. His wild hair was tied back, and his usual high-energy presence was softened by the slow ease of the morning. You guys ready for another fun-filled day? He teased, setting the mugs on the coffee table with an exaggerated grin. Hitoshi arched an eyebrow, shifting to sit up. Fun? Do you mean running obstacle courses while Dad trips us with his scarf? Yeah, sounds like a blast. Izuku chuckled, wrapping his hands around one of the mugs. Could be worse. At least it's not Hawks throwing me off a rooftop every time I miss a target. Hisashi ruffled Izuku's hair as he walked past. Hey, that's progress. You're both getting stronger every day. Shota appeared in the doorway as if on cue, coffee in hand, his usual calm demeanor in place. Speaking of progress, we're introducing something new today. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged a look. Shota's new, training methods were never easy, and his tone made it clear they were in for a challenge. You've improved in endurance and control, Shota continued, his voice even. Now it's time to focus on strategy and teamwork. Strength won't matter if you can't adapt. Hitoshi leaned forward, intrigued. So, mock battles? Shota nodded, his gaze sharp but approving. Exactly. Sometimes against each other. Sometimes together. And Hawks and I might throw in a few surprises. Hitoshi groaned, flopping back onto the couch. Great. Surprises. Izuku's initial nerves gave way to excitement. The idea of working alongside Hitoshi in a real scenario quickened his pulse. We're ready. By mid-morning, they gathered at the training grounds, a sprawling field scattered with obstacles, targets, and a makeshift battle arena at its center. Hawks leaned casually against a stack of barrels, absent-mindedly tossing a feather into the air. Morning, kids, he called, flashing a grin. Hope you ate. Today's gonna be a long one. Hitoshi muttered something under his breath, earning a laugh from Hawks. Don't worry, kid. You'll thank us later. The first exercise was a 2-on-1 match, Izuku and Hitoshi versus Shota. Their goal? Disarm and subdue him. Simple on paper. It's a nightmare in practice. The whistle blew, and Shota moved with practiced ease, sidestepping Izuku's aerial dives and keeping just out of range of Hitoshi's quirk. Too predictable, Shota said, his voice calm but instructive. Anticipate before I move. Izuku gritted his teeth, banking lower to force Shota's direction. Hitoshi seized the moment, locking eyes with his father. Stop, he commanded. For a second, Shota hesitated. Just enough time to... The scarf lashed out, wrapping around Hitoshi's arm and yanking him off balance. Good attempt, Shota said, releasing him. But you need to be faster. Hitoshi scowled, brushing himself off. We need a better plan. Izuku landed beside him, folding his wings. If I push him left, I can cut him off and force him into range, Hitoshi finished, a smirk forming. Let's go again. Their second attempt was smoother. Izuku feinted right, then dove left, cutting off Shota's path. Hitoshi was already moving, his voice sharp and sure. Stop. This time, Shota froze. Victory surged between them until Shota snapped out of it, his scarf shooting toward Izuku. Not bad, he said, a glimmer of approval in his tone. But don't let your guard down. The training stretched into the afternoon. Hawks set up aerial courses for Izuku, forcing him to refine his flight patterns, while Shota tested Hitoshi's endurance against multiple targets. When Hawks finally called a break, they were drenched in sweat and utterly spent. The brothers collapsed onto the grass, gulping down water. Hawks sauntered over, smirking as he tossed Izuku a feather. Keep that, he said. Little reminder that progress takes effort. Izuku turned it over in his hands, its crimson hue catching the sunlight. Thanks, he murmured. Nearby, Shota watched, his expression softer than usual. You'll both make excellent heroes, he said. Just remember it's not just about strength. It's about heart. Hitoshi glanced at his father, a rare smile tugging at his lips. We won't forget. By sunset, exhaustion weighed heavy, but so did a deep sense of accomplishment. They sat on the grass, catching their breath, the sky a masterpiece of orange and pink. You two did well today, Hawks said, his wings catching the golden light. That teamwork's coming together. Shota nodded. Keep this up and you'll be ready for the exams. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged tired but determined smiles. They weren't just getting stronger but learning to fight as a team. Back at the apartment, the rich scent of Hizashi's cooking wrapped around them like a warm blanket, starkly contrasting the day's brutal training. Welcome back. Hizashi called from the kitchen, waving a spatula. How was training? Tough, Hitoshi groaned, sinking onto the couch. But worth it. Izuku chuckled, stretching out beside him. Yeah. We'll be ready for those exams. Shota leaned against the counter, his voice calm but full of quiet pride. You're both doing great. Just remember it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yes, Dad, they chorused, grinning at each other. Dinner was lively, filled with stories and Hizashi's usual antics. Their cat, Yesterday, prowled the room, hopping onto laps for scraps. As plates emptied and laughter echoed, the day's weight melted into something light, something warm. Afterward, Shota set up a strategy board, moving pieces around in preparation for the next day's lesson. Tomorrow we'll go over tactics. The boys groaned in unison. Hizashi grinned. Not tonight, though. You've earned a break. Movie night. Hitoshi and Izuku perked up instantly, their exhaustion forgotten. Can we watch The Rise of All Might? Izuku asked. Only if I get to pick the next one, Hitoshi countered, dragging a blanket over the couch. As the movie started, the room filled with the soft glow of the screen, the quiet rustle of popcorn, and the steady hum of contentment. Later that night, Izuku lay in bed, body aching but mind alive with possibilities. He thought of the future standing alongside Hitoshi, facing whatever came next. For the first time in a long while, he felt at peace. They were ready. Hi all, I've been MIA for quite a while. I don't know if I should keep writing this. I have been in and out of hospital and haven't been doing well. Let me know if I should. I can probably write small chapters for the time being.